What's up, everybody?
Good evening, all. How is everybody doing this evening?
I am joining from the comfort of my bed.
That's a good place to be joining from. That is a
Just
good place to be joining from, Pete.
nice bamboo pillow that I got at Ross.
Got your jammies on with a little warming thing under the blanket.
No warming thing. It's hotter than shit here. I don't want to melt.
He has one of those teddy bears you stick in the freezer and then you sleep with it for a while.
There you go.
And nothing's in my ear all night. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, gotta appreciate those minor comforts from when, like, you were a kid and you know, mom would give to you.
Yeah, it needs to be a full size teddy bear though, and comfort and snuggle time. So
I sleep with a full size teddy bear every night, but I get a little tired of hugging myself.
Yeah.
Bud, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. Just doing a little slight gaming here while I'm streaming.
Nice. Playing anything good?
Just doing a little Final Fantasy.
Little Final Fantasy. There's never really a little Final Fantasy. Those games are massive.
I love that.
I bought Reborn. I played through the other one completely. Got the DLC for it. Played through that, and then I started Reborn, and I played about an hour, and I'm just like, I can't do this right now. I don't have the mental bandwidth.
There we go. Getting a little view of the live game stream. There we go. Tell you what, I got to revisit the D&D group chat and get us going so we can play that game. If you guys haven't checked out Let's Go Off-World podcast, every other week they have an episode that they do called Legion's Quest, where it's just our good friend Joe running a campaign with Curtis and Jesse and Walter and Nate, and going through a D&D game in the world of Mythos and kind of adapting that. It's a lot of fun to watch and a lot of play. Now, mind you, those are all pre-recorded sessions, whereas what we're going to try to do is going to be a live thing so that we can get you guys involved in the chat to play with us. And that's going to be pretty, just from watching what they've done, that's going to be pretty impressive and a feat to do. That's honestly one of the things that it's kind of slowed it down. But we want to make it as engaging as we're having, and bringing you guys into the mix too. And I want it to be fun. The more I watch that, the more itch I get for us to play.
The live is set up, but guys never stop for
I couldn't hear that, Payne. It's not like you got further away.
I know. It's 4 to 5 hours live. That'll definitely cover a campaign.
It might be a 1 to 2 hour segment live as opposed to a full night. But who knows? Some campaigns can be pretty intensive, so
we just have to watch the audience engagement. If they're bored with it, then we'll have to.
Exactly.
They'll be part of it, so hopefully they won't be bored with it.
Start having the audience influence our decisions in the game. Oh no.
We'll play D&D Clubhouse style with a choose your own adventure, and we'll let the chat choose our adventure.
We'll drop polls once an hour to get the audience the choice.
Do they go to the dungeon or do they go to the mountain? Which one?
They're hanging out at the brothel.
So, are we trying to survive the dungeon or the chat?
Bud will likely to cast fireball and kills everybody. So, hey,
I'm digging it.
Your Mythic Legends display is looking good, man.
Bud's 4 Horsemen collection grows. Yeah. Now it's funny. We all told him last week he was getting this creature.
Yeah.
And he
his balls.
Bud and his wonderful states that he's in while we stream actually didn't quite dawn on him that we were serious. He was getting a creature until it was supposed to show up Monday and it didn't.
You know what's weird? When I sent Brick that figure, I sent it out on Monday morning. It got to him by Wednesday.
That's insanity. You told us it was going to be Friday when he got it.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be. It showed up
Yeah.
Wednesday. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't pay for express shipping.
There's basically an ogre that works at the mail office, and he just picked it up and chucked it as hard as he could westward.
If they're getting there in literally a day.
But I like how you got the bandages around his waist with the pants on. That's cool. I like
Looks
that.
Yeah, I saw that was on Emerald Knight's stream. I think it was KT or someone that did it to his. I was like, oh, that looks really cool.
Yeah,
So I
good. I'm gonna have to try that.
put it on top.
It is.
And then, of course,
it's
I
a
have
really
the
good look for it.
no shoes, which is also kind of a good look too. I mean,
Yeah.
the bottoms of those feet, like, good lord.
And
I made my second attempt to glue feet back together, and I haven't tested it yet, but
well, we will. I know you already reached out, and they should. They're pretty quick about the fixed stuff, so
Yeah.
hopefully, you'll get that real soon, and then you won't have a broken foot.
because I mean, I can kind of slip the foot on, but it's very loose, and he tends to topple over because that pin is so loose.
Yeah.
What's funny about that? Up until you had the issue, I hadn't heard too much about the feet, but then I started to hear other people had similar problems. So you weren't the only
Yeah,
one.
I've heard quite a few. Yeah.
So
Yeah, it sounds like a couple of defects.
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't broken. I think when they make that piece, they connect them together and then glue the piece. I don't think it was glued.
It's likely
Right.
Because it's a very clean, flat, it's not like a jagged crack. And there's no stress marks either.
Well,
Yeah,
it could also be a air bubble at the top.
Yeah, it's probably a mold seam.
Sure, that.
Probably had a bubble in it.
Yeah. Either
Well,
way,
hey,
though.
how about we run through the chat real quick, and then I'm going to open up my custom figure from Payne before he falls asleep in his Betty by on us.
Yeah, let's get to that. So we got Dave's Dimensions here with us, Stanley Eberhard. I will shoot you the link in a bit, brother. While I'm on the phone, I can't really back out to do that kind of stuff and shoot the link. But I'll shoot it to you on Facebook. Don't worry. We got 9454 SS here. And we've got Ryu in the house, Frankie Rivera, Fat Red Foo. What is going on, brother? Troy Dodson is here saying, what's up, my dudes? Todd C in the house, Rolando Flores, Kenzo's Creations, fresh off of Thursday with a friend over on Punk's channel. It was great to catch it. Definitely go check out that episode if you have not yet. And we have Robert's Infinite Realms here as well. I also had just gotten a message not too long ago from Ray Black. Mentions she is watching right now, but she just can't comment in the chat at the moment. So it's good to see you all here. Thank you for showing up and hanging out with us tonight. I myself won't be on too long.
I want to put Rolando's business out there, but I want him to know that I'm thinking about him.
Many positive vibes as he just got some, big news this week. Sending positive vibes your way, brother. Healing vibes. So, not only did we just come off the bat of having this awesome Frankenstein creature get released by the Four Horsemen, they announced a skeleton 4-pack that's going to go up for pre-order this Monday. and they gave the details of that where, we're going to get a couple of alternate heads, the new vampire skull that's part of the Skulls head pack that'll be coming out with All-Star 6. That's going to be included there. They have a gray jack-o'-lantern head, which is pretty awesome, by the way. That's going to be really cool in there. And then they've got little skull masks to go on the skeletons, which seems kind of redundant, but then they showed off a lot of different figures and stuff that you could put it on. I know I had mentioned, I was like, man, I wonder what that could look like on an orc head. And then bam, later that week, they showed a picture of it on one of the orc heads. It looks great. So I'll have some fun with that.
You and Joe had that conversation about wondering if those masks could fit on somebody else, and then they post that picture. It's like, oh,
they posted all the pictures that they tried to fit them on, so you could see what they look like.
Yeah, we'll fit on there's certain figures that won't go on as well because of hair sculpting and such like that. But for the most part, like any kind of bald figure, it'll work well with. So that's going to be really cool. Figuratively speaking, John is here with us. What's going on, my dude? And Todd C says, I opened up my Transformers tidal wave to find out Hasbro Factory misassembled a piece, gave me 2 female connectors instead of 1 male and 1 female. Not sure how they're going to resolve it. $200 toy. Hey, man, you'll just have to sit and find out and wait to hear. And we have Ken here with us.
with his puffle lump.
He is out of control. He brought a puffle. Dude, it's awesome to bring that here.
I used to have one of those.
Wouldn't the puffle roll back into its ball shape if it was scared?
I've lost audio.
Mm-mm.
No,
We can hear you.
Cade's audio is just terrible tonight.
My audio is awful.
Try that.
You're
audio.
good. You're good.
You sound good, Ken. It's
Trust me.
My audio is terrible.
He left. There's Joe G.
I was going to say, speaking of that, Joe, here is Joe Gonzalez himself saying, hey, everyone. And we got Cobweb Collector joining us here as well. All right, let's see. You can back up here now.
Did he lose the hearing?
So, Ken, can you hear us okay?
I can. So you scared my popple and you may be deaf at the same time. So, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, we can let Aaron talk again if that'll help, because he's rather quiet tonight.
You can't really hear me, so.
Oh, maybe that was it. Maybe he was trying to talk, yeah. And I've only got about 5 minutes because I've got to get back for some dinner plans, but I saw Aaron look really tired. Oz looked like he wasn't even there. Bud has replaced himself with an avatar, so I came to literally give Ed company is all that really happens. Okay, Thanos is here, so there we go. I can bow out early.
There we go.
I might be back to the late crew later, but I might do a cold dropout in about less than 5 minutes.
It's all right, brother. It's good to have you here. And thank you for bringing the popple along. We don't get many popples on Clubhouse.
So I leave him at my parents' place because the story is that my wife grew up overseas. She had never seen this thing before. When she first saw it, she thought I was trying to scare her with something because she'd never seen it before. And to this day, she's like, and for a few years, she was like, why is that thing in our house? I'm like, okay, well, let's leave it at the grandparents' place and he can come back after however long. And anyway, we haven't had a talk since then, so he stays here.
I'm just trying to think of how somebody could be scared of a popple, but okay. I mean, maybe it might have just been the way I presented version.
Yeah. It might have just been the way I had him sneak up on her, and all of a sudden she's had it in her nightmares ever since. So.
Looks like a Care Bear.
Yeah, except it's not.
And Mr. Mad Gus jumping into the chat saying, howdy do neighbors, what is up?
That, Thanos? Is that a Dragon Ball Z?
It's a
no.
Farscape.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's from Farscape.
We were just showing off stuffed animals. So.
I took my glasses off. Never mind. I can't think about that.
We got John from the Collecting Brothers here. What is going on, John? Good to see you. So they've actually got a lot of really cool. Oh, wait a minute here. We gotta give Ed the big solo layout. There it is.
Payne made for me. This thing is badass looking. The tusk even stick out the plastic.
That's cool.
Well, it wouldn't fit in any other way.
No, that just makes it better. I love it.
You can all take your turn and read that, so I don't have to because I hate reading.
Sir,
Man,
Axion Figs.
I got it right.
This thing is badass, Aaron. I love it.
There's a few other touches that you'll see as you go. So
yeah.
All right. Ken dropped out while we're giving a solo layout there, but
I tried to make the water slide work on the shield, but it was just that shield was weird, so I moved it up instead of putting it in the center. It has an orange background, but it couldn't see it. I don't know if it's I just move it up because it would sit where I needed it to sit.
all right, I'm gonna star Mr. Mad Gus's comment here. You're gonna have to make sure to show this to Ken later. Ken should sneak it in the house and ask his wife, "How did that thing get here?"
Exactly.
This would be the season for it.
No,
Make sure show that to Ken later.
If he really wants to do it, put it on her pillow. Don't tell her it's there. So when she comes out of the bathroom, there it is.
Just have it start popping up in his videos. Well, I don't know if his wife even watches the videos, but have it start popping up in the video next to the Snoopy.
When I got Clayface, the big pig, I put him on the back of the toilet. It took 3 days before someone noticed it.
Have a peek over the shower or something. We're just trying to find ways to get Ken divorced, apparently. That's not good.
Oz, did you see the Fresh Monkey Fiction is releasing the Peter Pumpkin again?
Yes, they are. Yes, they friggin' are. Oh, man. Oh. And you know what? I just seen recently, too, that the little pumpkin guy from Fortnite is popping up at Ollie's.
Yeah, I saw that too.
People have seen that showing up at Ollie's. All these great little pumpkin figures coming back out again. But I mean, it's that time of the year where you really kind of like to see this stuff. That was another thing that the Horseman announced that's coming Monday. So along with pre-ordering the Skeleton Graveyard 4-pack, we're also going to get the ability to order the Heavy Gunner from Cosmic Legions, which was an IshCon exclusive. So that's going to be up and available. And then they will also have a limited number in stock of the original Headless Horseman, which I was like, man, I know Bud has loved that figure ever since we opened it. And we'd all just chipped in to get him this creature. Now it's like, oh man, I want to get him the friggin' Headless Horseman. Unfortunately, it's just not a great
time, man.
If I keep trying to spend all this money now, I'm never going to have any to spend at Legion's Con. I'll just show up and be like, hi, everybody, I'm here.
When does that sale open up on the 14th?
It's this Monday, the 14th.
Yeah, but what time is it starting? Because I know
I'd have to look back at the
just going to fly out of there as fast as
yeah. Well, especially Headless Horseman, considering he's going to, he's $120 is their price for him. And this time around, it's $10 flat rate shipping.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really cool. Clint Jorgensen is in the chat, says, looks like a revamped Teddy Ruxpin, because he's talking more about the popple there. Derek Hoover is here with us saying, hey, gang, just want to give a hey, hope the week treated everyone great. The week's been okay. The little cold I got's kicking my ass. And let's see, how does one have the audio get so bad? Aaron, is your phone in a cup of water? No, it's the headphones he's using. They don't have a good mic.
Yeah. I don't even know where the mic actually is. Maybe it's right there. Can you hear me better now?
It's like slightly better, but not great.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
$8, I can't complain.
Try the other one.
Well, we can try that. Is that any better?
That is insanely better. So there you go. That's where
Yeah.
your microphone is.
Why the hell is it in my left ear?
There we go.
That's the side of your ass
Now
you talk out of.
Apparently.
I'm pretty sure it's the slightly taller because Fortnite's terrible for scale. It got like 3 different scales of figures out there.
Yeah. Well, if it's plastic,
There we go.
if it's a plastic shell, it's usually the Jazzwares version. Yeah, there you go.
Look at that.
Thank you so much, Aaron. I love this dude.
That head got a lot of extra detailing.
That's awesome. Like the rings on the tusk.
Yeah, there was a lot more depth to that than I thought. When I pulled the head out, I was like, "Oh, this doesn't look like it's gonna be that hard." And then started doing it. I'm like, I got so many shadows and crooks.
This thing is just badass. I love it.
So since he spelled your name Axe Eon Figs, did he give you an axe with that?
Yes. I have.
Okay.
I have.
I was going to say, I think I have a spare if you need one. Oh, that's a better one. You got Stormbreaker.
And I have some of the AWOC ones, so I can give them a big ass friggin' axe.
Well, I was going to say we can always try to get one of the huge axes too.
And I got a little GID.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Yeah, I couldn't find any of my Masterverse axes that I wasn't using because I don't know where they're packed. I had a small bag of accessories, but there was no axe in it. It's like,
And he sent me an extra head of a decapitated, victim.
Technically, that's the head that goes with that sword.
Yeah.
But just in case you wanted to switch it out.
Oh, hell no. That elephant head staying right there, man. That thing is awesome. Oh, and he has a spear, too.
Yeah. Those,
the spear. That's the one that came with that guy, right?
Yeah, with the Romulus figure. Yeah.
They, well, for whatever reason, those heads that Travis printed for me, all of them they're Mythic Legions ball joints in the head.
Really?
Very nice.
They're Mythic Legions.
Oh, nice.
That makes it really easy.
So Stanley says he never found the 86 Optimus Prime on sale last Sunday, whereas Todd C said he managed to get Optimus online, luckily for the deal. Well, awesome. All right, we need someone to do casket. I tried several times. Opposite casket. It wouldn't show up on chat. Coffin.
What's he talking about?
I mean, if you're talking about just a casket, Super Action stuff's got the good one.
Casket of Cruelty.
Yeah.
They have some really nice cardboard ones at the Dollar Tree. You just take that cardboard one and layer it with some popsicle sticks, and you're golden.
Yeah, this is definitely the time of the year to. He was saying trying to type it in the chat, it wouldn't go in the chat. Huh. Oh, that's odd. I don't know why it wouldn't. That's not a trigger word. I do have a couple of trigger words. It's just, the kind of words you would expect to have as trigger words for a channel, because I don't want to pull it up on screen.
Did you add prolapse to that one?
No. That is a much welcomed word in the chat, just not on, video.
As you got this for a minute, I'll be back in just like 2 minutes.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Nope.
Thanos' wonderful, wonderful notification sound.
Yeah. So
if it's work, tell him to fuck off. Your other boss said so.
No, I'm not accepting after hours calls because I got yelled at again about overtime. It's like, I'm just going to start leaving and it'll be a mess, and then I'm not going to answer my phone. So,
they can bitch at you about overtime, but it's their fault you're getting it anyway.
So.
Malicious compliance.
I told him, like, I don't want to work a 12-hour day. Like, that's not what I signed up for, but it happens sometimes. So,
right?
Yeah.
You
I was
know,
looking at you know how Dollar Tree that have some of those like stick-on tiles.
yeah.
I was thinking about getting some of those for a backdrop because I think some of them would actually work pretty well. There's a couple. I wish
Did
I
you
could
see
find that.
the gray skull wall I made out of those?
No, I didn't.
I'll go grab it. I'll be right
yeah,
back.
yeah, it was really cool looking. Definitely grab that and show it off. Now, those stick-on
Yeah.
tiles are great.
Yeah, so I was thinking about getting some of those.
Also, check out a lot of craft stores and
Dollar Tree's got a bunch of good stuff. If you just
yeah,
gotta do a lot of crap to get to it sometimes, and you got to go to a couple different ones because
right.
like the one up here where I'm living is really stocked and it's big, so they've got quite a bit of stuff. But the one that I go to before work isn't generally stocked. But we are getting to that time of year where Ross and Marshalls and all them others will start putting out toys, so we should be seeing a bunch of stuff.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if anybody here follows Kent Pool Collects. Definitely go follow him on IG and follow his YouTube channel as well. He's always posting videos. I swear he has the best stocked
super nice guy.
ollies out of anywhere. Like he's
Yeah, I
always
know.
got the newer, better stuff that's coming in. Like a lot of the Marvel Legends, especially like a lot of the anniversary figures, like the anniversary Avengers and stuff that came out last year, they've been getting down there. And he's been showing off pictures. He also showed off a picture today where like one of their end caps, it actually had a sign hanging on it. There it is. There it is.
I saw that. Oh, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah. And that's just those little tile sheets you can get at dollar store.
Yep, and then some popsicle sticks with wooden stain in between them.
Mm-hmm.
And then just foam board. I haven't actually got a chance to use it because I made it way too big. So I'm quite fit on my shelves.
Just got to cut it down a little bit.
Yeah. Well, once the weather gets better and I start using the garage, I have plenty of room out there. But it's still in the 100-something degrees where I'm at. Like today was in the high 80s, which was nice. But
and here I am bitching about, the fact that it's like
80s, nice.
70 degrees during the day, 40 degrees at night. Instead, it was like, it's just 100 out here.
Well, we're in the 90s. Morning is 75. By the time we get down to the day, it's 90, 95. And it's friggin' October. Where's my damn October weather?
then
I got some of it. You can come up here.
This thing too.
What is that?
A little campfire.
Oh, I like that. Where did you get that from?
Just rocks.
That is cool.
Some tea lights.
Oh, okay. You made it.
Fire that was in my yard.
Okay.
And then I painted the tea lights black, and then I burnt some paper and painted the ash into like the base, and then just some polyfill with some orange and yellow.
All right, yeah, because I've been looking for like a decent like little campfire to use.
It doesn't look great when it's like up in like the front, but like in the background of a shot, it actually.
Yeah, no, it looks real good.
So, yeah, it was fun. Nice little.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I was looking at because you could look at like dollhouse accessories for some 1/12 stuff, and I saw on there today like there's almost like a witch's kind of like bookcase cabinet, and it comes with like little chemistry jars and stuff like that you can put on there. I was thinking about like maybe ordering that from Amazon because it'd go good with like a swig because it's got like little books and then it's got like test tubes and potion bottles.
You might ask Ed where he got his little glass jars.
Well, he sent me a bunch of those, and it's like the same size.
You can get little ones. They're not like the rounded bottles like Ed had, but they're like little jars with corks.
Just like apothecary jars. Yeah.
You get like a 6-pack of them.
Get you some folk art.
Yeah, but this is like a whole set. Comes with like a bookcase, books to go on it. And like I said, it comes with a little set that has like 4 test tubes that sit in the little tray, like the little wooden tray and stuff. It's got all that on there, and that was cool.
You could also get some folk art glow in the dark paint and just pour those in the.
Yeah.
What I did for the potions that I made was pipe cleaner. I shoved the pipe cleaner into the thing. They have like the sparkly ones or like the flat color ones. So
yeah,
very cool. Gotta love that Demo Man figure. He is really cool.
Yeah, he looks good. I've been waiting to open him. I was going to open him last week, and then I ended up not making it.
Yeah, we missed you. We're glad you're back, buddy.
Yeah, hanging out with people in real life.
Oh, real life. Oh,
that's all right. We ribbed you for it.
All right. Well, my meds are kicking in now, so I'm going to go to bed.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for showing up for a while tonight. Always a pleasure to have you, and we'll be seeing you again real soon, my brother.
See you, Aaron.
Yeah, he came with a nice card back, and his comic's really cool too. I do like his comic.
Like after reading that comic, I'm actually really glad I got him because I was gonna pass on him, but the custom idea popped in my head, and I was like, "Oh, damn it!"
Yeah. Plastic Skull saying, "What's up, guys?" And don't forget to put that campfire out each and every time you finish with Thanos. Only you can prevent forest fires
and save battery life.
So let's see here. All right. Henri is asking if anyone has the actual Turtles of Grayskull comic, not just the mini comics that come with the figs. I did not get it.
I've read the first one.
I kind of forgot they were coming out, so I wasn't paying attention.
Right. Otherwise, I would have went in on it. Yeah. Todd is asking if any of us pre-ordered any of the new MOTU wave. Man, I am so disenfranchised on trying to pre-order any of this stuff. If I manage to see it in store or find it at a reasonable price online, I'll get it. But I'm not fighting with trying to pre-order through Walmart or Target. Oh man, it's such a good figure, especially for the fact.
Mm-hmm.
I pre-ordered Land Mephisto and She-Ra and what's the other one? Randy?
Yeah, She-Ra, Donatello, and I think that was it.
Hey,
well, you guys know me. I'm definitely trying to get the Ratlord, trying to get the King Hiss, trying to get that Shredder.
No. Speaking of King Hiss, yeah, that King Hiss and that Shredder, I'm so mad that those are con exclusives and that the Foot Soldier is a freaking deluxe figure. Like, I get it with the story, what they're trying to do, but it's a Foot Soldier, damn it.
No, yeah, the Ratlord. That one I pre-ordered as well.
Mind you, the Ratlord is the one that kept falling over at SDCC that we saw multiple times at the booth. There's two pictures of it standing.
I kind of skipped on the figure because of that, but I still kind of want it because it's all translucent.
Yeah, I freaking love the look of that figure. The way, like, it's his skull and neck coming out of his head. Like, it's just great.
Hey, Oz, I heard you talking about the bookshelf.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it's like this. Yeah, it's a lot like that. See, that's the one you made, right, Ed?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you
my
go.
Frankenstein skull and books on the shelf, too.
Nice. Yeah, just seen it. Maybe I'll post the link up in the chat once I get off the phone. I'll post the link up. I saw it on... it was on Amazon. I saw it today, so... Henri says he's going to get that King Hiss because he never found the regular one at a price he's comfortable with. I'm sorry to hear that, brother, because that is... I love the Origins King Hiss, right? Like, the original one, like, I thought it was cool back in the day, but it always seemed kind of wimpy how the snakes were. And the new one's just great. So good. But I still got to box up all the pieces from that and send it to you. You wanted You wanted the legs. And
or
you
at
need
least the no, I need the boots and then the harness.
boots and the harness. Okay. Yeah, I got to get that boxed up to you.
I think that's all because I have it put in a box on the side because I wanted to clear off my desk to display these for a while. So I have all
Yeah.
my Snake Man and guys sitting in a box on the floor.
See, like that is
God, that
worth
is so
the
cool.
price of that figure alone.
If you took that with some little bit of dry brushing, like get some like kind of the clearer paint, you could make a Zor to put on top of the castle.
Yeah.
Speaking
Like,
of
no, I want that
Zor,
figure just for that.
did you guys see that thing that Kenny made?
No.
So when I first saw that, I thought it was just a random. I didn't realize it was Kenny, but I've seen that design before, but it wasn't done up like Zor. So I just thought it was another video of another person making one. I'm like, okay, whatever. Flipped by, and then I saw it again, and I was like, wait, that's Kenny's. Oh my god, that's Zor. Oh, that's so cool. I need like 5 of those to put up
Yeah,
around
so
the walls in the room.
it's like a little LED light thing, and it's shaped like, the torso of a falcon or a hawk. And then he painted it up in Zor colors. And you got the little LED light, and when it's on the wall, the light that shoots out from it, from the sides and the bottom, look like the wings and tail.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I missed that. Or I probably saw it and I just don't remember because I see so many pictures on Instagram.
And he posted it in Toy Network.
Oh, maybe that. Yeah, I probably did see it then.
Yeah, you
When I
just got to scroll back up a bit today.
When I found this at Target, it was $34.99, but it's like $49.99 on like Big Bed and like
Everywhere else, yeah.
So I canceled my pre-order and I was like, nope.
Yep, got it in store at Target. Stupid cheap.
Still have not seen Warbird anywhere.
If I see her, because she's another one of the ones that I saw popping up at Ross. If I see her, or not Ross, Ollie's.
Yeah, if you see her, let me know because I've been checking Target ever since I saw people getting her, and I haven't had any luck.
Yeah. I want to get that Secret Wars freaking Wolverine.
Yeah, I want Secret Wars.
Yeah, that was.
I want to get that Wolverine. It's the best looking costume. That and the original the original costume, the yellow, the tiger stripe costume. So I heard that the X-Men 97 version is getting a re-release. So fingers crossed I'll be able to snag that on the re-release. And then I still got to get the Wolverine and Sabretooth 2-pack.
Yeah, the Sabretooth and 2-pack is supposed to be re-released also. Restocked.
Oh, nice.
I want to call it.
That
Yeah.
is awesome.
Yep. So if I can get those 2 Wolverines and that Sabretooth, I'll be happy because I'll have that definitive look of those 2 that I want.
That's such a cool display.
I mean, I've already got the Age of Apocalypse Weapon X and that Sabretooth. And of course I got those.
Sabretooth is really nice too, actually. Really like that figure.
Yeah. Well, I just love him with Wild Child, yeah. Having him on the leash. And that's the way I like having Varg with my Desabolis. That same kind of pairing, I love that look for it.
It's so strange. It's like it's not strange. It's funny because like a year ago, everybody was like, Mythic Legions is just putting out the same garbage over and over and over again, no accessories. And then the last like 3-4 releases over the last year have just been killing it with everything they're putting out.
Well, I remember when I just started really learning about the line and getting into it, it's like, yeah, for a while it was just a lot of lather, rinse, repeat, same reusable parts and everything like that. And it started with like the Alithia wave. they started to get a lot of the variation, and then like the stuff that was coming out in Boxes. Because when I first started collecting,
When I say Mythic
Boxes
Legions,
wasn't even-
I meant Marvel Legends.
Marvel Legends, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they weren't really. They'd hit a lull, right? Like if it wasn't the movie stuff, they didn't care about it really.
Right, exactly.
You know, and now that they're getting into a lot of the like classic comics, you know, again, a lot of the stuff from when we were kids, reading the comics, watching cartoons for those of us who were more in the 90s. It's like they're killing it. That whole wave for the Blackheart, like it's such a cool wave of obscure kind of figures, you know.
Yeah.
I'm
like the Secret Wars line with the cards and everything, man. That's like a nostalgia freaking, yank. That's not even a nostalgia tug. That's a yank.
You know, I didn't grab the retro carded black costume Spider-Man when he was out on shelves because I wasn't really collecting any Marvel Legends. I've been kicking myself ever since, which is why when Scarlet Spider was up on Hella Dope Toys, I pre-ordered it immediately.
Yeah.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
Does anybody else do this with their hands? And it's like trying to find the right hand is a nightmare now.
Oh, dude, I've got sandwich bags, like little snack bags full of the fucking hands. Oh, man. I need to get...
thing is a lot of my hands that come from Mezco are all the same color. They're just black gloved hands with, some middle finger, some peace sign, some pointing, and regular ones. So that makes it really easy. But, like, all my other hands are just mixed together, and I can't ever find the right hand.
Yeah. I think I'm going to get some of those little, like, drawers and actually go through and organize
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. When I get the space, too. Yeah, when I get the space too, I want to get like one of those things, again, just one of those small drawer shelf things that I can just.
You could get those little toolbox things, like you keep your drill bits in and shit like that.
Yep.
Those are pretty expensive. Yeah.
Same. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about. That are like tackle boxes with like the little divider pieces, especially the ones you can kind of customize.
I have a couple of those. They're still hard to manage because you can only fit so many hands in those. With those drawers, like those drill bit things, those drawers could hold a whole shit ton of hands, each one of them.
And Henri, this is exactly what I'm talking about. The Secret Wars black costume Spider-Man. I'm fucking getting them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get Cap, and I already have 2 caps, but I just really like the broken shield in that costume. So
it is cool, and it's the classic Cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got Cap, and I'm gonna get Cap and Wolverine because that Wolverine was my favorite Secret Wars figure when I was a kid.
Right?
Is that the one that had the little like thing here and the like?
No. The Secret Wars. The Secret Wars was clipped to the wrists, but the very next release was the one that came with the removable mask and the spring-loaded claws in the hands.
That's the one.
That was when Toy Biz took it over from Mattel because Mattel had it when it was Secret Wars.
Yeah, that was back when Kenner was still a player in the game, and Kenner was releasing superpowers, and Mattel said, "Yeah, hold my beer." Secret Wars.
So Fat Red Foo's got us. He's got us one upped. I think we're all talking about. We just put our hands in like whatever container we have. Nah, he's got his separated by left and right. Well, you know what? I ain't got the patience. I've got like 300 freaking night hands from 2 Valiant Knights. Almost thought I bought Super 7 toys.
Well, that's like I was collecting Valaverse like crazy, and each figure comes with like 8 sets, 8 different hands. It's like,
yeah. I mean, I get it. It's nice to have the selection, but damn, I'm really just gonna grab like 1 or 2 that I'm gonna reuse. That's it.
Yeah.
Bags of all the body parts. Dave's Benches popping back in. What's up, brother? Yep. Tackle box organizers are cheaper than craft organizers. Pro tip. Exactly. It's the same thing. Pretty much, except tackle boxes a lot of times look cooler too. You shaded some blue on that Spider-Man. I'm okay with them not doing the blue shading. And the only reason that I say that is because when they did it for the animated series Carnage and Black Costume Spider-Man 2-pack, I just didn't like how it looked. I did not care for it. I mean, it's better than a lot of the cell shading they do on a lot of the figures. Because, like, when they did it for the VHS Wolverine, when they released that, I hated it. It's the whole reason I didn't want that version of Wolverine.
The animated series Mystique. I don't
like God. Yeah, no. It's like, I don't need all that extra paint apps, guys. Like, don't paint my shadows on for me. I can do my own. And Mad Gus is saying it pops so much better. I mean, I can see it. I could see it. Maybe if they did like a almost black blue, kind of like a midnight blue, so that in like certain lights it'll be blue in certain areas, that would be okay. But yeah, I didn't care for the cell shading look on a lot of the stuff. And like even like that first wave McFarlane did of the redoing the DC Direct from the animated series, like the cell shading on the first like 2 waves of that were horrendous. It got better. I'll give them that. It got better. It didn't look nearly as bad, but the longer it went. But see, that's a great backdrop to have.
I just don't understand the cell shading thing. I mean, if you're taking pictures or whatever, you're going to have natural shadows anyway.
Yes, I mean, you're fighting the painted on shadows with your actual shadows.
Well, yeah, that's my point, right? Like, like I don't care for it because I'll do my own lighting, so I get my own shadows. But I have seen, and I forget what account. I don't know which account it originated from because I've seen it pop up on so many other accounts where somebody has the Scarlet Spider and somebody has like one of the newer Venoms, and they painted it up to look like it was basically like right off the comic page, right?
And does that with Dragon Ball, like they take the Dragon Ball figure.
Yeah,
it looks really nice, but
yeah. Well, I think the difference there is that they're just doing like the black lines, and it looks like it jumps straight off the comic panel, and it looks outrageous.
Yeah, like there was that Batman, the one Batman sketch edition that McFarlane did. They did the black and white on that.
Black and white.
It looked exactly like a comic book page. But then other ones he's done like that, you're just like, yeah, that looks like ass.
And Viper Scout says define better, because from monkey crap to poo is better. Viper Scout, I don't know if you've ever heard me tell this story about one of my salesman tactics while I was in GameStop, but I literally would have customers come up to me, and I think the first time I ever used the analogy was when Kane and Lynch 2 came out. And like somebody came up and they wanted to buy it, and they were all like, "Oh man, I heard it's so much better than the first one." I was like, "Yeah, take a shit in one hand, take a shit in the other hand. Is one shit going to be better than the other shit? Probably, but you're still going to have shit in your hand no matter what you do." And I was like, "Go put it back and spend your money on a decent fucking game." And Dave's asking if that was the Marvel Legend Phoenix. Yes, it is. That's the best looking Phoenix they've released to date. Because it's not the first time they've done Phoenix, but this one's looking way better than the last 2 iterations that I've seen.
Yeah, Dark Phoenix will look good on that bird too.
Yeah, if they were to just paint her up. See, that's where it should have been like, okay, we're going to release this regular Phoenix, and then we'll make the chase Dark Phoenix and put that out there.
I'm all right if they don't do that.
Well, see, the reason that I say I'd like them to do it that way is because I'm tired of McFarlane doing all these chase figures, and then like they're just pumping them out. It's like, that's not really a chase. I'm not chasing shit. You're handing them out like, hell, if I order it from Amazon, I got a 1 in 4 chance of getting the chase, which is better than my odds in store. And we got Nolan here now making us fully official toy tube.
I like that her foot just pegs in right here. So like
that's really good because it's going to be solid in there, which is something I was worried about. Dave, join us on the Clubhouse and open a bitch up. That's what we're here for. There you go. Let's see. Mr. Maga says, I'm going to have to cancel up with you guys one day and show off my Mythic Legions collection. Yeah, come on, man. Come on. We want to see that shit. Harry says, cam up with you guys one day. Yeah, do it, dude. Do it.
You could put lights in the base. Like,
yeah.
Space in here if you wanted to.
Yeah, and you should, because, I mean, it'd make a really cool effect. Oh, okay. His ML stands for Marvel Legends. Look, I'm not gonna disrespect Marvel Legends or anything, but Mythic Legion's way better. Cell shading on Mondo Revelation Skeletor looks good, I think. I will say, if there's one company that I feel is really doing cell shading justice, it's Mondo. But when you're working in a 1/6 scale and the way they're doing it, their attention to detail, their attention and respect to the properties that they handle, they're firing on all cylinders with their stuff, man. They really, really are. That's why I'm so excited when the Ghostbusters release. I can't wait to actually see those guys. Oh, man. So good.
When are those Mondo 112 scale figures supposed to hit?
Ghostbusters is going to be the first run. That's supposed to be next year, I believe. And then after that, they're going to be doing the 2000X He-Man, which that's going to be really cool. Can't wait to check those out. And now I'm expecting Splinter to pop out of the center of that flame.
I put it's the glow in the dark paint that I put on the polyfill.
Nice.
Yeah, so now you can have a regular campfire and you put the right light on there, you got some kind of mystic fire.
See, cool. Mr. Madga says he's been collecting every Marvel Legends toy since Toy Biz. Those old Build-A-Figure guys, those were amazing. And you want to talk about a chase, when they released the chase figure, like the alternate headed Wolverine, ones back in the day, or Angel with the blue costume versus the red costume. That was a damn good chase figure. Hard to get.
That was back when you actually, like the chase figures, though, you had to actually go hunt in the stores for them.
Right, because you might get one in a box.
Yeah.
You might get one. You weren't guaranteed. And the chase was always like the double pack figure. So, D. Griff saying, my first Mondo figures will be the 112th MOTU 2000X. Hey, man, they're still going to be pricey, but they are going to be worth every penny.
They said they're going to be cheaper than the Ghostbusters, so that's good.
Well, it doesn't surprise me, considering the Ghostbusters, like, even when you're getting the single Ghostbuster for $101, you're still getting, like, 2 figures because you get the pet ghost companion. You're going to get Slimer. You're going to get that blue ghost from the intro. And I don't even know what they're going to give Ray and Winston yet.
Is that what they're going to be, $100?
Yeah, it's 101 for a single pack, 202 for the double pack, and then the ghosts that comes in the double packs, like either Sam Hain or Boogeyman for the first 2, are going to be like larger scale. Like, so the figures are going to be like 6-inch, but then the ghosts are going to be like 8-inch. There you go. Me, Boog, Shartimus all came up together. Nice. I remember when Toy Biz started doing the Legends, I was helping my buddy Murphy collect, because we would be unloading trucks at Walmart and we'd see those come in and we'd put them on a certain put them on the pallet in a certain spot, and then when they'd pull us all out to the floor after we'd finish unloading the trucks, go work the toy department real quick and crack those boxes open to get the good figures. Yeah, we were those dicks, but see, we weren't scalping them. Like, we weren't hunting through the pallet to get the good stuff and go home and resell it. No, it was going into personal collections.
When I worked at Walmart, it was nice because our store, it was pretty dead till 7 a.m. and I started at 7, so I'd get in at like 6:30 because it was 24 hours. Toy
Right.
department was freshly stocked, and I was like, "Oh, look at this, Lord of the Rings! Oh, look at this! This is exactly what I was looking for." But I wasn't sculpting either; I was buying for my collection.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a difference between what we would all do versus what we worry about being done. And it's like, you know, we know it happens. Like it doesn't maybe happen all the time, but it happens. Troy says the only McFarlane he collects is the Warhammer 40K. And Hylian Dread says chase figures and platinum figures. Yeah, man, nonstop all day. Kenny's been getting all the freaking platinums, man. The funny part is he's getting them at Ross. Yeah. I remember Legends started at like $10. Yep. Like 10, 15 bucks. And even then, that was back when I was like, damn, that's a lot of money for a figure. That's a lot of money for a toy. Now I'm spending like $50, $60, $70 for some of these things. Which again, not even that long ago, like back in 2018, one of the reasons I wasn't going in on Mythic Legions and stuff back then is I was looking at it, I was like, damn, fucking $40 for a figure.
Yep. I remember like my first Marvel Legends I bought was probably like when they were at like $14.95 or whatever, right? And I was like, damn, that's a lot of money for a 6-inch figure, you know. Now look at us. We'll dump 75, 105, maybe 150. That's all good.
Right. You know, if I only buy this one figure, I could go for like $120. Well, that's like kind of like where my breaking point is now. Like when I see like that Mezco Conan or something like that, I'm like, no, I can't do that. Meanwhile, I'll still buy like the creature for $70.
I'm telling you, next time Mezco puts out a Conan, get it. Those
I'm
figures
going
are
to.
worth the
I
price.
know I'm going to. I know Kenny is going to help me out, print me off some pieces to make an origin scale one. But I do want a Conan to go in like my Mythic Legions. I mean,
Actually,
again,
the Frazetta
Savage
Girls,
Crucible, Ball and Chain. You want to get that? Yeah, Frazetta Girl's only like what, $80?
Yeah, and they're putting out a Conan, so
It'll be a
But the
little
Mezco
bit taller, but that's okay.
the Mezco ones are really nice. This thing's cool.
Yeah, it is. That is really cool. All right. So Stanley says he worked Toys R Us overnights holiday season 2010 at the height of my McFarlane sports collecting, but the guys with seniority chose to stock the action figure aisles. Yeah, you know what they were doing. Man, I wish I'd grabbed it back when Toys R Us was closing down, but they had a bunch of those James Cameron Space Marine where they did a James Cameron tribute figure, NECA did, and it was a Toys R Us exclusive. Man, I wish I'd grabbed one of those back then. Yeah, I've got like 2 Rosses by me, and they never have shit. Like all the good shit other people post, they don't have. That's not true. That is not true. They did have the Point Dread and Talon Fighter for like $15, but I passed on it because I didn't need another one. And I'm like, I got to start being space conscious, so I can't be grabbing multiples of these vehicles.
Right. Yeah. No, again, I'm like, I'm a Telstar half off.
I just got the NECA street scene in, and I have no idea where I'm going to put it. The thing is fucking huge.
Hey,
oh, well, when your Cat Slayer shows up, just put it in that.
Jesus.
I got a problem.
It's, you know, it's what I'm going to tell everybody, you know, from now on. Everybody I know who's getting a Cat Slayer, oh, it's no problem at all. Just put it in the Cat Slayer when it shows up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you guys realize just how big that fucking Cat Slayer is. Look, I ain't lying when I could say I could probably fold Larry up and put him in the Cat Slayer. All right? Like, that would not be a bad estimation.
When Larry and I were at PowerCon, we were looking at that together, and he actually said I could probably move into that. That's how
Yeah.
big it is.
Yeah. Me and Mega J were walking up to it and we were doing the tour around it and everything like that. I mean, I'm 5'11", and that thing on the display stand was about as tall as I was.
Yep. Yeah, it's gigantic.
It's fucking massive. It is a massive. Yeah, Kenzo says it right here. I call it the sickness. We've all got it. We've all got it.
Yeah.
But I did cancel a ton of pre-orders, so.
Yeah, but that wasn't entirely by choice for you. You wouldn't have canceled them had other shit not popped up.
Yeah, I'm not going to get the Maestro Union Panda Brothers or that the Ramonki Dragon guy. Like I canceled a bunch of really cool but expensive things. So I was like,
you had to, brother. It's a shame, but you had to. You know what the thing is? You say it's that other property. You know, you just got to move all the stuff in there.
yeah.
No, don't do that. Whoever moves in there, they're gonna have no problem paying their rent because they're gonna sell all your toys if you just have them sitting there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
I did the opposite.
I'll figure it out.
All kinds of stuff.
What's up, Cub?
So I did the opposite this week. I ordered all kinds of stuff.
I was gonna say you got yourself like all 320 MOTU releases.
As many as I could find. Yeah.
They didn't do like the everything's up for order at once this time. It was like
no, they did not.
Here's a wave.
And they're not at KB Toys either. I seen somebody with the Flying Fist He-Man at Joe Rizzo Customs. The Flying Fist
like already in hand. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I was like, what the shit?
Well, they're supposed to be out soon.
I know they're coming out soon, but
yeah.
They're like somebody has it in hand already, and I'm like,
yeah.
Did you go to Paul? Did you go to Paul Mart? Yeah, fucking dick.
He don't even got them up right now. That's what I was like, yeah.
There you go.
Man, I missed out last week. I guess the Mattel store up there, they had the whole wave of Turtles and Leatherhead and everything, all 50% off up at the Mattel store. But
damn, man.
Last weekend when I didn't go up there, I'm like, shit. Crap.
You got to start hitting it every weekend just so you can show me the picture so I can cherry pick the damn Turtles of Grayskull that I want because I can't find shit.
Merman. Merman, I still need him.
Yeah, I know. My Walmart freaking went back to only having Krangs too. I found the Merman at one time, and now it's all Krangs again. Mattel store, all the guys, Stridor and Battle Cat and the Point Dread. Was all they had.
Yeah, man. So
I can't wait for that Lin, like that new Lin.
New Eternia Lin's looking real good. They're starting to flex on showing off that Beastman too, but I don't understand why we have another new Eternia Beastman. We already had one.
Yeah.
So it's actually based upon the Lords of Power version.
Okay.
So it's like the Lords of Power new Eternia.
Okay, I can deal with that, I guess, but I don't know. The one I already got, I like the most. So,
yeah.
As long as they do the other Lords of Power characters, I'm fine.
Might need to be posed. Oh, no, I'm not quite sure. I sold on the look of him.
Yeah, I'm not either.
He's got like no shoulder to him. Or I don't know. I guess because the other one's so big, maybe too. Going back to like a smaller buck, it just doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
So
it might be cool to mix and match parts from though.
I was thinking that too. Like it might not be bad to put that head on the other one.
Yeah.
All right, we got Mr. Wonderful Travis in the house. What's going on, brother? He says, you know what I love? Under $7 Masterverse Sunman. He's been down that price for a while now, and it is a cool find, but I scaled back on getting the Masterverse stuff. So, like, I had not picked him up, although I've thought about it just for the wings.
Yeah, I need a second.
He's a good figure.
Yeah, I kind of cannibalized mine, but now my freaking Origin Sun looks amazing.
Oh, what I need is another Masterverse Hero now. And I know people have been finding Hero on discount too. Because I seen somebody, I'm going to have Bud paint it up for me turn him into King He-Man because he's already got the H in the front and just changes gold.
Oh yeah, yep.
And
That's
then,
not a bad idea.
And throw on a Keldor cape. He looked pretty cool. So I forgot who did it, but it looked freaking badass.
Yeah, I used the battle armor, the one with like the beard and
that's what they have.
Crown from Keldor on top of the head.
That's what I have right now. Just on like still on the battle armor, I think.
Still never saw that battle armor He-Man at any of my stores. Just kind of like how Travis is saying, that was the first time he saw Sunman at his Target. Like, because that was around that same wave, was that battle armor He-Man and the friggin'
really?
Sunman. Never saw that battle armor
cheap
He-Man.
too. He's still cheap, I think.
What, the battle armor He-Man?
Or which one are you talking about? The bearded
the first release with the beard one.
Yeah, he's still cheap, I think.
You still got him in your area?
No, but last time I see him, I think even on Amazon, he's on discount right now. Because I had two of them. I gave one to my son. If you don't want it, you just
I'll have to check it out and see if he's available on there. Maybe I will get him because he was one that I did want to get.
Yeah, for some reason he started being cheap everywhere.
I just hadn't been able to get him. Probably because the new battle armor one came out for Revolution.
The Orko Gwildor 2-pack is down to 24.
Well, there you go, folks. That's a steal.
Revelation battle armor is 21. Masterverse Sorceress Tila is at 16.
Nice.
Ooh. And it's kind of too bad I don't collect these because I'd definitely take them for the parts. But Jitsu's down to 14.
Right. Yeah.
And
definitely got a Jitsu coming to me.
The first battle armor He-Man is $15.
Nice. So Travis is mentioning he's going to suit up that version, that Sunman, with some of the AWOC and Savage Crucible stuff. That sounds great. That does sound really fucking cool.
You were talking about Hero. He's at $14.
There you go.
On what?
And then Sunman's at 12. Amazon.
Shit, I was just on Amazon. I should have bundled
Clint,
it up.
you need to post all the pictures of that Bane tomorrow.
Danos got me to get a seahorse.
Hey, man.
Oh, snap.
He looks so damn good with that damn freaking that merman on him. The new
I'd seen him
Eternia.
before with that merman on there, but then when I saw Thanos again with it, and I was like, man, I need it.
Well,
I wanted that mutated merman. I thought they looked good together, but now this one, I'm like,
yeah.
That merman is probably the perfect merman figure. Like, out of all the Masterverse figures, I think it nails it the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The cartoon collection. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to quick say the cartoon collection Evelyn is 13.
Yeah, I know she was.
Well, that's not bad.
Right?
Anryu says he got rid of most of his Masterverse, but he might rethink it when the vintage Masterverse starts. I want the Skeletor just to go with the He-Man, but that's about it. Like, I don't need that Zodak because my new Eternia Zodak is basically already that, but better. It just comes with, like, that spell effect and the blaster effect. That's it. Other than that, there's nothing I need from that.
Did anybody pick up the Kang Marvel Legends with the chair? Because it's perfect for Zodak. I've been seeing people post pictures. Really, really nice.
I did not, but I think that's at Ollie's, so if I see it, maybe I will. I don't think it's at Ollie's yet, because that's one of the newer ones. Yeah. Remember, I was thinking like that weird exclusive MODOK that was like a con exclusive that nobody wanted. That's been showing up everywhere. War chest full of toys. What's going on, brother? Good to have you here. Let's see. Whoops, I was 15 minutes behind real time. Sorry, but we were talking about Mondo for a second. Yeah, brother. A little bit past. What did you pick up? Andrew Davis' stream? I don't think anyone ordered that seahorse for what it's representing.
I know, right?
Nope, not a person. And Brick something in the house. What is up, brother? Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hope everything is going well with you, sir.
I'm playing with my son's toys today.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I was like, oh, you got those? So let me
Nice.
play with them while I'm going live. Give me something to do.
Go put that Chester Cheetah head on that M. Bison.
I ain't got no Chester Cheetah.
Is he still available at Hella Dope Toys? Ed, plug.
I believe so. Let's check real quick.
There we go. I think that needs to be a segment we do. What are the new in-stock items, or what does Hella Dope Toys have in stock now?
I think they have a sale going on the Jaded Toys this weekend too.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
I think it's buy one get one 50% off or something.
I thought that was for what was it? O-rings, which is a really good way to buy some Delta 17 and Joy Toy. That's what it was. It was the 1/18 scale.
Yeah, but I think
one,
they're
get
going to
one
run it
50% off.
maybe tomorrow for Jaded Toys too.
Yep. And if you're a channel member on their channel, you get exclusive discounts.
Yeah, the Mega Man one or the Jaded Toys is going to be a members.
Yeah.
Thing. Yep, they don't have any Chester Cheetahs left.
There we go.
A lot of the fiery taco one.
There we go. All right, Brick's asking who's going for Masterverse Horde Trooper. As much as I love how that thing looks, I'm not grabbing it.
Freaking army builder explosives.
I know, that's what I thought. I was like,
Yeah, that is dumb.
yeah. I mean, it is like giant size. They might do like regular ones later, but
Yeah, maybe.
He still looks really cool, especially with like that vampire like head underneath. I still think that's one of the coolest things.
so he's only bumped up in price a little bit, and I'm like, I need at least two, so I'm screwed.
And I like the sword. I can't argue with that sword.
Yeah,
That sword looks
going
awesome.
with Hordak, I'm sure.
Well, Robo made a good point on his live stream this morning about how they keep calling that the large size or large scale.
Oversized, I think.
Oversized, that's the one, yeah. So
Yep.
it's like, well, if they're calling that the oversized, maybe there will be some.
Yeah, that's what got me thinking. Right?
Well, they did the oversized. It was disappointing because they were like the new Eternia Whiplash. Like, this is an oversized figure. And it's like, yeah, it's oversized, but his legs are permanently bent, so he doesn't look oversized. With his legs permanently bent like that, he just looks like a normal sized figure. He doesn't look like he's the oversized. I wanted a huge freaking like 2000X version style of Whiplash.
The Scourge.
And hey, Scourge got me that. I will give them, the Four Horsemen did me right on that one. Got that ogre scale.
I had seen him. I remember you having him, and then once I got him in hand, I was like, holy shit, this guy's huge.
Hey, man. I try to hold up them ogre scale. Brick and I both have a problem. We're obsessed with the ogre scale figures.
I like him too. I'm like, man, just so much room.
I've got most of the ogre scale figures from.
There it is.
Yeah, man, it's so good looking.
Should be here tomorrow.
Nice.
Would have been here probably a day, but they had my old credit card on file. I was like, damn, I haven't ordered on Amazon in a long time.
I'll shoot it over to you, Kenny.
There you go. All right, guys. I know said I was going to be on here for a bit tonight. I was actually on here a bit longer than I expected, but I'm still feeling drained. And I'm going to pop out for the rest of the evening. I will be watching. You'll probably catch me in the chat, but I got to relax my vocals. Another long week talking on the phone. So, guys, have a good night, everybody.
Spent too much time sucking out. Good night.
All right, guys. Have a good one, guys.
90 another merman, so I got one on the throne and one on the and one on the seahorse.
I was kind of bummed because you were showing that throne. I was like,
damn, I should have said ogre skill. Sucking on the ogre skill.
Savage Crucible still has their throne that they're going to do like the 3D model for backers. So I'll just get one of my buddies to print that, and I'll paint it up. Should be good.
Thing sucks about that throne though, it's all hollow in the back. There's no back to it. Like I made a little short video on the turntable, and I just made it so when it turns this way, then I cut it and made it turn the other way because I was like, I want to show the back of it. Yeah. Tomorrow.
The only thing I would like looking at that seahorse, there is a blue tint on it. I believe it's on the belly. That would look kind of cool, dry brushed onto the skin, like maybe on the inner arm and the kind of inner thighs, a little bit on the chest and stomach.
Of Merman?
And then maybe do the gold on the armor, find that color, and then paint the armor on the seahorse so it kind of just match a little bit more. But God, that looks so good.
Yeah, I mean it's not a perfect match, but I'm not.
Sorry, my brain's always in painter mode.
Oh yeah, that's cool. It's just I think I would mess it up, so I'm just gonna leave it alone.
I know you're right. I love you, but I don't trust myself.
Oh, that reminds me.
Honestly, I don't trust myself half the time when I paint. A lot of it's me just like winging it.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey Kenny.
What's up, dude?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
I was gonna say if I had another one, maybe I would.
What's up, Kenny?
Well, I'm painting. I got to work tonight. I just figured I'd get on a little bit. I'm not going to sleep before I go in, so might as well pop on and say hello.
What are you painting?
Well, I'm doing my Screech in that same bird.
Yeah, I keep seeing that bird, just like Bud was saying, just on Amazon, and then I came across yours. I was like, oh damn, that's that bird I keep seeing, but painted up.
Yeah, the first time I saw it, that's the first thought in my head. I was like, ooh, Zor, ooh, Screech, and yeah,
that could maybe look kind of cool. That the castle mural, you did, like putting that up in the sky in like the middle, and just at night like having all lights turned off and just like that shows.
Yeah, it's.
Or,
I actually have Zor up there on that wall. So yeah,
actually, if you do a mural ever of Snake Mountain on a wall in the future, get black lights and then do all the kind of ooze and stuff on the Snake Mountain in like a green translucent. So when you light up, it makes the kind of slime glow. Maybe on like the vines on Snake Mountain. That would look dope.
I need a new wall for that though. I need to knock out a freaking wall and put another one.
Yeah, you can take down all that sports stuff.
Hey. God damn it. But I'm taking down my
just get rid of all that sports shit you got, Ken. Come on.
God damn it. See, I already have my mural on that side. Look at that. See? Oh, man. Oh, well. Nope. Can't do it. I did get this guy on Amazon for really cheap. I'd never even seen him before.
Oh yeah, he's cool.
Or I got him, I'm sorry, eBay, Amazon. I got him on eBay for like, I think it was like $15.
Oh,
Nice.
goddamn.
Who is that supposed to be? Is that Braun Strowman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, I don't even know.
That one, I want that just for the armor.
Well, that's the only reason I bought it, but it was
Like,
for armor.
why haven't they released Origins version that uses those? I love the taller spikes. My God, that's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty badass.
That's a good one.
And I
It's got
believe
the
it's
claws and the armor.
shrunken down, but I think it's the exact same sculpt as the classics one.
Now we can.
Probably.
It looks just like it.
They did a lot with that WWE thing. Most of a lot of their stuff is all from classics.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good find though.
He's looking for metal. I need metal. Sorry, since you guys kept me on there, I figured I'd show you this one.
Now, totally just saw chubby body, you need to do a trap jaw that like let himself go or ate too much metal and scrap.
Just like the Thor, huh?
Uh, have for like no reason whatsoever, because it would make no sense. Have a really bushy beard poking out from under the like metal jaw, even if he doesn't have a jaw there. So there'd be no way to grow a beard. He actually like taped a beard inside of his jaw.
Can't get up there to shave.
Poor Trap Jaw. They're so stupid in the cartoon.
There we go.
Oh, I know, it's sad. I mean, it was fun at the time when you were a kid, but
They kind of did the same thing with the Dreadnought, so in G.I. Joe. It's like
yeah.
cool looking characters, and they just make them such dumbasses. And I mean, like Buzzer's supposed to be like a dentist or something that, you know, left being a dentist so he could be a biker gang guy, and he's acts like a dumbass. It's like, come on.
There's like two of them are intelligent and the rest are all jackasses, right? Isn't they put a couple of them that, or a guy comes from, what was that one where the guy came across from Great Britain and then he had the, he was like a spy and he had that, they had to take something across and all the Dreadnoughts were trying to stop him. I don't know. That was a pretty,
I don't know that
funny one.
those G.I. Joe cartoons, I mean, they really pushed the limit of, but as a kid, you're like, oh, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I agree.
So, Sean, this was the Eternium Minis, like the little case that comes with it. I just gave it like a black wash, colored in the eyes and the door. And
Looks a lot better.
Oh,
that looks awesome like that.
Big time
Yeah.
upgrade, dude. Yeah.
It was just a black wash on you did?
Black wash, and then I colored in the eyes and the nose, and then like the wood and metal.
I like that color green.
Yeah.
That darker green. That's why I like one of my
It was
origins.
basically just this, like the whole way around.
Yeah.
So
Which
the
still
green
is a
on
little
your
better
wall,
than the
Thanos,
Origins color.
did you color
What's that?
match that? The green that you put on your wall, did you just mix that to make it match the gray stuff?
Well, I painted it all black, and then when I went over it with like kind of a greenish blue, and then I just kind of went over it again with like different greens, and just till I liked it, basically.
Yeah, it's almost spot on for what I remember Castle Grayskull being.
Yeah, I wasn't like using anything for reference. I just grabbed a couple greens that I thought would work and just kind of did it.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Yeah,
Best
that
way to
green
do it.
permanently.
Yeah, you could do like a 12-inch figure in front of that thing. You definitely went big with that.
Yeah, I wanted it to be like really big. So.
Yeah.
Go
Well,
big
plus,
or go
like
home,
the
baby.
tiles are what they are. If you
Yeah,
cut
right.
these tiles, you like the sticky part is like you need the whole thing. So
Yeah.
I had that one.
I learned that the last time I used those.
Yeah, I used some of those. Like, I think they have one that's kind of like, it looks like square tiles, and I was going to use it as a floor piece. And I cut it, and it was like, oh, that's fucked.
Yeah, out in my main display, I have like I basically lined like the little like nooks and crevices with that. And like when I cut it, I was like, oh shit, and then I had to stick it on a different way. So this time I was like, okay, I can't cut those, which is another reason why I added the like wood beams in the middle.
It looks
Yeah,
so
it breaks
good.
it up nice. Warchest said you can hide your weed in that Castle Grayskull.
Good
You can't?
weed in there.
I don't
Yes,
hide my
you
weed,
can.
though,
Yeah, we
'cause
don't have to hide
mean,
anything
that's
anymore. do
man,
we?
it just sits on my desk.
right? So, I mean, like, oh, I'm hiding it.
You can hide it for nostalgia, but you're not going to get caught or in
Yeah.
trouble.
Right?
The problem with
I
that
mean-
is I'll do it when I'm stoned, and then I'll be like, "Where the hell is
Where
my
the hell
weed?"
is it?
What you really need to do is like just make that into the bong itself and then use that to smoke your weed.
Ooh, that would be, yeah.
I've been
Like,
using
this
it
might be a,
like of a lot of shots. So like just Castle Grayskull off in the background, and it works
yeah.
better now that it's painted than it did before. So
It looks great.
Speaking of like hiding something in Castle Grayskull, I have this crazy idea, and I kind of want to do it, but like I've always planned, like when the time comes, I pass, I want to be cremated. I'm going to put the bag of dust inside of my castle, so I can haunt Castle Grayskull.
my
Oh,
2000 castle has all my pets, like my old pets' ashes inside of it.
That's cool.
Thanos has his own pet cemetery right in his house.
I do. Unfortunately, I lost a lot of animals. Yeah.
You know, on a long enough timeline, you start thinking about it, and you're like, "Wow, I've had a lot of animals that passed." You know, and every time they die, it just never gets easier, does it?
No.
Well, it's like George Carlin's old bit about like you get a pet and you're like super happy, but it's basically an emotional ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
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 100%.
I had about like 6 or 7 pets throughout my life
Almost
that have like passed and actually had to be there for it.
Yeah.
Back in
2
the
of my
woods
cats
behind my
though.
house, we have an actual pet cemetery. There's probably, I mean, there's goats and sheep and dogs, cats, chickens, everything's back there. Hopefully it never gets reimagined or anything, you know. It's gonna be scary.
Kind of sad story. I had when I was like a teen, I had these 2 cats I adored. Sadly, I had to get rid of them because my mom became allergic to them and stuff. And so when we got rid of them, the person who took them was like, "Well, can I give you some like money for them?" I'm like, "No, don't worry about it." Like, she's like, "No, really." So she gave me like, I think it was like $60. Instead of giving the money to my mom, I went out and bought World of Warcraft. So technically, I sold my cats for a video game.
Oh.
True story, I swear to God.
Well, the video game probably lasted longer than the cats did, so I mean,
yeah.
Game's still
My
going.
sister just brought a cat home. Not that I don't like cats.
Game
It's
is still
the
going.
first time we've had a cat since I've been collecting. So I'm like, I'm worried about everything. I took the Eternia because Eternia was on the floor in the dining room, and it's just a kitten, so it's not hopping up on shit yet. But I didn't want it chewing on anything on Eternia or shitting on it.
next thing you know, your roller coaster will be knocked down, and the cat will have the chewed up.
Be riding it around.
My pets are really good about leaving the toys around. Like, and the cat, like when I got her, I was like, "Oh man, she's gonna knock so much shit off the shelves." But no,
I'm
she
afraid
never
chewing
did.
through my YouTube wires, all my stuff I have out there too.
I had a roommate whose dog would chew like the Ethernet cords like every couple of days, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna kill your mutt."
Not again.
But I didn't because I love animals. But oh man, I would get so mad.
Yeah, I don't. Not
Yeah,
like
animals are better than people hands fucking down.
Oh yeah. I just, I let my son borrow one of my Masterverse He-Man. He wanted to do some stop motion, and then he brought it back. He's like, "I'm so sorry. Our cat up at Mom's house licked all the paint off He-Man's sword." Sandpaper tongue went from silver to just gray chips all over it. So it licked the sword.
Yeah, that's
What the hell do you have the sword in? Some buttercream or something? Why is the cat
I don't know.
a sword?
Sticking
That cat's like, now I have the power.
Eating paint chips.
The cat we had.
Didn't we all at
was
one
good. It never
point?
did anything.
Did you eat paint chips as a kid?
Yeah.
No. No way.
Elmer's glue.
My brother ate crayons.
Everybody ate
My
paste.
cousin
I
ate
think, at
cat
one point.
food a lot. That was weird.
Tried a
I
vegan
tried
strip
dog
once.
food once.
A vegan strip?
No, just regular dog food. And I was like, these dogs eat this all the time. Let me see.
Because those bacon strips, I remember when I was little, I was like, man, they smell good.
They always smell good, yeah.
Bacon strips don't taste like bacon. They smell like bacon.
No, they don't. No, I tried.
They're very, very
Like
sweet.
a milk bone doesn't taste bad. It just tastes like a really dry cracker. But I couldn't imagine eating like canned dog food. That stuff just looks too much like vomit.
Milk, bone, and wine for communion.
Yeah.
What did they say that one person that was having the coworker was stealing their sandwich all the time, so they put like cat food and dog food in there, and ooh,
Yeah, I saw it.
nasty.
Yeah, I saw one where they were stealing the food and someone put some like super hot chili sauce on the
I seen X-Lax too. That way they could find out who it was, whoever ended up in the bathroom.
I think I actually saw this morning one actually dude put a condom in there.
Oh,
I saw that this morning too.
And the guy was like, ah! He's all yakking. Like, that's what you get, stupid. Don't be stealing people's food.
No, you want to mess with them. You take a piece of string cheese, put it in a condom, tie it off at the end, then batter it and fry it up like it's a freaking mozzarella stick, and then leave it for someone.
That's some effort right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched a video a couple weeks ago of a kid that was in trouble because he was getting bullied at school, and the bully kept taking his lunch, so he put X-Lax in his sandwich. That the kid stole it, and then the parents were mad that the parents of the bully were mad that the kid made their kid have the shits because he kept stealing their lunch. They weren't mad that he was being a bully, just that
Right.
he got his consequences.
That's the world we live in, Ed. That's the sad
Oh, I
part
know.
about it.
I know.
God, it's so sad. Such bullshit.
What the hell is this? Oh, the thing that came with Ryu, or I guess Ryu.
That's his effect, like his punching
his
or
fireball.
Fireball effect.
Does it open up?
No, you put his hand in there, or it goes on the stand. That one.
The graphic has the hands, so.
Oh, okay. I was trying to pull it apart and stuff. Oh, that's what goes on that.
Yeah, it goes on the stand, and then you put that in front of his two open hands. So it looks like he's throwing it.
Yeah, I was like, I shouldn't be messing with this. Break is not mine.
Whoop.
Yeah, I saw those hands, so I thought hands were supposed to be open up and take them out. Awesome. The other one was Azor, right? The first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this one I'm just going off the
Yeah.
color matching the toy there.
Yeah, just seeing those.
You know what I ended up getting the other day on Amazon? Amazon had that sale, or of course that crazy sale where like you
Prime
see
Day or whatever the hell it was. Yeah.
And it's crazy. You see something for like a day, and then back to normal. There was a giant. Let me grab it real quick. There's a big merman looking guy, and it's the same place you can get the seahorse. And he was a jumbo giant figure. I got him for $11, and I am so gonna paint this into one of Merman's like minions, like the monster.
Oh yeah, that was from the Aquaman movie.
Yeah, and he was. I think I paid like $12, and then it went back up to 40.
Yep.
Is that what I saw?
Right
I saw
after.
something the other day that was I was thinking be good for like mermans from Revelation. I don't think it was that though. But it had
He's
that
gonna
look.
be-
That,
he's gonna
that
have the
has
green,
that shape
gold.
of their heads.
That's cool, man. Love finding stuff like this. Even his back has those 3 big ass fins
Oh
on
damn,
there.
yeah, they are. Huh?
Those are cool, man. He is ugly.
Yeah, if
And they're tall.
Marley can always nail the monsters, no matter what, the creatures and the monsters.
Those are taller too, right?
Yeah, it's big, dude.
Yeah.
He's at least a foot tall. So he could be kind of like the one that's hiding in the cave when Merman captures somebody, and he's like, all right, get him.
Take you back and feed you to him.
Yes, sir. Not quite like Bathul, but he'll be better looking than Bathul. Oh. So how was last week, Thanos, since you had to hang out with actual people and stuff?
It was all right. I mean, I'm like an awkward person, so like being around people, it's cool interacting with like a few people, but then like the rest of the people there, I'm like, yeah, like get me out of here. But
how'd your thing go today? You had what, Yom Kippur today, right?
Oh yeah, I ended my fast right before the stream. So if you've ever gone like 25 hours, 26 hours without water, it's not a fun experience.
Ooh.
The food wasn't too bad. I was a little hungry, but not too bad. But the dehydration is real.
Yeah.
But I do that every year, so I'm kind of used to it. It's just, a few times.
Yeah, you kind of know it's coming now, so it's.
I could use a drink. But that first bit of water when you haven't drank for that long is super satisfying.
Yeah, I'm thirsty just
After
thinking about
going that long, I'd chug like a whole gallon, and then I'd be sick.
Right.
Get sick.
Yeah,
dude.
I chugged like a whole one of these, and then I got like another one. So
we do that at work. Just forget to drink water, and then I know where I'm like, oh man, I haven't had nothing all night. I'm dying. Chug a couple bottles. I found this at work.
oh, cool.
It was just
Oh,
on the
nice.
ground.
Oh,
at work. I was
nice.
like, ooh. Yeah, I don't know what to do with it yet, but I was like, oh, perfect size.
It looks like one of those you hang from your car mirror.
Yeah, it's got no. It's like solid with the mirror, so there's like no spot for a hook.
Really?
Maybe squeeze one in here, but have a
You
disco.
just dab a little bit of glue.
Yeah. Have disco MOTU.
Yeah, disco Eternia night.
Yeah.
That could be fun.
Yeah. Who does that? Somebody does that where they put MOTU on a DJ
Cracktastic
table.
plastic.
There you go.
Yeah, he does it, and
Yeah,
then there's another one that does
cool.
that too.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the DJ party. What about these shoulder pads for M. Bison? I'm sure how those switch those out.
Oh, I don't know that.
You do it without the cape? Oh no, yeah.
You probably have to do it without the cape.
Yeah, but these shoulder pads are like connected to in the arm. They're like in there and rotate. I don't know how to explain it. So they're like in the joint in there. So I don't know how those would come off.
Probably have to pull that out. Pull those arms.
And then these
out
have like nothing like to snap on anywhere. So I'm like,
really?
I don't know. There, huh?
Yeah.
They don't snap on over top of the other ones.
I was trying that.
I don't know. I have that figure, but I haven't opened it.
If Matthew or Punk was here, they could probably tell you because they both have that figure. I don't have
When
that.
my son's in the other room, I could probably ask him, but
yeah,
he's in there screaming the F word at his video game.
Is that what that was?
That's why I muted a second ago. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but he was going off.
Oh, we can't hear him.
What's he playing?
I have no idea.
Something that's obviously frustrating him.
Yeah. I usually don't hear him like that. So something got to him.
What's up, K-Roll?
There you go. Wait.
How's the new job going, Cobb? Doing good?
Yeah. I'm waiting on some back pay for a raise. It should have been getting. It's kind of pissing me off now. It's taking a little while, and then somebody else has gotten their raise, and they started a position after me. So I'm like,
yeah, stay on that HR department. You owe me money.
I know. I'm about to go to HR because I'm getting the whole runaround from my boss saying, "Oh, they thought that I was trying to give me just a regular raise instead of the money that's supposed to be for that position because the position paid higher."
Sounds to me like he probably forgot to submit it to HR.
No, he showed me these emails, and his bosses approved it, and I'm waiting for the boss's boss to go through. So it's should be getting a nice little check when it goes through. He promises me that it's going through, and I'm like, I've been on him. And I just got pissed off too that in the middle of all that, one of my paychecks had a $15 deduction and said gift card, and nobody has any idea what the hell it's for.
What the hell?
You got a $15 deduction for a gift card?
Yeah, I don't even know.
It's like when you get the employee of the month, they give you a little like Starbucks card or something stupid. And
yeah, and I was like, well, if they give you a card, then they deduct you off your check too. That's some fucked up shit.
That's really weird.
That
here's a $15 gift card for you that we took out of your pay.
Yeah, he said I don't even do $15 gift card increments. They don't even come in $15. He's like, so that's something they've messed up. We'll get that fixed too. I know they messed up a couple things. Like I was short a half hour overtime, and I called payroll and was telling them, and they're like, "Oh, that's when the computers were down." I was like, "No, I clocked in that night because it was my first night. And I got my new employee number, and she's like, that's impossible because computers were down. We were doing everything by paper." I was like, "I have a screenshot because I screenshot my new work number of me clocking in, so you can't tell me it's impossible." Like, but my boss,
you run into a bunch of issues.
Yeah, my boss ended up giving me a bunch of hours of overtime. He added onto my check. He's like, "Well, here, I'll throw some extra hours, and there'll be overtime pay." He's like,
I take a picture of my time clock every day, just because I've had so many issues because my company sucks.
Yeah, same here. I mean, it's bullshit. Like, I'm getting paid to do your guys' job too. Like, and you guys aren't even paying me what you owe me. So
I've had them like adding punches, like on a day where I was like, I worked and I couldn't take a lunch. They added a lunch punch for me. I was like, no.
I've had other jobs.
In New York State, if over 6 hours, they have to give you a lunch legally. And if they don't, the companies can get in a lot of trouble. And the last place I worked was doing that shit. They were just giving me a lunch. I'm like, I didn't take lunch. So you're either going to give me an extra half an hour so you can take that half hour out and not get yourself in trouble, or else you're going to stop taking my lunches when I'm not taking lunches. And
dude, it's so shady how some companies do that, man. That is. Oh.
I worked for Walmart and they did that, and they ended up getting their asses handed to them with the class action lawsuit. I got a check for like $8,000 from that.
Yeah, I got one a while back, two grand something.
Yeah, in California, if you work for more than 5 hours, you need to take a break, unless you're only working 6 hours. But if you don't get your lunch break in that period, they owe you an hour of pay. And they've sticked me on that a bunch of times. They've added punches, so now I keep track of all that stuff.
So that's something to do at work too. Like if you come to work and they send you home after an hour or so, I was like, they have to pay you 4 hours for showing up.
Yeah, the extra. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is in New York. If you show up for an hour and they send you home, they got to pay you
for a couple hours. I was like, well, make sure they pay you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every time
I get salary now, so I don't have to worry about a time clock. So that's nice.
Seeing at the prison, that's how it was. It was like we got paid a certain amount, and usually overtime. If we had the overtime, obviously we'd have to put. But typically, if you're short, they would use your vacation, so they still had the even amount to, So you'd always get the same amount unless you had the overtime. And man, COVID really got a lot of overtime when we were over there.
Yeah, I miss my salary pay.
I miss having a job.
I don't.
Well, I mean, my new one is kind of one of those like, I don't know. It's a family thing, but they're paying me because it's like they could have gotten visiting angels, but they're going to have me do it. So they're just going to pay me what the quote was from them because it's better off I do it anyway. Plus I could use the money. So that's why I'm doing graveyards over at my grandma's house. So making sure she has that sundowners. She's doing sundowners and she's got dementia. So it's one of those where gotta, make sure she doesn't get up in the middle of the night. And then if she's out of it, she can fall. And she's 101. She breaks something, that might be it, So
yeah.
But it's been nice though. It's been nice getting a little extra money or getting money. Period.
So here's I'm going to bring this up. Oz just sent me this. This is that bookshelf thing he was talking about. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
Where was that at?
It's on Amazon, I guess. He just put the link in. I don't know if he sent it to me or put it in the clubhouse, but
that is cool.
Yeah,
that is pretty cool. I like that little skull and the little
test tubes.
Yeah, got some potion bottles and crossbones.
Crystal ball up there. Yeah, a lot of cool little knickknacks on there, huh?
Yeah, a little cool little knickknacks.
What's the scale on it?
It's 1/12 scale for a dollhouse. So probably a little small for action figures, but it would work in a display.
Yeah.
$23, you can't beat it.
Oh yeah.
That's nice.
It's got what? Magic books. There's what, 12 of those? That's nice. Some spiders.
There's a lot of props for that price. That's
for sure. I wonder what that is. The one-time adhesive dot in the package.
It's the little like sticky dots.
Yeah,
so you can put them on.
Put the props on there so it don't fall off.
Yeah.
Got a bottle of wine. Just because, when you're casting spells, you got to get drunk.
Yeah.
It's a nice set.
Yeah, for sure. Bookshelf looks decent, too. Got little crescent moons for the handles down there. It's probably made out of some cheap wood. Pretty decent. For $23, you can't beat it for that, with all those accessories, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he put it in the clubhouse chat, Thanos. Look at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Trying not to.
I was like,
trying not to.
I'm trying not to spend any money right now, which is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I jumped on Amazon and then Well, the seahorse like $31 or something. I'm like, oh, need $4 more for the for the free shipping. End up getting that how you say it, the Maleficent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big queen. Been wanting her just to see if I could swap her out with some Evil Lynn.
You guys ever got one of these from AliExpress? They're
No.
so weird with their arms, but I mean, there's a lot of articulation, but it just sometimes it's like the arm is strange to me. But
What is that supposed to be? It's a knockoff from
knockoff.
somebody.
Yeah,
It's like a knockoff Reveltech.
Yeah, Reveltech. That's the one. Yep.
it's pretty cool. I didn't know what I was getting. It was really, I think it was like $11 or something. So I just thought,
Oh, I did see. Yeah, I see those. I never.
I bought a couple
bad.
of the Batman figures that are like supposed to be knockoff of Mafex, and as a figure in a standard pose, they're fine. But man, the articulation's all wonky. The hands fall off and everything else. It's like, ugh.
Good for angles and different
Yeah.
things, right? Yeah. That was weird. Oh.
Yeah, it would work great for Swig too because it's a little bit smaller in the Dollhouse 1/12 scale, so it'd be perfect for a shorter figure like Swig. But you get a couple of the wizard characters from the last Mythic Legions wave there. Put it in the background; it'll look good too.
Yeah.
I end up ordering finally the Red Sonja too.
Oh yeah.
What's the one?
Did you get the Loose Collector or the?
No, not the Loose Collector one.
What was the other boss fight?
Boss fight, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Did you order the
looked like she fit in Masterverse more to me, like just detail wise.
Yeah, both of those figures are great looking figures.
I didn't order the Norseman, Ed.
No, I got him on order. I'm excited to get him, but
This guy came today.
That's cool.
Oh, nice.
I don't know why. It's the sickness. That's why I say it's the sickness. Why did I get one with 3/4 Joes?
What's up, Wraith?
Because it's pretty damn cool, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
I died the other night when you were on Punk's show, Kenny, because he's like, I know you're pretty much a MOTU guy. And you're like, no, not really.
I mean,
my first part of it was MOTU, but yeah, I kind of brought in my horizons.
it's like McFarlane has been everywhere just due to the Ross, you know.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited for my Christopher Walken figure.
Oh, that's cool.
Kindles a more whatever's on the shelf. I'll grab it.
Hell yeah!
Is that rope cloth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it now. Let's check it out.
It's on the shelf. I'm picking it up.
It's soft goods. Yeah. Well, and they're almost like I was telling you guys last week. The spot for the table's still empty, but they're gonna start putting those tables on for Christmas, boys. Ooh, I'm in trouble then. I'm glad I'm working now.
2 Kindle. I'll probably get that Leatherhead off you if you still got them.
Yeah, I got one. So,
I keep going to Walmart and missing in and out. You weren't here yet. Earlier, I went to that Mattel store yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, you should have been here last week. We had all the Trails of Grayskull and the Leatherhead all 50% off." I was like, "God damn it!"
Damn.
I missed it by a week.
Especially because you look on eBay and they're $80, right? Oh my God.
Right. I ended up getting those 2 Snake Dudes 50% off from there. I couldn't believe it. They're the only 2 there. They're up at the register. I was like, "Oh, those are mine."
That's cool.
Yeah,
you never know what they're gonna have up there. It's crazy.
I have none of those stores near me, so like the closest one is like 50 minutes away. So if I'm up in that area, I'd probably stop by, but I'm never up in that area. So let's see.
I'm gonna hop off for.
All right, bud.
Later, bud.
Yeah, just a little bit. Phone's getting a little warm. I'll be back later, and I'll be in the stream or the chat.
Kind of just wraps around his arms.
Is it wired or is it just kind of hangs?
It is. It's wired. Yeah, the edges are. You could kind of form. You can shape them.
You could do some good stuff with that.
Yeah.
Worth the price of the figure just for the robe.
Right,
Yep.
$4.99. Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, you get a Christopher Walken head.
Cost
Yeah,
that much on
Walken, yeah.
GPS.
I wasn't even
Costco.
sure who that was. I was like, he looks like Christopher Walken.
There's not a place to like separate it though, so you gotta like completely disrobe him like a normal.
Well, you take his
person.
head off, the rope probably slips right off.
Yeah. Ugh. Oh shit! Took his neck off.
Oh damn! Look at
it's
that.
It's pegged.
Yeah,
neck on.
it's good. I can't even do a Christopher Walken. That's one voice I never could get. I like doing voices, but his is really tough.
I was seeing my aunt. She always told me, like, since I was little, she's like, "You're gonna look just like Christopher Walken when you get older."
Yeah, I could see you. I could see you do as Christopher Walken for sure. You can do that for Halloween. Paint your hair gray, get a gangster suit. You just got to get the accent down.
Yeah, I'm not one for accents either.
Yeah, underneath it's a little strange, but
Look at the muscles on that guy. Damn.
it's cool. That head sculpt is great, man.
If I got that toy, I would do a Christopher Walken ballet shot just because of the outfit.
He knows ballet.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, a singlet.
Christopher Walken is a trained dancer, professional.
Oh yeah, what was that video back in the day? Oh, bad.
The weapon
Yeah.
of choice. That's a good one where he's dancing the whole way through.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, he did all that stuff because he started on Broadway, so he took singing lessons and dance lessons and everything.
Yeah, he definitely needs his robes to look. His leotard needs to be covered.
He's been eating too many carbs.
Mm. You always have to have that little rise in your voice with Christopher Walken. For
His
Doom,
character on
Walken.
Joe Dirt was the best, though. That was one of my favorite
yeah.
ones he did.
Stab you in the face with a soldering knife.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to have that Christopher Walken Headless Horseman too, that figure.
And a collector card. There you go.
Oh,
Set.
nice.
Yeah. That's awesome.
McFarlane always got to have those cards.
Got to have the cards.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
9 times out of 10, they get bent on the way out because it's so hard to get that thing off the back.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and the cards are on pretty shitty cardboard too now.
Not that you want them, but this one, yeah, I keep this one. This one's good. It's a good one.
It's like the old Power of the Force when they had those the lenticular ones. The Power of the Force figures always.
Oh,
came with
yeah.
those lenticular ones. It's like
Trying to pop it out. Make sure I got the right side here. Gregory Hines.
yeah.
Yeah. Seen him in tights way too many times, huh? And then this guy, I'm gonna probably end up opening him up too. This he's a really cool one, man.
Oh, is that
The
Falcon?
Raptor. Yeah, the Raptor.
Raptor. That's what his name. Not Falcon. Raptor. Yeah. Yeah, he looks badass, dude. He's kind of got like a Native American vibe to him.
Yeah.
He
Absolutely.
did an awesome job with those mechanical wings too.
That is cool. I still have my 3 3/4 one of him too, somewhere around here.
Raptor was probably the last actual 3 3/4 inch Joe that I bought as a young guy, and I was way too old to be collecting toys at that time. But I loved that character.
I think him and the like battle armor Cobra Commander was, and then I got that little bubbly, not the trouble bubble, but that other one that had the legs coming off of it.
Yeah.
I had him inside there. Yeah, that was about the same time, I think. Maybe not.
Because I got Raptor and Road Pig around the same time, and then that was pretty much it for me for 3 3/4 inch Joes.
It even has this for his thumb, this little thing, like a little.
Oh, to keep it down, yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. So check out your Ross. That's where he came from. So, because I did get the other guy, the one that's bearded guy. I don't know what's his name. The guy that's Aquaman, whatever his name is. He was in Dune, right?
Jason Momoa.
Yeah. So I got his figure too for. I think his was $2.99.
Nice.
They might have made a mistake on that one.
That's very true, Oz. Considering I'm over 50 now and still collecting toys, and I've never stopped since I was way little man. I think the only time that I've never bought action figures is the 2 months I was in basic training.
And it's because you couldn't.
Exactly. Whoops, where'd Thanos go? I hit the wrong button, Thanos. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
That is nice, huh?
Yeah, I like him. I'm glad I picked him up.
It'll go nice with your orcs too. It's a little shorter little orc figure. Or is he that much shorter than them?
He's probably about like 3 inches shorter than them.
Really? Damn.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
he's an orc dwarf.
Oh no. But I'm not all in on Origins anymore. I actually skipped some of the cartoon stuff and
Yeah. I'm thinking about it. I'm like,
Oh yeah. Griff said he
I'm
looked
running
at
out of
that
space.
112 bookcase. It says it's 6.7 inches tall, so it's pretty decent size.
Oh yeah.
Especially even if you have it like in the background, you have it kind of blurred
Oh,
out
yeah.
or whatever. That's
You
just
got
a
that
perfect
bookshelf
shot,
and that damn clock from the Red Death. You could have a nice setup.
which I still have, and I don't want. If anybody wants to buy it from me, I'll sell it to you.
I just got me a couple of storage containers because I'm like, I'm gonna have to start taking figures down that I'm.
The figure obscuras haven't been really selling that much for that much more on the secondary market because everybody knows they're just releasing the retailer versions of them now. So it's like
yeah.
the original ones, like the original Krampus and the original Horsemen, are selling for decent amounts, but still not even that much more over original retail.
You're probably better off parting them out because people will be looking
people
for
are
like
buying them.
specific pieces.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like the Red Death. I was looking at the Red Death on eBay the other day because I was looking to see if I could get just a second clock. And the clock itself is like $30, but the figure's still selling for like 75 or 80. I'm like, well, fuck, I might as well just buy the whole figure and have the body and the robes and everything else at that point in time.
That's what everybody wants that clock. You should have no problem getting rid of it, Kenzo.
Yeah, I just haven't really. I bring it up here just because it's always a lot of times on topic. I just kind of keep forgetting. If I put it on the Cabal, I could probably get rid of it for a trade or something if somebody has extra something other, you know.
Do you have the Xenothon, the Stratos tribute? Those red wings look great on that Red Death.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the only ones I have of Four Horsemen is the 2 skeleton ones that went on sale when they had that stock sale. And then there was another skeleton that was like an army builder, but he has like the helmet and all that. He's a little darker. That's it. I'm not, that rabbit hole will stay closed. I have way too many of everything else to add another one to it. So unless they come up at Ross, which they never will.
Never say never.
Yeah. Very rare, very, very small chance if they didn't.
I'm starting to notice that Mattel store seems like they're getting like some of that new stuff. I don't know if it's overstocked or what, but like when I found the collector up there, that really shocked me because it was like the same weekend everybody was getting it, and they had one up there for 50% off. I was like, I don't know how they're just showing up there like that. Like those turtles too, they just that last wave, everybody's just starting to get them. And from to be there 50% off, I'm like, it's crazy.
I was surprised, like Raph. Like I saw Raph so much, and I got a couple, and that was it. And I saw him a lot, and then all of a sudden, like everybody needed a Raph, and I was like, well, shit, I probably could have got a few for people.
Oz is looking out for you, Kenny.
There you go. Just do it like I did with the Photoshop on the snake layer. I photoshopped it into Ross.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was
In
funny.
today's world, man, that'll piss off a lot of collectors. I saw it in a picture. I know it was there.
Yeah, I swear.
I did that in a little group I was in with the Eternia before it came out. So it dropped onto my table.
Yeah, you'll see the Ollie's and the Rosses and all that start bulking up all their stuff for Christmas time.
Yeah, I'm excited. Oh, baby. Just need to paint his eyeballs and he's good.
My Walmart's toy section is fuller than it's ever been, but they don't carry anything I give a shit about except the occasional Marvel Legends.
Right.
They don't have Joe or McFarlane anymore.
Yeah, mine's like that too. No MOTU, no
MOTU,
no
It's got like a 12-foot section of Jurassic Park and 12-foot section of Turtles. And
right. Or Mr.
maybe
Beast bullshit. Like,
yeah, and an 8-foot section of WWE and AEW, but that's it.
So yeah, but then they don't even have like the stuff you would want from Turtles. It's all just like the new.
Oh, it's all the kid stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same with the Jurassic Park stuff. Most of it is all just the kid-related stuff for the cheaper dinosaurs and stuff. It's not even the good stuff.
My local Walmart only has like the worst Marvel Legends. So you have like Egghead and like other Transformers. Like nobody wants these.
Yeah.
You're not gonna sell them. You need to order more Marvel Legends.
Yeah, the my Walmart has a bunch of those, and then it has like 2 pegs of the Walmart exclusive Spider-Man with the. I think it was when he had the Iron Man spider suit on. It was exclusive from Walmart.
Yep.
They've been there for a year now, or since they come out. They've never sold.
Well, that guy's everywhere.
Ric Flair?
Jimmy Woo or Johnny Woo or Jimmy Woo or
Ric Flair?
Oh yeah, the guy in the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FBI
Nobody wanted him either. The only people that bought that figure were either completionists or guys that used the suit body for a custom they were making.
Yeah.
Or if you just wanted like a random background character or whatever. But
Right, man. You need to get a Ric Flair or one of those superstar figures because he matches up good to make a Vicron, Origins Vicron. Because he's got that weird skin tone that's off from the rest
telling you the naked Stratos.
Targets are good war chest, but the closest target to me is like 40 minutes away. So
the naked Stratos actually looks really good with the Vicron pieces.
Yeah. Might do that then.
Tracksuit Mafia. Oh yeah. Travis bought a bunch of those at Ollie's, I think.
Dude, I have a stack in my room now because I haven't gotten the tubs to put them back out yet. But, dude, I went to Target and I picked up.
I'm glad you took those off, Kenny. I was going to tell you I can't see your eyeballs.
Dude, these are so old man stuff. I love it. These actually have a light to them and everything.
Nice.
I have to have them for the small stuff.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I'm getting old.
I hear you, dude. I can't see shit to paint now.
But I got 2 of the Jitsus for $7. I got 3 of the Battle Armor He-Man, the one with the beard, and I got a Hero and a Sunman for $6.98. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, we're just talking about. I was telling Oz that he said that Battle Armor the Masterverse one, He-Man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was talking about one, and I was like, they went on sale cheap there for a little bit.
Yeah, well, in the circle thing, if you spend a certain amount, you get a discount on that too. So, like, I got that Optimus Prime from Super 7 that the chest comes off and it's all metallic, and I got that for 40% off. I got the Lion-O and the Monkeyin from Super 7 on the racks and they were like $10 off because of the Target Circle. So, I had a lot of Jesus. I bought a lot of plastic in the last couple weeks. Holy cow. And then it just tell me Amazon just said that the Star Wars Black Series Darth Vader that lights up, the light coming through it or whatever, that just shipped. It's probably coming tomorrow. Oy. The sickness, gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Need to stop.
Yeah.
I even have cries for help sometimes in the songs I play. I don't know if you noticed that. I think I actually played the Beatles Help song.
You need Disturb, Down with the Sickness?
Yeah.
He's trying to not be down with the sickness.
dude.
Coming down with the sickness.
I did that picture set of the Frankenstein's creature the other night with the Johnny Cash song because they had the country guitar, but I almost put the long-haired head on them. Was going to do that down with the sickness
There
disturbed.
you
So.
go.
I got a good shot with that coming up. You guys have seen it.
He's a great
Well, I
figure for pictures, man. I'll tell you.
I got so many little pieces that I've been finding too for prints, like shit like
What is
this
that?
one. Got the Fisto. This one's like I don't know. I thought it said it was a Mythic Legion, but it looks like Grayskull
Yeah, it does.
face, and then even like Mario and Luigi with like real life.
Oh, no.
I gave Allison.
I'd love one of those heads.
Yeah, I'll send you one, man.
Yeah.
There's a Marlena. There's a Shakoti.
Oh, nice.
But I sent Allison a bunch of different heads for her to. She said once she gets moved in and stuff, she can start doing a lot of customs. So, and then we're actually supposed to do a show of her and I painting Katra from the DreamWorks She-Ra. And I sent her a print of that, and then I have one. We were going to actually do a live where we painted that, like kind of like her coloring one, but painting. It'd be kind of cool.
That'll be cool.
But I'm supposed to do a bunch for Home Arcade. There's like he sent me a bunch. There's a bunch of Too Bad type bodies. It's almost like the dude runs out of regular bodies. There's from New Adventures. That's a good one. Even got the little tail. That's a Boojaboo. That's a Boojaboo special. But he sent me a bunch of Too Bad bodies to make for, like, of course, he has so many customs of standard bodies. You got to start doing the two-headed ones. Dude, he has so many customs. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm like, I thought I was the custom. Nope. Home Arcade's like makes the most customs than anybody I know. Crazy.
Yeah, he's like making every toy line into Origins, basically.
Granted, there's a lot of kit bash. I mean, there's some that sometimes takes no paint and sometimes takes just a touch of paint, but like, still awesome though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a walking He-Man figure, dude. I gotta get that neck off the head though. But I do have a lot of ideas. But like I was saying with my little 3.5 hour interview with Punk, it gets to that point where you feel good, you bust out a bunch of stuff, and then the next day you're like, then you hurt for like a week, and then you get back into it, and then you have all these ideas, just haven't put them into fruition here.
Yeah, I have a ton of ideas for like dios I want to make. I just haven't actually made the time to do them because they are very time consuming.
Yeah, I've been working on the same dio for like 2 weeks now. I just keep I build something part of it, and I'm like, oh, let's add this to it. Next thing you know, it's like adding more to it.
That's why things like this, they're basic and they're easy, and I know I could finish it in a day or so.
Yeah,
and I'm good.
Yeah,
it looks good.
When I used to customize figures, it was crazy because I always had to start and I had to finish before I stopped. It was like I take food breaks or whatever. But it's like I started a custom figure Saturday morning, and it was like by the time I went to bed, it might have been Sunday at 5 a.m. because I was just I got to finish this, got to finish it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Mr. Home Arcade,
there he is. His ears were ringing.
Yeah.
I say, man, he puts out more customs than any customizer I know, but they're so cool, man. And I love how he has a backstory to everything. Like, he's got so many cool backstories to him. That one video he made that was like 35 minutes long, where he kind of went back and figured out why people were joining certain factions, whether it's like insurance or 401k or because they were pissed at their uncle. That's so cool, dude. I love it.
I love Fat Red Foo here. Dios aren't time consuming.
Then I'm doing it wrong.
Well, this bastard's been working on the same dio for the last year now, so.
Yeah. But I want to do like a Dark Portal, a movie version of Grayskull.
Ooh, that'd be great.
Other ones I wanted to do too, but just time.
I actually seeing Eldor's stuff he's working on. Eldor going to town, man.
Jesus, that guy's like, I mean, he's been. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about having a job, but I mean, still, he's pumping out shit like crazy. As much sculpting and stuff that he's putting into it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, the amount of
I mean,
work he does, like, is
paper
ridiculous.
mache and like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
cardboard, then
Yeah.
putty, and
Yeah.
that's awesome, dude. But I always notice things like that. Like if I get something and I'm doing a sculpt and I'm doing something with the putty, and I'm trying to same thing like you, Ed. Like I'm trying to. I don't want to make it any less quality or make it less, as good as I need to make it. But man, I'm busting stuff out. I'm cutting into it. I'm doing this, and then I look at what Eldor does. Like when he makes that sculpt on the face, like he'll take 2 days to make that one snake, and I'm like, I don't have that patience, dude. I don't have that in me. Holy cow, I don't. What up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
Welcome home, Joe.
You're
Remember,
muted.
he needs a
You're muted,
altar
Joe.
of some sort. I got a altar that I printed a long time ago, and I'm not using it for anything.
Oh, dude, that is awesome.
This is the one that Yurko made for the Roboto, like in Revelation, when he made the sword. The forge. There you go.
That would be awesome, standing with your Red Death standing behind it.
I even have the 3 pieces behind from where the electricity kind of went through.
Oh, man.
Magic.
Oh,
That's freaking cool.
Well,
Printed
you gotta
them all,
paint 'em
and
and
I'm
set 'em
like,
up.
what am I going to do? Where am I going to put them? I don't know.
that'd be a good thing for your Frankenstein's creature right there.
Ooh,
yeah.
that would be really good for that. But
Joe,
get back
you
in
feeling
here,
all
check it
right?
out.
I'm tired, but I'm alive and I'm here. So
Awesome.
heck yeah. About a 16-hour drive, but we made it. And,
Oof.
yeah. So
Still made it on here. I wouldn't be able to do that for sure.
oh man, I didn't want to miss it. I didn't want to miss it. I don't know how long I'll make it on here, but I'll do my best to hang out for a while.
Well, since you're here, Joe, let me show you the custom figure that Payne made for me.
Oh, right on, man. That is so cool. And I love it. I love it. I'm a big Seventh Kingdom fan, the old Four Horsemen line. So that really hits home too. That's a really cool one. I heard, I was listening while I was driving. I heard you guys talking about it, but I couldn't see it. So that's really cool. That is awesome.
Yeah, he wrote a whole backstory to the figure and everything. It's wild.
Right on, man. Yeah, no, Aaron kills it for sure.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
What's up, Stanley? You're muted if you're talking. Or you don't have anything to say. Either way. What's up, John?
What up, guys?
How you two gentlemen doing tonight?
Doing good, just hanging out.
Hang on, guys. I'm putting my earbuds in.
All right. What are you working on, John? Anything exciting?
No, I've been kind of messing around with Frankenstein, of course, as everyone has been, right? But I put him on. I took his jacket off and put him onto like this little Sligor, and threw the little
that looks
alien
good.
head. Nice. So it kind of looks good, like a little piratey.
Yeah,
And it's
that
nice
go well with the next series of cosmics that are coming out, where they have the more of the pirate, kind of Western look to them.
But it's nice because like you can't really fit the jacket on these guys with like any type of armor on them.
Yeah.
Because Sligor's that front piece is like this, always just on the front. You can get that jacket around it, and it looks good.
That looks good.
Yeah, that does look really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need about like 18 of those Frankenstein creatures just because of all the accessories and stuff you can do with it. I mean,
really great stuff.
I mean, you can display the figure in like 18 different ways anyway, let alone all the accessories and stuff customized with.
It's nuts, yeah. One thing I do want to try, I got Frankie here. I want to take these like long, lanky arms here and throw them onto Anubis. Because like when I saw that Anubis that they did, I really wanted to make like Anubis from The Mummy with Brendan Fraser, like that form of like that really skeletal, emaciated dog form of Anubis.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite looks. Joe, what you got? Oh man,
cool. Yeah, that was. I did a swig Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Nice.
This is my Hyde version, and the jacket. I thought I colored it a little bit and put a purple wash on it, and I don't know. I thought it went really well with the. This is not going to remember. I'm exhausted. I'm not going to remember the name of it. But it was the brute scale orc, but it's got a 1.0 head, and Swig has a 1.0 neck peg ball. So yeah, it all fit together. I threw some sideburns on him.
Gotta have the sideburns, man.
Yeah.
Dude, he's
did you make that bottle of potion, Joe?
I did. So I just I got those bottles from Walmart. They were in the jewelry section. I was walking through with my girlfriend one day and saw those, and I picked them up. And I just have some clear resin, like the photosensitive resin.
Yep.
And I bought alcohol inks. And a couple drops of alcohol ink, and that clear resin just colors it like it's a potion.
Yeah, it's a perfect green color.
The only bad thing is that I left it sitting on the table, and it actually solidified. So now if I turn it sideways, it just stays. So he's always got to hold it straight up and down. But
those vials are in the jewelry department, so you can do Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie with your significant other and put your vials of blood around your neck.
Oh, is that what that is?
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't think about that, but all right. I don't know if anybody
back in the day when they
wants
did
my
that.
blood,
Yeah,
I've got extra, so
Always making more.
right. It comes back. So
I'd have to make the peg a little bigger, but I can make, we'll get walking on there somewhere one way or the other. You want to mess with me? I'll kick your ass.
Stab you in the face with a soldering iron.
Yeah. I bought that figure. Oh, sorry. That figure was on Amazon for like $7. So I bought it just for the soft goods.
Yeah.
And like the hand just snapped right off, like taking it out of the plastic, not like peeling it out. Like I just lifted it out of the plastic and the hand popped off.
It doesn't look like it's made very well, Joe. It's,
right. So that head might find a new body in my collection too.
There you go. Well, I'm sure you got a lot of extras on the Mythic Legions, though. You got some cool ones.
Well, I had this idea for a custom that I never did. I was going to do a Minotaur monk, and I had actually bought some cowbells, like toy-sized cowbells, because I was going to do like a monk staff, but with cowbells on them. So now I can have a Christopher Walken figure with a cowbell, which I think is pretty.
That's perfect.
Got
right?
fever.
He's got the fever.
An only prescription. Cowbell.
Have some fun with that one at some point.
You could use that head to make a nice Dr. Frankenstein for your creature too.
Oh yeah, that would be really cool. Yeah, I was. There's a few like because I did Jekyll and Hyde. I was thinking about doing a swig like Igor, and an epoxy sculpt like a hump on him, know, or something like that. So I want to do some more for the. Sorry, what's that?
No, you guys are killing it with the swigs, man. That's so cool.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of fun. I want to do a few more, but man, Legion's Con's getting close. I don't know.
Yeah, month away now.
I was thinking about ordering some parts, and then I was like, I don't know if they'll show up with like enough time before Legion's Con to actually make the custom. So,
has Mythic done a Hunchback figure yet?
No.
Type figure? No, they haven't, right? Yeah.
So, Noble Bear and Prop Masters did like a joint sculpting thing where they had a 3D printed Hunchback that used Mythic parts. It was really, really cool, but I never bought the set. I just admired it from afar. And I was thinking like, oh, I could buy that torso because it's already got the hunch on it, but I don't know if it would get here with enough time for me to knock that out before Legion's Con. So I'm sure I'll come up with something. I did discover I peeled off Frankenstein's hair
Yeah.
on my spare, and that fits on Swig pretty well. So I got to come up with some reason for Swig to have long Frankenstein hair.
Well, get him a guitar, and he can be like grunge Swig.
Mm-hmm.
He can be the front man of Pearl Jam or something.
Eddie Vedder.
Right. I don't know if I have any guitars, but I have like a lute. Maybe he could be like the medieval version, like Bard Swig, depressed Bard Swig. Yeah.
Bard Swig. Yeah. Emo Bard Swig.
Emo Bard Swig. Perfect. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I thought about getting that. I was looking at the Mezco's Bartholomew Sod, or not Bartholomew, with Sod Cutter. I can't think of his first name, but he'd make a good hunchback.
Heck yeah. That is a slick figure. That's really cool, Thanos. I like that, man.
Thanos showing off his things. Where's your setup with your plunderlings roasting the females?
All my plunderlings are out in the other room. I did take a picture of it though. It'll
did you?
Soon, yeah.
That
was the whole reason I made it, was to roast those mermaids with the plunderlings.
Yeah. And they had a nice sale on those plunderlings or plunderlongs on one of the 25-day sales from the big bad company.
Yeah, when I'm trying not to spend money, they post that stuff.
I know. Right? They have that flash.
How dedicated are you to the trying, Thanos? I mean, you
know. Well, I need to pay bills, and
damn those bills! Damn it.
So, a couple weeks ago, I have a rental house, and it has a pool. The pump went out, and the pump's so old that I can't just buy pieces to fix it. I had to get a whole new pump. So that's a couple $1,000s I wasn't planning on spending. Right before property taxes and other expenses. So. Yeah.
See, Thanos, if you lived in a place that wasn't 100 degrees still, you wouldn't have to worry about a pool pump for another 6 months.
Fuck the thing is, I don't get to use that pool. It's just at the rental house. And every year I suffer through this heat, and I'm just like, oh, man, wish I still had a pool.
Right. Yeah, I can't believe it's been so freaking hot still. Yeah. Yesterday, just driving around, it was like 97. I was like, Jesus Christ.
97? No fucking way, man. I'd fucking melt.
We're almost done. Colorado, we're I think today was the last day of above 80. And now we're going to get to 70s and 60s up until probably Halloween, and then we'll get snow. So we got 2 weeks of happiness and then snow.
Yeah. Our high tomorrow is going to be 50, and on Monday is going to be 45. So yeah, it's beautiful. I love it. It's going to be raining all those days, but I'm fine with that. I don't mind the rain.
Yeah. The weather usually stays nice until right before Halloween.
Mm-hmm. Right when it's time to send the kids out trick-or-treating, it's snowing.
That's the bad part about living in places like that, like up here. All the Halloween costumes are designed for Florida and California weather.
Yeah, you're wearing a jacket, nobody sees your outfit, so spend all that money for nothing.
I would always
stuff the outfit over top of a snowsuit.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd always buy the kids Halloween costumes a couple sizes too big, so that way they could wear them over a jacket. Yep. Like here, the weather will stay nice, and then right before Halloween, the temperatures just drop, so that way you're miserable taking the kids out. All the chocolate bars are too cold to eat.
He's done.
Nice.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Well, let's see it work.
Well, not much to. You got to put up against the wall, and then it'll flare out.
Flare out the wings, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it just an LED light?
Yeah, it's 3 on each side.
Oh, nice.
So they shoot out.
Yeah.
The sides and then the bottom, because the bottom has the holes too for the bottom wings. So
that's cool.
Cool.
That is awesome.
Good deal.
And what's the backstory in that? How did you create that? Was that a 3D print?
No, actually, same thing that Cobb was talking about. I was seeing him I saw him a while back on Instagram on one of the ads, and then I said, "Oh, I wonder." And of course, first thing I thought of was Zoar and Screech when I saw those. And then I just, for some reason, the other day I looked on Amazon. There were 2 for $16. So I ordered 2 of them, and then one turned into Screech and one turned into Zoar. So it's pretty cool. They're cheap and easy to paint. So. Not a bad custom.
Now you can have awesome night lights in all the rooms of your house.
Yeah. I was actually looking to see if they had any other animals of any sort to try to, do some customs there. That'd be kind of cool. But
I don't know. I think doing anything other than some bird wings would probably be pretty tough with just lights.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm trying to think what else. The wings are
unless you do
flaring
like
out.
a bat. Unless you do like a bat wing or something.
Yeah, you can do a bat wing maybe. I mean,
but bats without wings just look like little dogs, right?
they're
puppies.
mice.
Little mice.
Yeah, mice. That's all they are.
Little chihuahuas.
Flying mice. That's all the bats are.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's all depends on how you have like the cutouts on the side. Because you do all kinds of like kind of shadow puppet stuff.
Yeah, the problem is the way the light shines, right? Like trying to get like a dog foot or a dog leg or something. We probably
getting like the angle, yeah.
Well, it seems like that might be engineered for wings. You'd have to have like a hollow cylinder type body, and then the wings spray out the absent light area on the back. So, what creatures could you do besides birds? What images could you do besides wings?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that one, the lights look like it's just like wings flared out.
Yeah,
so it's not even like, there's no real like perfect shape to them. It just looks really cool. So where the lights fly.
No! Hey guys, I gotta hit it. My grandma just fell, so I gotta get out of here.
Oh shit! All right,
I'll see you guys.
All right. Take care, brother.
Yeah.
Hope everything goes right.
That's no good.
No. I don't want to hear about that. That sucks.
No. Thanos, though, you showed off those Diablo figures, and I had actually forgot that I wanted those, so I actually went and got a set right after the show where you showed those off. So they're pretty cool. I like them.
They're all right. I had one of the weapons break already. Like I didn't even do anything. It was just sitting on my coffee table. I was going to use it for a shot, and then when I picked it up, like the sickle part fell off the stick. I was like,
"Oh no!
I didn't even touch this thing. I don't know what happened."
Right. Yeah, darn McFarlane.
Gremlins.
Yeah.
But I mean, I got them for $5 a piece. They can't really, can't complain.
Yeah, that's what I bought all the ones that were like super cheap on sale also. Yeah. It'd be cool if they do like some classic versions, like Diablo 2 versions of the characters and stuff,
Yeah.
Like, I like the new games, but like, all the nostalgia hits are for the old ones that I played when I was young.
Yeah, I really only played Diablo 1 and 2. I tried to play 3. My buddies were playing it, and I was just like,
Yeah, it wasn't the same. Right. I agree.
But I think I'm just an old man now. Like, video games just don't have the appeal they used to have.
It depends on the video game, but I'll agree with that. I personally am curmudgeon-y with a lot of the stuff. Back in my day, you knew how to do video games right.
Well, and then if I play something, it'll end up being like an old school style, like 2D side scroller. I'm like, I can get into these. Like I played Dead Cell for a long time. Like
right on.
It was a really fun game.
There's a video game company called Owlcat. They did, because I was a huge fan of the original Baldur's Gate games. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 were like, that was my thing, man. I played those games to death. And Owlcat came out with these Pathfinder games, Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous, and they're they're like a spiritual successor type. They're amazing, massive games, but like the play style is very similar to the old Baldur's Gate games. And it was just like coming home again, you know. I was like, ooh, this feels comfortable, you know. People are like, they don't have very good graphics, and I was like, I know, I love that. So yeah, I feel you there.
So how many skeleton sets are you going to buy, Joe? You figured that out yet?
You know, I have this internal flip flop in my brain where I'm thinking 2 sets from the order directly from the Horseman would be all right. Like that's enough, right? But then if I pre-order from another, you know, like retailer, then I don't have to pay until they come out to next year.
Yeah.
Which is future Joe's problem, not current Joe's problem. Mm-hmm. So right now I'm hovering around 3 sets. But I might talk myself down before the order, but then again I might not too. So yeah. It just those skeletons are like so cool and there's so much potential with them, you know, like I just
well,
love
there's just so
them.
much you can do with them. I mean, you know, setting up scenes and stuff like that, and you know, even if you take one apart and just use it for bones and you know, scattered across the ground or something in the setup. I mean, for that price, that you know, $25 a pop, damn, you can't go wrong.
I took a picture a while back that was just like the front half like crawling out of the ground, and it looked like really, really good.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Just break the torso off and just have the top of it coming out of the ground or something. It's gonna look awesome.
Yeah, it's they're really cool. So I'm having a hard time talking myself out of buying too many. So
then I put one of the skeletons in like wizard robes from the last wave and some magic effects and stuff. Made like a skeletal mage. That was pretty cool.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, they just and I was a little bummed at the price point too, because I couldn't say like, oh, I should only get one because you know they're how expensive they are. So yeah, for sure, Trevor. They I mean $25 a piece, you know what I mean? That's like for a 4 horseman produced figure that
you look at the $100 price point and you're like, oh, that's a lot of money, but then you're like, that's 4 skeleton figures. I mean 4 of them.
With new
accessories individually.
Yeah, new accessories, the masks and the pumpkin head. And,
you know,
I feel like I'm cheating myself if I don't buy more than I need.
Yeah. You can do some fun things like they got the extra hands and stuff. You know, you can just have like a dude with a skeleton hand that's like, you know.
Yeah. The movable jaws, you know, and the pointing fingers, and there's just so many cool things you can do, you know, just one yelling, pointing, and the rest just running with spears or swords.
It's really funny because, like, you think about a skull, and you're like, yeah, you can't get much out of a skull. But then you take that Mythic Legions figure, you just open the mouth up a little bit, and it's like one emotion. You open it up all the way, it's like another emotion. You're like, this is just a skull. How is this possible?
Right. One of my, I did a Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf custom set back in the day, like a couple years ago, and the wolf had a movable jaw, so it was made from the Battle Cat buck, like the bigger one, and I just had him like biting a skeleton's arm. It wasn't the new style, but the old ones some of them had the movable jaw, and it was biting his arm, and you just open that jaw all the way, and it looks like he's going like, you know, at the wolf biting his arm, and it's just really amazing stuff. Like you said, you can get a lot of emotion out of them just by moving a jaw. So see, now maybe I need 4. I don't know. I'll have to toss that around. We'll see. They're a lot of fun.
I talked you into 4.
Right.
two from Store Horseman, 2 from the retailers. You're good, right? You got
right.
2 future Joe problems.
2 future Joe's problem. Yeah. You know, and if you want to introduce someone to Mythic Legions, those skeletons are a good place to start too, because you can't help but have fun with them. So
I'm sure there was a lot of people that saw them that first, Army builder, Legion builder skeleton. The the guys collecting like the Mezco Conan, you know, and even Master of the Universe and stuff like that. All the stuff we grew up with always had skeleton warriors in it. It's like
right. Yeah, I had heard Jeremy say somewhere that they had actually had a pretty good stock of those, and they sold more than they were expecting to. Basically, but I mean, a bear skeleton, like you said, it fits with anything too. You don't even have to be a Mythic Legions fan. You can put that with MOTU or Conan or
well, like even Trevor
anything.
using it as like the science skeleton in the background, right? Just standing there, the dummy skeleton.
Yeah, just hanging like that. So that was really good stuff for sure.
I saw a image on a G.I. Joe board, Big Boy and Sergeant Slaughter boxing, and behind Sergeant Slaughter was the exact pose of Slaughter with one of the skeletons as a big bow was knocking Sergeant Slaughter's skeleton right out of him.
Oh, that's a cool idea.
Right on. Very cool. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Yeah, cosmics are really fun too, and those skeletons can be fun in cosmic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course we could make over Trevor's photos, all day long, but the ones he did for Walter the Mad figure, like those were pretty sick. The spacesuit with the skeleton head inside. So yeah, those are really fun too.
Yeah. You got that whole Space Zombies from Mars, which is going to have skeleton astronauts coming out too, so you could have a whole crew with different uniforms and everything.
I think that is such an iconic sci-fi look.
Oh,
to have like just even I'm a big fan of Fallout, and in Fallout New Vegas, one of the expansions had that where the suits were supposed to help keep soldiers alive, and instead of like the soldiers would still die, the suit would just like reanimate them. So they were like running around in these like spacesuit looking get-ups, and it was just like a skull head like knocking around inside. It was pretty cool too, so
it's definitely iconic. I mean, it was on Scooby-Doo, right? Space.
Oh yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
It was a
Scooby-Doo
alien with a skeleton head.
Even I'm not really a big fan of Doctor Who, but my son showed me an episode where like they were in like spacesuits, and then like the alien would eat them or something like that, but you could still hear their voice. But it was just like when they'd shine the flashlight on the dome, it was the skeleton inside.
That's awesome.
That was creepy and cool too. Yeah. So yeah, definitely an iconic look.
Big Empty. I have no idea what you're talking about, Foo.
Yeah.
Or is that the episode of the?
It might have been. But
I like the cosmics. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, they did Asphyxian Minor, and being a miner myself for a living, that was cool to get, even some bug representation. So
that's one thing I wish Four Horsemen would do, like they did those Cosmic Legions, like the supply kits or whatever, like had the crate and all that, right? I wish they'd give out some extra tips for those machines, the tools. Like the miners got that big, the tool, and the one guy, what the hell's his name? The blue alien. He's like in the orange suit. He comes with like a jackhammer type looking one, but
right.
Those ends all come off, so you could put, you could have a whole bunch of different, tool ends.
Yeah, that is really cool. Oh, Fat Red Fruit. Yes, Big Empty. So in the game, it's Big MT, Big Mountain.
Yeah.
But they call it Big Empty. So yeah, that's
like the old joke they used to tell everybody, point to your head and what's the abbreviation for mountain.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So but yeah, they're killing it with Cosmic. That
next wave coming out, man. I'm all stoked for that. Jeez.
Yeah, the last two waves I think I like more than the first three. aesthetically.
You're getting a lot more variety too, right? And then
right.
The last wave they just announced, right, is kind of got that space western vibe to it, It's just awesome, so awesome.
I just like that they're putting creatures out, so I'm not even necessarily going to be like sci-fi in my display. It'll just be a creature that my guys.
That thing can fit in anywhere.
That Rex the skate back. That's the one.
Skate back, yep.
Skate backs, yeah, those are cool. I was so excited about that. I still think that's probably my favorite cosmic figure so far, and I don't even have it in hand yet, just because I've been looking forward to some type of creature, so much. Yeah. I really.
They kind of remind me of Predators that had those Predator dogs that were chasing those guys down when they landed on the Predator planet.
Right.
Like if you took the skate backs and made them a little smaller, they could definitely be like that type of creature too. That would be awesome.
Yeah. That's when I first saw those during the reveal, that was the right on. That was my first thought. Was I pictured them like busting over a barricade, and a guy like shooting up into the air, falling backwards as they're like swarming over a barricade on top of them. So I definitely get that.
Like one of those scenes from what the hell was that? The movie with the space bugs. What the hell was that called?
Oh, Starship Troopers?
Yeah, Starship Troopers. When the bugs start coming in and they're all falling backwards, shooting up in the air at them.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, a lot of fun for sure. And Figure Obscure's killing it too.
Oh, jeez.
I did that Jekyll and Hyde custom, and I was like, I'd sure love to see Eric Treadaway's take on Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Like a literature accurate one.
That'd be a great 2-pack for a Figure Obscure.
I think so too. That's one of my favorite stories. So,
well, next Halloween when they do that, Joe, Dr. Jekyll and Hyde, you can say I inspired that with my stories.
I'm not sure if they're going to do it, since they base the stuff off of like the literature.
Yeah.
By modern standards, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde is actually kind of a boring book. Like even most of the violence that's in it is like secondhand, like somebody's telling a story. Jekyll is actually taller than, like, he shrinks to become Mr. Hyde, stuff like that. So I'm not sure. I would still love to see it because I love it. I just don't know if it holds up to maybe some of the sci-fi representations.
They're going to make it look cool no matter what, though. Right. So
you got me there. That's for sure. It would be awesome.
In modern day, the Hyde is always, like monstrous.
The Hulk.
Right?
Like the Hulk. Yeah. But that's not the story,
Nope.
like
no.
And Jekyll was old too. He was like in his 50s.
Yeah.
In Victorian area. So
I watched the black and white movie of that probably like a month or two ago, and I was just like, wow, this is just really boring. I mean, I watched it just for nostalgia's sake, but it was like it's like I watched the Wolfman too, and it's like you see the Wolfman and like maybe 3 minutes of that entire movie. It's like
it's funny because I read the book when I was a teenager, and like I really loved it back then, but like some of that stuff doesn't move with the times, like I was probably reading it in the early 90s. That was pretty good for back then, but by today's
but even
standards,
Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is not, I mean, it's a great book, but it's not like,
not action packed.
Right.
Yeah.
The story is very,
it's not made for someone with a 10-second attention span.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It almost reads like a documentary kind of thing, right? It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yep. So I would still totally love to see Eric Treadaway's take on Jekyll and Hyde, though.
Absolutely.
I'm sure it would be fantastic.
I'd love to see them do all those, monsters, but of course, that's a hard thing to do because so many of the Universal monsters and everybody's done, the werewolves and everything else. It's like,
Right.
I mean, Mythic Legions would probably knock it out of the park and kill it and give it a whole new, vibe. But it's like,
yeah, what they're inspired to do.
Right.
It just Eric Treadway has such a cool take on everything, you know.
Yep.
Like his gods of Egypt are just like the representation of the gods, but somehow more than that. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
Like he didn't get very artistic with them, but yet he did, you know. And
well, I think that's one of the things. Like even with the Mythic Legions Knight, right? I mean, a Knight figure is a Knight figure, you know. But like you see some of the Mythic Legions Knight figures, you're just like all the little details and the armor plates and the way they have them positioned and everything. It's just like, you know, you're like, wow, that's just awesome.
Yeah, for sure. Well, of course, I'm a huge Mythic Legions fan because of my love of D&D, what started me into it. So I'm definitely going to be, you know, singing their praises.
Well, you kind of have to now that your collection is primarily Mythic Legions anyway, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I have to. I think they deserve it.
Well, they definitely deserve it, but I mean that's why your collection's primarily Mythic Legions anyway, right?
Yeah.
If they were crap figures, you would have moved on to something else.
I would have totally, yeah, because that's. I don't want to say anything negative about any other toy line, but I was collecting other toy lines, and then eventually it's just like I realized I'm buying them just because I watched a cartoon when I was a kid instead of like, wow, I really love this figure, you know. And I kind of was like,
it's like the Hasbro
and even though
Hasbro
well, it's
stuff,
like
right?
Mythic Legions aren't based off of D&D, but like in my mind, that's what I was imagining.
That whole world is all that, right? Anybody that
the
played
first
D&D
Mythic Legions I saw was just the gold knight, and I was just like, a knight in gold armor, like you know. And in my mind, it immediately went to a paladin, you know, and I was just like, I have to get that figure. And then it just never stopped, and I just kept buying them and buying them.
I think
now I have a problem.
The Gold Knight might have been the first Mythic Legions I saw too, and the only thing maybe it was a different one, but the first thing I thought of was Sturm Brightblade from the Dragonlance Chronicles. You know,
right?
I was like, man.
Did you guys see the Warcraft Paladin, the Medi Toys one?
No, I probably have, but I don't know which one it is. You want to share it? I'll bring it up.
Yeah, I'll link it to you.
You gonna link it in the private chat?
Yeah, I can just put it in the private chat. It's probably easier.
I'm picking up where Joe left off, though. Like, I'm the exact same way with Cosmic, man. I was buying Marvel Legends. I was buying McFarlane toys, and I was just like, what am I doing? Because once I got, like, Walter in hand on the Cosmic side, man, just, like, it was nuts.
Yeah.
And I fully committed to them and, like, gotten their wave since then. And I don't know. It's my cup of tea. Like, for me, like, just like how D&D is for you, man, sci-fi for me. It's just, like, that's my cup of tea, man. And like you said, Treadaway's designs are just
man,
it's nuts.
Just wonderful stuff, and they have the foresight to make everything compatible, so you can even just pop and swap stuff together.
And that's like another thing too. Like, you got to create that, right? Like Eric's giving you these like tools to make your own stories, make your own characters, and they're going to look good because the design is so flawless.
Yeah, it is really, really creative. That looks dope, Dennis. I like that a lot, man.
Yeah, I'm super looking forward to it. And I posted another one that's got with like the faceplate on and then on the mount, but they're both in gray because it hasn't been painted yet. But man, I'm just loving these third-party Warcraft.
Medi Toys has been killing it, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that one's awesome.
Yeah, they. I don't know why that they can't just get their licenses straight, you know? Like
it might have been because like the negotiations were going on while the company was being bought by another company.
Right.
So they didn't want to invest too much, but they're missing out because these things are amazing.
Dude, for real, man.
Like every day, Medi Toys post stuff on Instagram. I'm just like, yep, I want that. Yep, I want that. I'm like, yep, I want that. Can't afford any of it, but I want all of it.
Right. Yeah, it all looks great. Like me personally, I wasn't a big I didn't play World of Warcraft, but you know, I was a huge Diablo fan. Like the first guy, I would just love some great articulated Diablo figures. And
the Diablo that they made is fantastic.
Right.
But that's really all they've done. I have like a Tyrael that's like an old NECA, and it's cool. It looks cool, but it's
the Storm.
Yeah, Heroes of the Storm.
Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, I remember seeing that one.
Honestly, if they started making like official, like Heroes of the Storm, probably be their best because they could pick from StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo.
Right. Have some variety in there for sure. Yeah. I just would love to have like a Diablo monk in that classic look, you know.
Yeah.
Or you know, some of those like the Necromancer, when the Necromancer was in Diablo 2, like he had like the skull monster spike pauldron and that skull shield, and it was just like such an iconic look to me. I'd love to have an action figure with that look, you know, the rib cage armor and stuff. I'd really like to see some good and the quality being there too, not like dime store, you know, action figures, like just some good quality Diablo action figures would be
That's
awesome.
the other thing about like Medi Toys, right? Their stuff is awesome. I mean, for
super high
third party stuff, it's like really quality stuff.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. Thanos, you're in charge.
Oh man, that's not a good idea.
I'm sure this place will be on fire when I come back, but real quick, Kenzo said his grandma's okay. That's awesome, Thanos or Kenzo. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm in charge, so I don't know what to do about that because I've never been good at being in charge.
Let's just talk about toys. Everything else will work itself out.
Yeah, but I've just been drooling over like all that third-party Warcraft stuff that's been coming out or being shown from whatever that con was. I don't remember.
Yeah, the con that was it was actually in Asia, wasn't it? Hong Kong or something.
Yeah, I don't know, but I just like I'm scrolling through pictures right now and like the elves, the undeads, the Tauren. Two-headed ogre, the goblin.
Thanos, did you end up getting that? What's her the one elf leader of the horde or whatever the horde?
The Sylvanas hasn't come out yet.
But did you pre-order that one?
No, it's not up for pre-order yet, but I will pre-order it.
Oh, it's not the one with the red-headed one with all the armor. Oh no,
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. You
You
talking about the Death Knight that's up for pre-order? It's like an elf.
The female elf?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something.
I have most of those up.
Something of the Horde.
Yeah, that's probably the Mithril Studios, the Death Knight. I can't
I can't think of it. I was looking at her yesterday. I was trying to remember if you had ordered her or not, but I don't know.
Yeah, I have that one if it's the one I think you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. It's like $80, so I'm like, end up buying a few other things.
Yeah. My Warcraft stuff, Warcraft and Berserk, I didn't cancel pre-orders for, but a lot of other stuff I canceled pre-orders for. I have God Hand coming. The other 4 members, I have Femto, so I'll have Ubik and Slan and Void and Conrad all coming eventually.
Oh, right on. Yeah, there's so much good stuff out there right now. Like, it's so hard not to just want to buy everything.
That's a problem. It's a real problem.
Yep. And it hurts more because I'm trying to save up for Legion's Con, and there's so much good stuff, and it's like, no, I need this money, but I want to spend this money.
Yeah, I think if I went to Legion's Con, I'd be in trouble just because I'd want all kinds of custom stuff and old figures that you can't find. And
they really built a community of the creative people have just crawled out of the woodwork there. Like I've been seeing people showing off some of the customs that they're taking that are going to be for sale at Legion's Con, and it's just better quality than a lot of actual toy lines, you know, and they're just customs that people are building, and they're just amazing.
But
yeah,
even then, just like accessories, dio stuff, custom heads.
Oh yeah, for sure. You could go broke really easy at Legion's Con, no doubt.
Is Four
Maybe
Horsemen?
one of these days.
Is Four Horsemen going to be at Legion Con? Do they have a booth there, sponsored, or I mean, are they going to show off new stuff or?
Oh
stuff
yeah.
coming out.
So on the Friday before the con, they do something called G-Con where they reveal a new wave.
Okay.
And Jeremy Gerard said this year it wasn't going to be something that just excited the Legions community. It was going to be something that excited the toy community as a whole. That was his teaser.
Nice. Yeah, because my first Legions or Four Horsemen figures the bear, and obviously there really hasn't been any updates since pre-order.
So yeah. So when they close, it doesn't go into production until they close the pre-order.
Okay.
So it's usually 1.5 to 2 years for the turnaround on those.
Okay.
Because they take all the pre-orders and then go into production afterwards. So.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
So I just went to your Instagram, Cobb, and it said I'm not following you. I don't know what happened there. Because I know that I was following you.
Really?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Is that the one you were talking about, though?
Oh, I'm waiting for something to download. Give me 1 second.
All right.
I got my other phone.
I just linked him the one I think he was talking about.
Gotcha.
What are we talking about?
Toys.
Toys?
How there's too many good ones.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and just browsing through stuff, being like, "Oh man, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. I can wait because of money."
Yeah, Guardian of the Horde. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Can't wait, but have to wait. That's the bad part.
This is really cool looking.
Yeah, I've got her on pre-order.
I figured you did. I think we talked about it before. I figured that you'd have.
All right,
go ahead.
My computer's overheating, so I'm gonna turn my camera off for a little bit.
All right, Stanley.
All right, Stanley.
I'll jump back in chat.
All right, man. Sounds good.
Nice thing about Horseman though is like I have a ton of stuff pre-ordered and I have to worry about it because it's already paid for.
Paid for
at the time.
Yeah, I know. I keep forgetting I have some stuff ordered with them. I'm like, oh, sorry, I taken care of that. I know just today, like Big Bad Toy Store, I got like $200 and something. I'm like, oh, never know when that's going to be.
Yeah. My the bill for the pump came through, and then like the same day is like, oh, your NECA street scenes in. It's like, I've been waiting on that thing forever. Now you get to charge me.
Right.
That's the nice thing about ordering from pre-ordering from Helidope is I get to pay for it all up front if I want to. It's like
that's super nice.
I like having that option.
Then it just comes, and I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was looking at my Necronominus wave order, and it's already paid for. But I was like, God, my girl is going to be pissed when she sees these boxes show up.
I went big on that. It was the first time I actually got a Four Horsemen pre-order. It was when I was actually discovering the line. Was up for pre-order. So
that was a really good place to jump in. Like they killed it on that wave. Holy moly, man! I was there. Every once in a while, I'll just go back and look at the photos, of the stuff that's on pre-order. And I was looking at the actual Necronominus himself, and just the detail on that headdress and outfit and everything. And like there I am, like drooling on myself, salivating.
The Belulith figure, I was like, oh man, she's so freaking cool.
She's so cool. That chimera, that skeleton chimera she comes with is dope.
Yeah.
Like,
so looking forward to those.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I didn't actually remember going that heavy on it, and then I was looking at my orders and I was like, oh, I must have been doing well at the time.
Yeah.
Must have been having a lot of OT at that point in time.
Right.
Yeah, I went pretty heavy on that wave, and then the other Necronominus wave.
The All-Stars 6?
The All-Stars,
yeah. That one too. I mean, the studio said they pretty much created all those characters at the same time. It was just too much for one wave. That's why they put the rest in All-Star 6. But what a great complimentary wave, you know. More Children of Necronominus. That big ogre scale demon knight looking character.
Is that Uxek? Sir Uxek?
No, the bad one though. I am looking forward to Sir Uxek definitely because he's amazing.
Yeah, that guy looks good.
Yeah, really good. But they have like an evil one too, and I have a feeling when both of those are out, a lot of people are going to be having photography of them fighting each other. You know, maybe with a bunch of scared skeletons around them. You know, yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm getting ready for Monday, man.
Yeah,
That's gonna be big.
Yeah, I've looked at a bunch of stuff this week, and I'm like, no, you don't need to buy that. You got to wait till Monday and see what's coming up first and what's going to be in stock, and then you can make that decision.
Yeah.
Have they said what's in stock, or it's going to be like some surprise stuff too? Or
I don't know if they're going to have any surprises, but they did say, you know, it's the pre-order for the skeletons. They're going to have the Tusk Heavy Gunner in stock, so you can just order it and get it shipped out. I got one. Terrence St. John picked one up for me from Ishcon, but I'll probably order another one just to have two. I like to have multiples of army builders. Yeah, Baradoc. That's the evil.
Yeah, I was
yeah,
just looking him up.
That is an awesome figure. But they're gonna have the first 3 waves of Cosmic Legions. They're gonna have all ends available of those. They're not selling the individual figures, but you can get an all in of the first 3 waves.
The first time they've done this with Cosmic is of them being in stock and stuff. Like they never did it in stock with Cosmic.
Right.
That's kind of curious.
Nowadays, it's because of the retailers. They're building trying to build a better relationship with their retailers. So they're trying not to compete with retailers. The retailers have all the Cosmic waves, you know. Yeah, which is really cool of them.
I actually had a guy lined up to buy like the Outpost Axis from me, but like he ghosted me. So I'm so happy that they're doing this because I'm going to pick that up, or at least try to pick that all in.
Hey, right on. That's awesome, man. They're going to have, they found some original versions of the Headless Horseman. So those are going to be up.
That's cool.
You know, those things are going to fly out of there.
Oh man, they're such a great figure. Like I know a lot of people say that they like the ones with the green flames better, but I don't, they're both so good. Like I love them both. They're going to have more Anubis and Bastet, the Egyptian gods, you can buy as a set.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's one more thing that I'm forgetting.
Yeah, there was something else.
Was that it?
It was the Tusk, the Heavy Gunner, the Egypt's gods of Egypt, Headless Horsemen, and then the Cosmic stuff. All
yeah. Okay. All right.
Pretty a lot of good stuff, though.
Yeah, that's really good,
man. Awesome stuff. If I wasn't trying to save up for Legion's Con, I would spend a lot of money tomorrow.
Yeah,
I still will spend more than I probably should just on those skeleton pre-orders. But
how many are you going to get?
Still deciding, John.
I'm still deciding. I do this with myself with all Horseman pre-orders. Just the ping pong back and forth. Mm-hmm. Like you need more, no, you don't. But I'm probably gonna pre-order 2 from the Horseman and pay up front, and then at least 1 from a retailer that can be next year Joe's problem, you know. but maybe 2 because it's next year Joe's problem. So we'll
how many of the skeleton head packs do you have coming from? Was that the Necronominus wave or was that the All-Star wave?
That was Necronominus, I'm pretty sure. Either one. I think I have two of that one coming.
So you need skeletons for those.
I need skeletons for those. I need to order more tuberculi, that like amalgamation skeleton, because I think I ordered 2 and then I've gotten ideas since then where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna need more of that guy.
I only ordered 1 because at that time I wasn't thinking of like, oh, I can use this to pop and swap and make other stuff.
Right. They even the horse, Necronominus' skeleton horse, which I'm drawing a blank on the name of. If you get the adapter from the centaur, you can take the tuberculi upper body and make a skeleton centaur.
Yeah, I've seen like a picture of that. Looked really cool.
That's gonna go on my shelf. Like, I have to have one of those. I already bought an extra centaur just so that I can, you know, tear them apart for that adapter to make that combination. So yeah, too much fun.
I tried to make a non-shadow centaur of the shadow centaur, but the orc body didn't fit on the Apharius. I don't remember what the orc's name was. It was the shaman-looking one that came out.
Oh, the brute scale one?
Yeah, it's the one they're using for the shadow centaur, but I tried to do that, and it didn't fit quite right on the
really
body. Yeah.
Well, because Apharius is supposed to be a brute scale. Oh, Conibus. It's a good thing Trevor's here to remind me of what all the names are. I'm drawing a blank tonight.
He's got it all on flashcards at home, though, so you know he's just. Yeah.
That's if I wasn't so tired, I might remember more names, but I had a long day. It should fit though. That's really weird.
I might have been doing it wrong, but it was like kind of wobbly, and I was like, "Ah,
really?" Just like kind of loose a little bit.
Yeah.
I could see that though. Like maybe they didn't come out of the mold just right or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I could put a little tack in there and pull it off, but I was just kind of
right. A trick that I learned it from custom parts, but that a lot of people talk about that actually works really good is heat shrink, like for electrical wires.
Yep.
You put that on the joints and you know, just heat it up with a heat gun, and it gives just enough like texture there.
Yeah, I've seen somebody do that for
yeah, and it actually works really good for making those.
That's old school customizing tips, man.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I'd done it before with just like just cut a piece of paper and stick in there, and it'll work. But after a while, the paper wears out and stuff, you know, it gets brittle. So that heat shrink works really good.
I didn't want to do anything like to modify it too much because I wasn't planning on keeping it. I just wanted to use it for a picture.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah, if that's the case, then I've actually done it before. Just like cut a square of paper and just pop it in on that ball joint where the torso attaches to the waist, and that, you know, for a temporary fix, that'll hold it pretty well.
Yeah, you're just eating up the space. That's all you're trying to do.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like a little clear coat on it.
Clear coat works too if you want it permanently done. Yeah.
Right.
Scully Centaur that Trevor's talking about would be freaking awesome, though.
Oh man, it is so good. I feel like that Turpiculi. I don't know. I'm having so much trouble saying it tonight, but
it's a weird word that no one ever uses.
Turpiculi, right?
It doesn't come up in conversation very often, except here.
Right. But I think it's gonna just be a ton of fun to play with. You know, popping and swapping all the different pieces because it has like dwarf scale thighs. So I think that sounds like it's going to be like 1.0 like size. So, you could make it taller with, like the regular skeleton size figures and stuff. Like, there's going to be a lot of pop and swap potential to make like your own cool skeleton monsters out of those. The wings and everything. A centaur with wings, like skeleton wings and stuff. Man, it's just too much.
It's a lot.
Way too much. Yeah, way
Honestly,
too much.
that whole wave you can like mix and match like
Just
stuff.
smash together.
Be
Yeah.
awesome.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe like make some John Carpenter The Thing. Just see how far you can go with it.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, man, for sure.
I gotta let the dogs out. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah. It's gonna be like the human centipede, but with skeletons. The undead centipede. Yeah.
Right after they didn't let it out of the house. They just kind of
right.
No, man. So Nate Barch was over at FanX when I went to go check him out. And if I had got to his booth, like probably maybe like an hour earlier, I could have had a heavy gunner today.
Oh,
he had one on hand.
FanX, that was the one in Salt Lake, huh?
Yeah. I was the one.
Yeah. I was so tempted to go to that. That's only like a 6-hour drive from where I'm at. I wanted to go so bad, but I couldn't swing it, unfortunately. Yeah. But
if you do go, Joe, let me know. We'll meet up.
Hell yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And Nate will be there.
Yeah. I got to meet Nate at the California meetup that they did.
Oh yeah.
And he's such a cool guy. Like,
he's so cool.
I'm not the kind of guy that's like mind blown, like I don't like worship celebrities or anything like that. But
kind of fangirl or like
yeah. I mean, these guys are amazing creators and I absolutely love their work, but I don't think of it that way. But I walked up to his table and he had all his art there and on prints, and I was like, oh, I'll take that one and that one, and if you could sign those for me. And he goes, "You're Joe, right?" And it was funny because my middle son was with me, and I actually and he teased me afterwards. He's all, "That's the only time I've ever seen you physically recoil in my entire life." I said, "You know who I am?" And he goes, "Yeah, I really like your stuff." Man, that's you could have pushed me over with a feather,
Right, yeah.
Like,
Joe's son's fanning him so he don't pass out.
Yeah, exactly, man. I was swooning. Like, that's not even appropriate for my age, but I was just blown away, So here's this guy's an amazing creator, just incredibly gifted and, but so down to earth and like such a nice guy, and definitely made my day. Just saying that he even knew who I was like, just blew my mind,
It's nuts. Yeah, that's a crazy feeling, man.
Right. So yeah, Nate Barch is a good dude all the way around, for sure. But yeah, I'm in Lovelock, Nevada, which is about 100 miles east of Reno. So Salt Lake City is
okay.
Yeah, so Salt Lake City isn't too far of a drive for me. So I couldn't get the time off of work and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you just drove 16 hours, so 6 is nothing, right, Joe?
Yeah, no, actually, I was thinking that like I can do that blindfolded. Like that's easy. So yeah, I just couldn't get the time off of work. But one of these years, I'm going to make it for sure.
Yeah. I literally only go for the Legion booth.
Oh, really? Right on.
Yeah. There was some like panels that were fun, but like the main draw for me was like just hanging out with the boys there.
Right on, man. That's awesome. Yeah, it's pretty much all I collect. Like I'll buy figures that I see and that I like from other lines, especially like NECA D&D figures or some of the Hasbro D&D figures because I'm a big D&D fan. But the only thing that I really collect anymore is Four Horsemen product. Yeah, I know I'm gonna love it. I customize, so I know I'm gonna buy extras so that I can do customs, and it's just a lot of fun.
That's I think one of the coolest things about like the Four Horsemen though is like when you buy the figure, it doesn't matter which one it is. if you like the pictures, you're going to buy the figure and be happy with it.
Yeah.
It's like there's other figures, like Hasbro. You could buy a figure from Hasbro and it doesn't articulate as smoothly as it should, or it's stiff, or too loose, and it's like, yeah, Four Horsemen. You're just like, yeah, this is cool. I'm good.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a figure yet because I want to say like maybe Super 7 has become the poster child for that.
Yeah,
showing the renders and then you get the figure and it's not what the renders were.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the Horseman's approach where it's like, this is a printout of the prototype, this is how it's going to be painted. Like they show you basically what the end product is going to be. And sometimes the end product is actually a little bit better than what they showed you,
Yeah. The only problem with the Four Horsemen is they have that guy, Trevor, who takes the pictures. And then you look at his pictures and you're like, fuck, mine doesn't look that way.
Right. I'm still a little, I don't know if he's still here, but I'm still a little upset I didn't get a potion bottle with swig, Trevor. Just throwing that out there. So,
boy.
Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, that's one thing about Legions, when people, because that used to be like the one thing, or it still kind of is. The people are like, oh, the articulation, there's not enough articulation. Like me, this is just my personal feelings, but I don't like butterfly joints. I don't like the way that they look. But if you can't say that a Legion's figure doesn't look good in photography. Like, you would be crazy to say that because you can look at the product photography that Trevor does and they look amazing.
That's just the thing, right? Like the people talk about the articulation. I've never not been able to get a Mythic Legions into a pose that I wanted to get him into.
Yeah.
That's suitable for a great picture. It's like, I don't plan on posing him like Spider-Man or anything, so I don't really have to worry about that. It's like, he's a dude in armor. How much articulation do you need? Or
I used to say that all the time. Like, I don't need my knights like web swinging through Manhattan, you know, like they do what I need them to do. I get the two-handed sword pose.
Yeah.
But I even played around with that with the old ones. You could actually like pop the arm off, put both hands on it. And if you angled the camera right, you still get that two-handed sword pose, just not, but the arms popped out, So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I agree, man. Like the articulation that they have on there is enough, like to do anything you wanted to do.
Dynamic posing, definitely.
Yeah.
Just some people make it sound like they're the old 5 POA. You know what I mean? Well, Mythic Legions would be great, but the articulation, and it's like, have you held one?
Yeah, have you played around with one?
Right.
That's the other problem is half the people that say that are only repeating what they've heard. They have no idea for real what these figures are about, right?
That is actually is part of the reason why I'm thinking about getting a 4th skeleton set is just to give those skeletons to some people, like here's a Mythic Legion skeleton, play around with this.
Yeah.
And it feels like certain people will become fans after handling one of the figures.
Well, that's like even when the Legion Builder skeleton came out, everybody's like, oh, this is too thick for a skeleton. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? He's not going to like fall over like some of these other skeletons, like boss fight skeletons are so thin. They just, after a while, they're just going to wear out and hold up anymore.
Yeah. I like that design choice just because you already kind of worry about those thinner joints on figures, breaking anyways.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, right? Those joints are big enough to hold, and move around and not have to worry about it.
Right. I agree with that choice, definitely. And it's a fantasy world, so in my mind, immediately I was like, oh, well, Mythos has a heavier gravity than like Earth. Yeah. So everybody has a higher bone density, and that's why the skeletons.
I mean, everybody's got big fucking muscles, or else they're a goblin or an orc. I mean, so
yeah, exactly. So it totally made sense in my mind. Yeah.
In the past 2 minutes, you guys have been talking about. I mean, look how easy we can get these two-handed sword pose here.
Yeah,
nice and dynamic. Like, I mean,
right,
and that's when the Tusk first came out. Everybody's like, "Oh, I can't get him to cross his arm over to hold the the rifle with 2 hands. I'm like, I have mine posed like that without a problem. What? It's
Yeah,
you.
it's a you problem.
It's you. It's not the figure. It's definitely you.
I won't disagree with that for sure. For sure.
Yeah, they're fun, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Even like some of those older skeletons I have. I got those 2, that scaphoid and I forget what the other one's name, but man, they do some great poses with them.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Scaphoid and I forget what the other one's name is. Scaphoid's the green one, right?
Right. The green one with the purple.
Yeah, and I can't think of the other one. Just the bone white with the red streaks on his skull.
Oh, Tibius?
Yeah. I have the 2 of them. Man, the poses I have them in, like, not that I know what I'm really doing, but man, they just look so. Those 2 look great. I think.
Those are really cool looking figures. I think Scaphoid was the one that I was talking about. I did where the wolf is biting his arm, and he's like doing, the screaming face, and it looked so hilarious, and that's like a lot of
those are 6 jaws on them too. I just popped Tibius's head off because I did a picture of Quasimodo from Ghostbusters in jail cell, and he's screaming. And I wanted a skull screaming too next to him, just kind of like the person that died before him was screaming to death too. I got that
right on
there in the corner.
That is awesome.
That new skeleton on the All-Star coming out with Poxus, that's what, Therasis or something? What's his name?
Therasis is the one with the beard that kind of looks like mine.
Yeah, that guy looks so awesome with the beard on that skull. I'm just like, damn, that looks so cool.
I was messing around with doing different swig customs, and I had bought a 3D printed head that was supposed to go in Dubon's hood, and it was a freaking, I don't know what glue they use. Like usually the heads pop out of the hoods really easy.
Yeah,
they use like super glue on Dubon or something, man, because I was struggling to get that apart. So I kept putting the head back. I peel a little bit and then put it back in hot water and peel a little bit. And when I was trying to pull him out, his mustache popped off. So Dubon's mustache is actually a separate piece on the sculpt that they had glued on. Well, when I popped his mustache off, I did a swig, with a mustache. But then I was thinking, Therasis has a very familiar beard. And I can pop Dubon's mustache off. So there might be a Joe G skeleton when that wave comes out. And now I have to get an extra Therasis and pop a mustache on him just to look like me.
You got to take his helmet off and give him a trucker's cap, though, Joe.
Oh, I think just the bald head.
Oh, yeah, just bald head. That'll work.
Yeah. That nice skeleton shiny. Yeah. I mean, it's the same shape. There's not much of a difference there. So
almost the same shine.
Right. Yeah. I might actually be a little shinier than the polished bone. But yeah. Oh.
But yeah.
I'm really looking forward to that figure just to play around with that too.
Yeah. His whole setup is awesome, like the soft goods and all that stuff.
They ripped the soft goods so that the bones, it's the skeleton torso underneath, and the soft goods are ripped where you can see the bones through the shirt. That was a really cool idea.
That's just the stuff, right, that they think about that a lot of other, I mean, all of these companies do the best they can do. Well, I shouldn't say all of them. Most of them try to do little things like that. Right. But just little nods that the Four Horsemen put into their stuff, right? You can tell it's like they want to give the fans the best thing they can possibly give them. It's like, let's rip this shirt so you can see the skeleton body underneath the shirt, right? Other people would just like, let's throw a whole soft goods robe over top of this. Don't worry about the body. It's like that Christopher Walken that they just opened, right? This guy's got a leotard on underneath the robe because it doesn't matter, right? They're like, it's underneath the robe. No one's going to see it.
Yeah, I think that's coming from independent companies, though. Like, because there's, they're in the house, everything, all decisions and design come from them. It's like same thing with Spiro and Harbinger Studios. Like, it's so much fun to see these guys take fan input and
for sure.
It.
Yeah, and not have to appease stockholders.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I get it with Hasbro and Mattel.
Yep.
Like that's their business model. They've been around forever. Like I understand it, but I really appreciate these third-party companies that are just like, you know what, we're gonna throw in the extra. People are gonna buy our stuff because the quality is just way better.
Yeah.
You know.
I might get flamed for this, but I mean that's the same thing for Todd. Like Todd is his own company and he can do whatever he wants. You get those weird, sketch editions. Maybe it's for you, maybe it's not. But he's like has the ability to make that decision. And be like, yep, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. So I will agree
Jokerize
with that.
everything.
Yeah. He's the one kind of that invented the wave model, where like that original Violator was so much bigger, but at the same price point. So he saved money on the other figures so that he could do one figure in the wave that was amazing at that lower price point. And he like kind of invented that, Yep. And it kind of revolutionized how planning out waves of toys were done. So yeah, I'll give him his credit where it's due for sure.
I was just gonna say that like as much as Todd gets whatever he gets, like he's came into that toy industry and changed things and moved things, moved the needle this way, that way, good or bad, but he's doing his thing,
the detail original Spawn figures, original Spawn toys, man, Jesus, the detail that he had on those, that was just phenomenal for the time. Yeah. Sorry, Thanos, what were you saying?
I was just saying the detail on toys jumped massively after McFarlane.
Yeah. Yeah, because they had to compete with him. Yeah, it was great. Even when he came out with the figure of himself recently, whether people, because it's usually there's no in between where somebody is like, yeah, that's all right. They either like absolutely love it or hate the fact that he did it. But all that press is wonderful. Like it was such a good idea.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the new like Marvel things he's doing? I really like the background on the Captain America. I don't want the non-posable figure, but like just the cardboard background. I'm like, damn, that's cool.
Right.
It doesn't look as good. Have you seen it in person yet, Thanos?
No.
It doesn't look as good as the pictures.
No, that's a bummer.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it's not the way the pictures look is definitely better than in person, because I had it at my Walmart. I almost picked it up and I was like, I don't really care about a non-movable cap. So for that price, especially.
It's a statue.
Like, if I see them at like Ross, I will pick them up and I'll use the cardboard pieces.
Still hooking up that Hawk now and mythic parts.
Awesome.
On what?
On the Hawkman.
Oh, okay.
I removed his helmet, gave him a different helmet. Gave him some pauldrons from Mythics parts. Just been kind of popping, swapping things on him. The helmet,
a nice looking gladiator.
Yeah, the helmet worked really good. That's from the Dungeons and Dragons. The little, I don't know what he is, the little kid. But once I got that Hawkman helmet off, that helmet fit perfect on him.
Ah, right on. Yeah, that's really cool. It's just fun to play with those parts. Like I got out of customizing for a long time because I just didn't have enough free time to do it. And but with the 1,000 Swig stuff coming up, I was like, all right, so I'm not going to clean my house on a set of days off and just make some customs. And just getting back into that, it's been so much fun. I took the Swig hood off, and then the deluxe Goblin builder, I peeled the helmet off of that head, and it turns out they have the same key cut into that hood and the helmet, so those are swappable between those two characters. So then, man, the ideas just started going crazy, and now I haven't cleaned my house in like 3 weeks, and it's starting to get pretty bad. I might have to stop customizing, but man, I've been having fun.
Got to get those Swigs done for the show, though.
Yeah. It just, I was just going to do a few at first. Yeah, and I'm having so much fun messing with the parts and, different ideas and things like that. Like just having a blast with it. So it's fun to play with toys. What's that?
You up to 1,000 yet?
could never afford 1,000, unfortunately. If I could, I would. If I was like a movie star or something, heck yeah, I would have had 1,000 before it was even cool. But
you're not a movie star, Joe? Man, you should be.
I wish. I don't know why I'm not. Yeah.
You got the looks. I don't know why you're not.
It's one of those great mysteries of life for sure. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I even took some ideas like they weren't going to be swig customs for like the Jekyll and Hyde. I wanted to do those for a while, but they weren't going to be like swigs. You know, I was going to do them just as regular customs, but then I'm looking at the parts and I was like, that could be a swig Jekyll and Hyde, and that's even more fun.
Yeah. I like the other swig you did there with the cat face. That was freaking awesome.
Yeah. I did a vampire one, and it was mostly a pop and swap, but I took the swig and like popped his head out and painted it white and put it back in to match the Varg body, and did a little bit of like bronzing on the armor and stuff like that to kind of give it a uniform look. And Curtis Ackerman was looking at it and he goes, now I want to see a cat swig and a minotaur swig. And when he said the cat swig, I had actually bought some extra cat heads off of eBay. And when the package showed up, the mailman put it inside my fence and my dog ate the package. So I had this Jaguarian head that like a big chunk was missing out of the back of it because my dog had ate it, you know? And I didn't throw it away. I just tossed it in a drawer, you know? And I was like, you know, if I cut the nose off and the ears and actually attached it to a swig, it would really be a swig custom, you know? And then the arms, I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to turn this into a what Joe customized episode.
Oh, we love it, man. Keep going.
The Aescipidian, the gray alien from the first wave of Mythics, he has like, it's a thin like 2.0 style arm, but it's muscular. And I had been looking at that for a long time, going like, I want to do something with that, you know? And that's what I ended up using that on. I had to buy an extra arm off of eBay to get the lower section of the forearm, but it's got those Aescipidian forearms, and I thought that looked really good on that because it was like a muscular 2.0 arm. And then I took the Bastet feet and tail and painted those green. And by the time I was all done with it, I was like, it actually looks better than I was expecting it to. So, yeah, that one was a lot of fun. And then I used
for Adam's really good too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I hadn't considered that. He just happened. It was in the chat on this show, and he's just like, I really want to be a part of that, but I don't have time to make a custom. So I just sent him a message, and I was like, "What were you thinking?" And you know, he talked about that idea, and so I had a spare Mephitor, the MOTU tribute one. So I took that head, and I was like, I'm going to try and paint it like the original Thistlethorn, but like with green colors instead. And then as I went, it just kind of morphed into that. And then the blue stone, I had this idea for a while and just not tried it, but that's actually like a fish tank rock. And I took some of that gloss. It's Technic Ard Coat, I think it's called, from Citadel.
Yep.
And it's just meant to make things look glossy. And I just like put that over that fish tank rock, and I was like, that looks awesome. And then I just painted up like a Crotos staff I had to change because it's got like a globe hanging from it. So I painted it blue to look like Swig's, the ball topper on top of Swig's staff. And I don't know. Just by the time it was done, and then I ordered some soft goods for it to get the cloak and the cape, and it got done. It actually turned out pretty well. So So
well, you know, Adam doesn't. He keeps talking about how he doesn't have any time, like he's working for 2 different toy companies, and you know,
right,
being a dad and a husband and everything else. What's this time stuff?
In this case, I was actually happy that he didn't have enough time because I had a blast putting that custom together for him.
And there he is. Speak of the devil. It's just trash talking. I mean, here he shows up.
He has risen.
Yes.
He has come forth.
He's come for vengeance. What's up, Adam?
He is vengeance.
Not much. Spent a few hours working on toy company stuff. Oh my goodness. Yep. Computer software that doesn't map correctly through to other software, believe it or not. You'd think all these companies would start playing nice, but
right.
No. They're all terrible and they don't yeah. I spent hours doing that. I got to do more of that on Monday. Tomorrow I'm going to take off, but
right on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. Take it easy. Yeah. Play with some toys.
That's my intention. I'm going to play with some toys. I'm going to do a video and hang out with the kids and yeah. So should be good.
Get anything good this week?
No, I didn't get anything this week actually, which is it's weird to say that, but I didn't get anything. Trying to clear some stuff out, so it's this sort of period before Legion's Con where I know there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that I'm going to pick up there. It's kind of like 6 weeks or 8 weeks where I'm like, okay, I can't spend anything because I'm going to need. Right. I'm going to need to budget for 2 days where I go crazy. So,
yeah, I was just talking about that earlier. And then the horsemen are like, hey, look at these skeletons that you're going to want to buy too many of. Like they're sabotaging their own con. What are they doing?
Yeah, they don't understand that everybody's trying to budget for Legion's Con. Right. It's like, oh, by the way, we're going to give you these things ahead of time just so that you're broke before you get here.
Right. And don't worry, a month after Legion's Con, we'll throw out a new figure Obscura for Christmas too. By the way, just so you guys are aware that might be coming.
Announce all the new stuff. Yeah. So there's a pre-order you got to get.
Yeah. I don't know what's coming at G-Con this year, but I am so excited to find out what it's going to be.
They've been talking it up, man.
Yeah. Jeremy said that it was going to be exciting for the entire toy industry, like not just Legion's fans.
When I talked to Jim at Panic, and like, he was also saying, like, just wait, it's going to be big. Like, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, what does that mean? It's so ominous.
I don't know what that means. I have a hard time trying to like think of what that could possibly mean because it's
well, it's something more exciting than a fully articulated hand sculpted bear, right? So
we'll see.
I don't know.
Presumably, I mean, but that's it seems. It seems like really good marketing to me. It seems a little bit hyperbole in the sense that how are they gonna it's easy for them to say that because it's sort of like how would anybody call them on that on Saturday who's gonna be like is that person blown away? I wanted that person's you know what I mean, so it's I they're doing a fantastic job. I mean everybody's speculating is it gonna be the dragon or is it gonna be Otho version 2? Those are the two. They're like the two.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if it's only an Otho version 2, I'm going to be disappointed because that is just a dude, and I'm not that excited for just a dude. I need
a whole wave of creatures, just mythic Legion creatures, like a whole wave.
Joe just ruined the Four Horsemen's Legion Con. Now he's like, we got to go back to the drawing board quick. Joe's not going to be happy with Ortho.
Well, I mean, it's just I can't say that I would be excited for just like a guy.
Well, if they're saying it's going to be something
it's got to be something. It doesn't have to be a dragon.
It's going to be blown away. It's got to be something like a dragon.
To Adam's point, that's good marketing. right?
It's,
People are
it's
going
just great
to tune in.
marketing.
Oh yeah,
People
for sure.
tune in
But it's
because,
also a
like,
pre-order, so if it's something that falls flat, like they're going to hurt their own pre-order. I feel like they've cooked something up because I have yet to be disappointed by a wave announcement from
It is a double anniversary too, right? 10-year, 25. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're gonna murder my wallet with something. I've just got that feeling.
I agree. I mean, I think it's one of those things where, like, if you, I don't know what the dragon is going to be. I don't even want to speculate. But hear me out on this. If they don't do the dragon on their 10th anniversary and 25th anniversary, and after saying that they're going to blow the industry away, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you're going to do the dragon. If not now, when is kind of what I think.
This
it's
is
sort
perfect
of like
time for it. Yeah.
Well, we're doing the dragon on our 11th anniversary and 26th anniversary. Like, what? Why didn't you do it last year? I mean, you've had 10 years to plan for it. You know what I mean? Like, where I think and I'm not saying it's going to be the dragon. I'm just saying if they're going to do a dragon the way that I think people think they're going to do a dragon, I would be shocked if it wasn't this year. Here's what I will further speculate. And Joe, I don't know if you know this or not, but because you were kind of insinuating that you might know some of the stuff that they're doing. But they said that they've got stuff planned for the third floor that they're not announcing yet. I wonder if, like, there's going to be sort of more to that in terms of the dragon, like being in that room kind of thing.
Yeah,
where people can kind of see it and look at it, and so they won't have it out, beforehand or whatever. I don't know.
Right, right. And I don't know anything. I will be quite upfront about that. Like, I am not a studio insider in any way or form. I'm just an obnoxious fan.
NDA allows me.
I'm like that guy standing out the outside Britney Spears house with the binoculars, like you might see something, But I know that there is a big area that they have allocated that they haven't announced yet what it's for at Legends Con. And for them to not announce it, with Legends Con only being a month away, feels like it's going to be something big, like a knock your socks off kind of thing. But again, that's just my speculation.
So let's speculate a little further. If they're going to do a dragon, how big do you think they got to make the dragon to make it believable in within the figure line, but not so big that it's a $1,500?
Remember, I saw talking about this before.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that same thing.
I will sell my house to buy a giant dragon. I'm just going to say that right off the bat.
Joe, what happened to your second child? I sold him, but look what I got.
He had 2 kidneys. He didn't need them both. Come on. But
I sold 2 cats for a video game, so
yeah, this all started a really long time ago in an old interview with Corn Boy, and he said that we was talking about things that they wanted to do. We want to do a modular castle where you don't buy the whole castle, you just buy the pieces and build your own castle. I remember being really excited about that idea. But he said we would like to do a 3-foot dragon. It was kind of I think from his perspective, a throwaway comment. Like, these are the big things that we would like to do someday. That
like, not thinking about the
fact that we're super fans and latch onto it, like, Corn Boy said, confirmed. Right. But in a recent interview with the Legions ladies, he said that if they did a dragon, he'd want it to be at least 3.5 to 4 feet long for him to feel like it was what they,
that
kind
was
of put out what they were imagining for it. So
they should also put out a 3 or 4 foot long ape, so that way you can have the dragon and the ape fighting on top of your vintage flag to recreate the Godzilla vs. Kong.
And
now I just had a thought. What if that third floor, room thing is the modular castle? and you get to like get hands on it, and like it's like a Lego.
So did you guys have you guys ever watched the cartoon Archer? Right. So I can only get so erect. So take it easy. All right.
Yeah, really. That upstairs could be different setups for the castle, right? If it's modular.
Yeah, I mean,
well, they could let you have hands on, right? They could have.
Yeah,
they could have.
I personally would be excited about that because
the
way that he had talked about it, it was modular, and this is just complete 100% speculation on my part, but make the parts evergreen on the website, available all the time. And every week I'm buying a castle wall. And
now I'm
the
thinking
castle
less that it's a dragon and more that it's that, because you could use that for other toys.
Yeah. It would definitely be farther reaching for other
even further reaching than a dragon.
Yeah.
And I would be consistently like they get tired of shipping
too,
things
and then you
to
could
my house.
Crossover, and you could have that kind of sci-fi fantasy mix.
With their claim
I changed my mind. There's no dragon. They're making modular playsets.
You heard it first. It's confirmed. Adam said it.
You know, the toy world, it might be that, right? Because if they introduce a new way to get dios out,
that's what I'm saying.
That's it too, right?
Yeah.
That's a good point too, John. Is that it's a whole new way to do play sets, which everybody's been screaming about for years now, about play sets in 1/12 scale.
Yep.
There could be a new module every 6 months or every year, and then you don't have to invest a ton of money right off the jump. It's just every year you're adding to it, and you can kind of modify it and change it. And
if they use that with the High School Creations, right? That's done the Wall XD.
Yeah,
right?
Wall XD. Yeah.
I mean, if you could build it that same type of principle, right? Just interlocking parts and
right.
You could do. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. And the way that Wall XD does it, I think, works really, really well. There's, if you've got any of the Joy Toy ones, they just use little clips, and then things plug in, and then you kind of clip them together to lock them. So, the modularity could be limitless, really, right? And that's where if you did a mythic version of it and a cosmic version of it, you could really. And you could have crossover, right? You can have that He-Man type thing.
Joe's a cold shower.
Mythic Legions eventually build enough to make a whole ship. And it's like the size of a room.
And honestly,
or they could do kind of like it's one of those video games where it's kind of like Terraria, where it's like side view and you're building rooms, but it's like out in space on a ship, and you keep expanding and like building rooms on your ship, but it's all from side view. So if they did kind of like except nowhere near as expensive, NECA doing their turtle layer pieces, and they can eventually all connect together, doing that with different like ship rooms. That could be cool.
It'd be fun too if they go vertical too, like if they give you a floor that's also a roof part, and you can build it up.
Yeah.
Or an optional floor square that turns into like an elevator shaft. You can swap out if you want an elevator, and the elevator will actually like lift up from the back, so you can take it one floor to the next.
I'm having fun with that.
Yeah.
Like the build system in the Fallout 4 video game, but with toys.
Yeah, that's great.
Just snap all those pieces together. Ooh. Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
It's gonna be that. I'm saying it's gonna be that.
It wouldn't be that hard to do. I mean, that's just popping it in there and then building up from that point. I mean, that's simple.
Right.
I mean, in the structural part of it, it's probably not as simple making it so it's modular to fit a bunch of different setups. But
oh man, that would be awesome. Because I was thinking. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, I was just going to say the only thing that would stop somebody like the Four Horsemen from doing that is that would not be the same factory that they would make figures at. Like that is why action figure companies don't make play sets. Different companies, different factories make different products. So you can't it's a different product. It's manufactured different. It's engineered different. Like it's a totally different project. Most action figure companies just kind of go, we don't know where to start.
Right.
They're big enough at this point that I think they could probably figure out a second factory to do effectively a second type of product.
Right.
So
They did just go on that Asia tour too, right? They visited all the factories. Maybe they were scouting stuff out.
Yeah, Jim was over there. Yeah. Jim Preziosi went himself, for that one. So
maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. For me, I was expecting, like, if they do a dragon, I was thinking, because they have to do a wave of regular figures. They can't just have one big item as a G-Con reveal like that. I think that would disappoint. I think that would disappoint the people that can't buy a dragon. There's a lot of people it's not in their price range, that it's not feasible.
Well, they can do dragons. They can do drakes, which are smaller. They can do whelplings.
I'm such a nut that I already cleared off the top of one of my shelves and put a little placard that says reserved for 4-foot dragon. I'm ready for it. They can make it as big as they want. I'm on board. But I feel like they got it. But I think that they could do a month-long pre-order like they normally do for their regular wave. And if they do a giant dragon or a castle or anything, just make it a longer pre-order, maybe a 2 months pre-order window. And that way people have the time. They can announce it at the same time, but you have the time to
they did a longer pre-order last year on the G-Con, didn't they? Right before Legion's Con, wasn't that because they kept it going to like the 15th of January.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah.
They kept it going.
But they could also stagger it. They could reveal something like that they could reveal the dragon at G-Con and say, we know that we're doing a wave and modular playsets and a dragon, so you're gonna immediately have access to the pre-order for the wave. It's gonna run the normal 30 days. Following that, we're gonna give you 2 weeks, and then we're gonna launch the pre-order for the dragon. So you've got plenty of time. You can get your head around the fact that you're about to spend $1,000 on a dragon or whatever.
Gives me enough time to rob a bank, hold up some convenience
find a
stores.
buyer for a kidney, whatever the case may be. It's like you've given you the time, because I think that's I speaking from sort of personally, right? Like, we're setting up a Kickstarter, we have a launch date, it's a ways out, but we're gonna tell everybody way before how much you're going to want to budget for and when it's going to be, so that people aren't like scrambling during the actual Kickstarter to figure out whether or not they can afford what the things that they want. It doesn't make sense to me the way that these things get sort of dropped in people's laps, because most collectors are kind of scrambling between like one pre-order and the next. So giving people a little bit of a heads up where it's like, hey, if you're into this, you might want to consider, not buying that clearance figure because you got a few extra dollars. Like,
I'm going to need to know how much I need for the Space Zombies from Mars, Adam, for sure. For the whole
that's what I'm saying, is that
I'm all in.
It's kind of one of those things where we don't want people to not be able to go all in. Because they just weren't prepared for it. It's not even going to be expensive, but I'm just saying, like, it's
communication is key, and this is just my personal feelings. But like, and then you know what's coming. You have the money ready. You order it. There's some companies that I've heard a lot of people talk about, and then it's just like the community is ghosted, and you don't know where they're at in the production schedule. When is our stuff coming? And that's really frustrating to a lot of people. That constant line of communication, that's how you build a fan base, I think.
Yeah. Well, with Four Horsemen now, like, they're so established, like, with their schedules too. You're going to get the figure obscure in the spring, the Halloween, the Christmas one. The Mythic Legions and the Cosmic Legions waves are coming basically, every other quarter now. They got a pretty good schedule, so you can kind of prepare yourself for that if you know what you're going to go all in on. But
right. Yeah. But I noticed, like, with the Necronominus wave, I think most of us expected it to be ready for Legion's Con.
Yeah.
Months ago, they're like, no, there's no way it's going to be ready in time. And I appreciate that, hearing it months beforehand rather than a week before Legion's Con. Like, we wanted to, but sorry, and then you're like, oh, I'm really disappointed. So I really appreciate with any toy company, like, just as much communication as possible.
The last place I worked, I had a fight with my boss because we were behind on orders because of logistics reasons. And I'm like, I'm just going to call these customers and tell them that their orders are going to be late. He's like, why would we do that? we can still get it on time. I'm like, because the day after it is late, they're all going to be calling me, screaming at me about why their order's late when they've waited for 3 months already. It's like, I'd rather get on the front side if at least they could say, let's just cancel it, or, that's all right, no problem. It's like,
right.
People just don't understand that.
Most people are willing to be like, oh, I can wait as long as you tell them.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, it's staying ahead of the disappointment, right? And the idea of like under promising and over delivering.
Yep.
It's so easy to tell people everything they want to hear, and just sort of you end up getting buried under your promises that you can't fulfill because you're just like, because then they're like, well, you said and you reassured me and you promised, and then you double down and said yes, and it's like, I'm always the bearer of bad news at work because because no one else has the guts to like call people and be like, oh, that thing that we promised would be here before your like big vacation that you needed this thing for, it ain't coming. And they're like, but I'm leaving tomorrow. And I'm like, yeah, I know you are. That's why I'm calling you now. So that you that doesn't happen as often as I made it sound, but it is, when you're kind of at the mercy of distributors to deliver products and they don't, it's not your fault. So I mean, if you can tell people that before, the earlier you can tell people that, the better, because you go, well, my hands are tied. If I can't get this thing, I can't get it. It's not that we're not trying. It's if things change,
you're also giving them time to get
a
secondary option too, right? That
Yes.
was my point with my job, right? It's like, if we can't deliver and you need it on the 1st of August or whatever, right? I can't get it to you by then. So if you want to cancel your order and go somewhere else, feel free to do that.
Mm-hmm. And I think customers will come back to you because of that consideration.
Well, they will, right? I've had a lot of customers that came back because I was honest about it the first time, and then
right.
Well, it just shows integrity, right? Like it just shows that you're looking out for them, not necessarily for the dollar. So
right.
Dollar bills.
It's one thing, like if your ship, breaks down in the middle of the ocean and it's going to be late. Then you don't have that time to tell them in advance, right? But it's like, if it's something because of a production thing that's 6 months ahead of time and it's going to be late, just tell people.
Yeah.
I just wanted to quick say something off topic, but I wanted to make sure I sent it to Ed and Joe. Thank you guys and everyone else for coming together and sending me that creature picture.
No problem.
I love it, man. I was not expecting it. I was a little too influenced that night, and I thought y'all were just kind of offhand joking.
I was just telling us about that. We kind of laughed about that you didn't think
you sent me a message the next day, and he's like, so this will be coming Monday. I'm like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, when we were saying in the chat, I'm like, I thought y'all were joking. I was like, oh yeah, there's something coming your way, Bob. Like I was, but thank you guys.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, no problem at all.
Like he's such a cool figure. Like I'm still like messing with him, getting all the joints kind of hopefully not to break that neck. I'm scared to touch it. It's like rock hard.
Yeah.
That neck swivel.
Yeah.
But
it has. I've seen pictures.
Like I heated it up and it moved fine, but when it cooled back down, it just turned back to rock.
Yeah. Right.
Some of those head pole, neck post holes are really tight too for that. The ones that actually came with the creature. So I think a lot of people are having a problem with that. They're a little bit tighter than normal. So,
but I've had so much fun posing them where like his foot's broken or he's trying to swap out his foot because of that broken pin.
Those are really
and
fun
he's
photos.
So flexible. He's so flexible for not having like double joints and stuff.
Yeah, he has that new articulation style. I think I put him choking like almost every figure in my collection.
I did the one of there's a picture I posted of him choking the like goblin builder. He's like lifting him up off the ground. All I had to do was take the pin out of the arm, put the wrist through the side of the gap between the helmet and the shoulder, and then plug the arm back in, and then just adjust the other hand so it looked like he was like holding them.
Right.
But it was basically just the hand pinned to the head that was like holding him there. He actually held him up without like tipping him over.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
and
that's
that was
that's
really
been fun.
I haven't even taken pictures of it. I was just having fun choking figures.
Yeah. I know I want to dig out in my I got to get behind my snake mountain, but I have that plastic cage that comes with it. And I know I can like squeeze him together, like bunch him up enough where I can like put him in the inside of it, and then do the thing where like the wrist is sticking out and just plug the hand on the outside of the cage, so it looks like he's like reaching out from it.
Right on. Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, but yeah.
Just so everybody knows, goes into choking. That's his kink.
Choking other people.
That's Frankenstein's creatures. That's how he did it.
It's all
Yeah.
Either that or
It's more accurate.
I'm living my dreams
rivers.
through him. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's what I should do. I should recreate him instead of him throwing that little girl into the river, but him throwing a goblin.
Yeah. Right on.
I'm throwing
Goblin's trying to give him a flower.
Right. Oh, fun. Yeah, that's good stuff. Well, I'm glad you like it, bud. That's a
Which hopefully,
figure.
yeah,
I've been having a blast playing with them. So
it'd be dope next year if they did like Bride of the Creature.
Bride of the Creature. I'd love to see like an Igor
That'd be
figure.
dope.
I'd love to. Again, I talk about it a lot, but like Eric Treadaway, his imagination, is different, but like in a good way. I love seeing his takes on things. I'd love to see what he came up with for his Igor.
I was kind of hoping he would have came with like a. Well, I know the creature's scared of fire, but it just would have been a cool accessory if he came with like a torch.
Right.
That was like lit.
So
I got to find my Conan torch because King Conan comes with a cool torch from Mexico. So I got to figure out.
I know the Rising Suns wave, the dwarf builders from that come with torches.
Oh yeah, yep.
And then there's another character that comes with a blue torch. Was that
the accessory pack?
Was that the accessory pack? Okay, yeah. So that'll be fun too. Those accessory packs from Horsemen are so good. Like, it's so much fun.
That makes me think of something else too. With Cosmic, they're doing those like accessory sets.
Yeah.
Well, they're already
the Dio
moving into that space, right? That playset space by doing things like the torches and by doing things like those crates and the.
It'd be cool if they did like a little like campfire, or maybe some like logs and just other kind of cool. So you could do like an outdoor kind of scene.
Right. Well, like the first Cosmic accessory that Adam's talking about, that generator looks like a generator. I mean, it doesn't have to be for Cosmic, and even the computer.
No, I was looking at thinking of put it in my castle.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the computers from the original Aliens movie. It's even got a slot for like a floppy disk,
I bought one Cosmic Legion figure just to sort of get a feel for them.
I still want a gray.
I pre-ordered both of those sets.
Cool.
Both of those like accessory sets just because they're cool, just because they're kind of like they'll fit in whatever kind of sci-fi world you want to put them in, because when you're looking at something like that, scale doesn't have to be right if it's not a real world item, right? You're way more picky.
Suspend your
Yeah. When you have something that it exists in our world, you really want it to be to scale, in your action figure world. But when you're dealing with something that's made up by somebody else, you don't have to go, well, that thing in the real world is this size. You go, oh, it's it fits. It's fine. You can kind of fudge it one way or the other, but. Yeah, I'm really excited about those, and
I could see even
it makes me think more that it could be a play set. It could be It just seems like they're sort of moving in that direction,
Right.
know?
Well, I just spent the last 2 weeks building a castle dial, so if they come out with it, I'm going to be pissed. Just saying.
I'll be happy.
I won't be mad. I'm not going to be mad. I'll just add to it. I'll just take up the other half of my 6-foot table.
Yeah, those pieces.
Hold on,
One of the pictures I did with.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that Elvira?
Yeah.
That's cool. Actually, Elvira would be kind of a neat stand-in for like a
Bride of Frankenstein.
creature, like Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Well,
And then some like a Stitch is kind of like that new villain from Beetlejuice, one that's like all stapled together because like painted some cool shit.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe.
No, you're fine. Eric Treadaway was on the Legion's Lady this last week on Thursday, and they were talking to him about toys that he had sculpted that hadn't been produced, and he said that the one regret was Bride of Frankenstein he had done when he worked at McFarlane, and it never ended up going into production. So maybe it's a throwaway comment. Maybe next Halloween we get a Bride of Frankenstein. I just can't help but kind of, obsess over
Another
it.
cool stand-in, you could use the NECA TMNT Monsterverse April, because she is the bride.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's scaled pretty well, too.
Yeah.
Right on.
There's so much things that the figure obscura could do, though. I mean, just different books and mythologies and all sorts of stuff. They could just go on with that forever. I mean,
that's part of the fun, is just waiting to see, like, I'm still a little bit traumatized from the past in-stock sales where like everything would sell out in like 15 seconds.
Yep.
So even when figure obscura drops, I know that I have enough time, but I'm never going to take that chance. I order my all in and then go back and look at what I bought afterwards. But that part of the fun of that is like, whatever it is, I have no clue what's coming, but I know whatever it is, it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Because you're absolutely right. Like it could be anything. I mean, there's so much great classic literary things that they could do amazing figures. I never would have guessed Red Death. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That was never on my radar, like, at all. And then I saw that figure and I was like, holy crap. Like,
well, like going back to the whole pre-order thing, that's the one thing like I like about the Four Horsemen is like if you know that you're going to pre-order the figure obscura, if you don't know, right, and they show it off in the morning, then you can go back and have that second chance later at night. You might not get your all in, whatever, it doesn't matter. But like that's one of the things that frustrates me about Mezco. Some of the Mezco stuff, they put that shit up for pre-order and it's sold out in like 15 minutes, and that's you're done unless you're going to pay secondary prices for it. It's like.
Yeah. The horsemen have always been maybe a little too good about trying to give their fans what they want. I know there's a lot of people that get upset because of the reissue waves where they reissue figures, because it totally tanks the cost of the original figures, Yeah. And some people collect for resale value, and to them I scoff. Yes. Because I think it's super cool that they're willing to go back and re-release these, rare, obscure figures. Because the old pre-orders, they pretty much just made what people ordered. So if there was a figure, like, part of the reason why Otho is so rare is because not that many were made. People just didn't order that many of that figure, so it's a super rare figure, And not that they've reproduced him, but there's a lot of those rare figures that they're just like, oh, people want this. We'll go ahead and just go make some more, Even the blind box thing I thought was super fun. They didn't even ask people what they wanted. They're just like, we're going to make a bunch of these rare figures and throw them out there randomly. And there was a lot of people that resell figures that were upset,
Figure Obscure is mostly literary kind of stuff, right? Like stories and lore.
Based on real life things, yeah. So Krampus.
Could they do something? This now, like going as far as I'm going in my mind, a Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox would do Paul Bunyan more like a mountain man.
They could do
with
that,
like lots of furs and axes.
That's been thrown out there. People have
Like that would be cool.
Yeah.
Or like maybe like a not really like a knight, but like they could do like a John Henry, but it's take it back a couple hundred years maybe for like armor purposes, for like clothing.
Yeah, one that I
don't know if
when the line first started, St. George, was I don't want to say famous for, but St. George, fighting the dragon,
Yeah.
Now that would be a pretty killer 2-pack, of like a cool knight and a dragon, a smaller dragon, something like that could be fun. There's a lot of different areas, and now that they did the gods of Egypt, like almost every culture has some type of ancient deities that could be awesomely interpreted by the four horsemen into some amazing figures. So
they could do like a Wendigo.
That
would be awesome.
You know what I would love? You know what I would love to see, and they've kind of moved into the realm parts wise is like a Beowulf and Grendel type of.
Beowulf and Grendel.
Speaking to like sort of cultural now. That's pretty. It's still pretty white person, but it's
right.
Yeah, they can make a good Grendel out of just some parts from Frankenstein's creature easily.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know if this would be a good idea for around that they'd want to venture into this area, but as far as like how cool the figure would look, Baphomet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like that would just look cool.
Yeah. So the Gothotropolis line, one of the Scarabus figures had a Baphomet head, like the horned goat head. That was really
That's cool.
So I'd love to see a Baba Yaga, like a hag, like the Mythic Legions take, or Eric Treadaway take on like a kind of a classic, like witch.
Yeah, Banshee. A Banshee would be awesome.
Oh yeah, that would be, man. It's endless. There's so many things that they could do.
It'd be cool. Like with,
I'd love them all.
St. George, they could do St. George and just have like a dragon head as like a dio piece with you can stick your sword down through its head or something like that.
I don't know if you guys saw they had a goat mask at Walmart, and I bought it to turn into a dragon skull.
Yeah.
Just to like pose some figures in front of. So yeah, something
there
like
was a resin dragon skull that they used to sell in one of these catalogs I saw. It was too big for 1/12, but back then I was doing 1/6. And I always wanted to buy it just for that reason, just to
right.
figure stand in front of it.
Yeah, definitely a cool piece. Yeah,
Nolan likes Baba Yaga too. He'd love to have a Baba Yaga.
Yeah,
and if they start getting into creatures, they could start getting into like cryptids.
So there's a lot of speculation because they're based out of New Jersey that the Jersey Devil is eventually going to be, one of the figure obscuras.
If they ever do Mothman, I will sell anything to get a Mothman.
That would be really cool. Yep.
Favorite cryptid ever.
They could really do a New Jersey Devil inspired character though, right? In Mythic Legions without a problem. I mean,
I did a swig like demon crossover figure, and Terrence St. John's like, it looks like the Jersey Devil, and I was like, all right, well, this is my Jersey swig, so that's one of my swig customs. Yeah, but yeah, it's just endless. The cool lore that they could pull from to do figure obscures.
Like you said, that's the fun part about the figure obscure, right? It's like you never know which direction they're going to go. Like you said, no one would have guessed the Red Death was going to be, released. Right?
Yeah,
it's like
Right. They're so good at keeping secrets too. Like they just don't leak. And to me, that adds to the fun. Like, what did I just buy? Even worse, the figure obscure drops are always on a Saturday morning.
Yep.
And I work Saturdays, and it's 9:00 Eastern time, so 6 a.m. in my neck of the woods. My shift starts at 6 a.m. So every figure obscura drop, and it's a good thing that none of my bosses collect toys. I go in and I sit down for the morning meeting, and then I'm like, oh, my stomach. I'll be right back. And I go and I pretend to use the restroom, order my figure obscura, and then come back. Okay, I feel better now. Sorry about that.
You're not doing that in a porta potty, are you?
Yeah, in a porta potty.
Oh, man. Yeah. In 100-degree weather? God damn.
No, not at 6 a.m.
Oh, not at 6 a.m. That's true.
Yeah, that's all right.
Well, 9 a.m.
Right. Yeah, so that's like my figure obscura routine, you know. Pretending to use the restroom so that I can hurry and order it. And then when it's available like 3 hours later, I'm like, why do I do this every time?
Just in case.
Right. Trauma.
At least those drops are sporadic, right? So your bosses don't catch on that. You know, Joe, every month, first Saturday every month, you have this shit at 9 a.m. What's going on?
I don't know. That's weird. I should get that checked out. Yeah. Oh, right on. Now we got to start the Baba Yaga campaign because I think
that out in the cabal all over the place. We want Baba
right.
I think they could do a werewolf, but base it upon the old French stories. There was like a movie they did in the early 2000s. It was a French one.
Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Brotherhood of the Wolf. Yes.
I got arrested.
That was a good film. Okay, never mind.
That sounds like a story.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
I was going to see that movie, but me and my buddy were like, we'll just smoke a couple joints for us, or just car rolling joints. But the parking lot was on surveillance, so they came and confiscated our weed.
Aww.
I had we had gone to the mall and like bought swords, so I had like a trunk full of like broadswords. Like,
sadly, I've been there. Like if I look on top of my closet,
I remember getting
what
arrested.
Kind of street gang are you guys starting here?
I don't know if I'll be able to get my tailor to work here, but on top of my closet here, you'll just see like 12 sword handles. Because I used to collect swords. I could figure out. Come on, old man. I could barely see them.
Yeah, I can see one sticking out of there.
Yeah. But there's some Highlander swords, size, katanas, ranger swords, bastard swords. Yeah.
Just don't ever get your house raided and you'll be fine, bud.
Right. I got a few under my bed like that.
Yeah. And then I know someone has some tapas, nunchucks, daggers. Like, I'm pretty stacked.
I have 3 swords right behind my chair that I have.
Yeah. Over by my chair next to my computer, I actually have the power sword sitting there. It's like a off-brand one, but still pretty cool looking.
Bud or Ed, collecting any swords and stuff. Have you ever heard of that Bud K magazine?
I got a couple of swords from them. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to.
I've heard of Kit K.
No, this was pretty sure it was Bud K, right?
It was Bud K, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how I signed up for something and they started shipping magazines. I used to get those magazines every month, and man, they had some crazy, not just knives, just all kinds of random stuff.
Yeah, I ordered. I got a a William Wallace sword from them, and an Excalibur from Bud K. I mean, they're not real swords; they're just decorated pieces, but they're decent.
Like my He-Man.
Yeah. That William Wallace sword was huge, though. That thing was almost as tall as I was, man. Jesus, couldn't even lift it.
Yeah, they had all that movie stuff and everything in there, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a lot of the Lord of the Rings movie swords. Those are really nice.
It was like some of the first places I ever seen it was in that magazine.
Yeah, that would be dope.
Oh, Quetzalcoatl would be awesome. I'd love that.
Yeah.
Hell.
It's funny. I just was taking pictures of that Ghostbuster Quasimodo, and he's been brought up the last day from different chats and stuff. Quasimodo.
Yeah, cool. Some of those third-party producers would make some amazing creatures for sure.
Those horses that Fish Toys is putting out are incredible. Jesus.
Yeah.
I got the white one on pre-order. I can't wait for
that
to
come
in.
Well, that Griffin that they have coming too.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Really looking forward to that.
I want to pre-order one of those, but I haven't been able to decide if I want the white one or the brown and darker gray colored one.
Right. It's too much good stuff.
Got to figure out a place for my ceiling that I can hang it.
Right.
If I'm getting a 4-foot dragon, then I got to find a place for that to hang from the ceiling. Yeah. Won't even be able to walk in a room.
Chains from the ceiling.
I pushed the damn button.
That's all right, bud.
But in the chat, in the Clubhouse chat, I found a picture of the sword that I have from the KK collection. If you want to bring it up quick, it's pretty dope looking.
I got these little guitars from Temu.
That's
Temu's
cool.
a great place for accessory, dude. That's where I got all those violas, Thanos, that I sent to you and Oz was at Temu. I had a whole bunch of different sizes of those.
Yeah, I got some guitars and some other instruments off AliExpress.
Oh, I saw that sword on the Bud K catalog. Yeah, that thing's badass.
Yeah, that thing is literally sitting right up on top. Like, that thing is heavy as hell, but it's such a cool sword.
Now I need to order some from them just so they'll just send me the magazine again.
Right.
There's an old address. They're probably still getting sent there because I ended up buying something later on, but I didn't buy anything from them. I don't even know how I started getting it shipped to me, but it was coming every month for years.
Yeah. They sent I probably got that magazine for 8 to 10 years straight.
Right. Then I moved
twice from them.
Wherever I moved from, they're probably still getting it.
Yeah. Is that a robot playing the guitar?
Short Trooper.
Let's bring that back up. Oh, nice.
That was so cool.
Hopefully they play guitar better than they shoot, right?
Right.
Should have stuck with Clone Troopers. Just
What's that?
I was saying they should have just stuck with Clone Troopers. Just saying.
Right.
Their aim was a lot higher.
I'll tell you though, if the horsemen do a dragon and don't have a swig in its mouth at some point during Con weekend, I will be really disappointed. So.
When they bring in a dragon, I want to see a swig dragon. Someone do a custom swig drinks the ultimate potion.
That could be a tall order depending on how big it is. Trying to incorporate a swig head into.
Well, what happened is that the dragon ate swig with his potion in his hand, and then
there you go. There you go.
I could do that. 1,000 swig dragons next year.
Glue. Take a swig, try and get to as bare bones as you can. Glue it to the side of the dragon, and then paint swig the same color pattern as the dragon. And because he drank the potion, it attached swig to him, kind of like a tumor.
like melted into them. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's I think Oz has it. Next year's Legion Con, 1,000 dragons.
Yeah.
So we all have to
There
customize
we go.
dragons and bring them in.
So let's talk about the dragon. What color dragon do we want?
Oh, for me, it's hard to imagine anything other than red.
Yeah.
You know,
Red with some earthy tones.
Yeah, it's just
A
A green dragon would be cool.
I know the classic dragon is green, but
A black
being a
dragon,
D-
though, like
oh yeah, would be neat. But like being a D&D fan, that red dragon head is just iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what type of dragon?
My
Wyvern?
brain instantly went to that film Dragonheart with Sean Connery and Dennis Quaid. Like that like style look would be amazing.
I think that's what I would want, because I'm one of those nerds, you know. Like that's not a dragon, that's a wyvern, you know, like one of those guys that irritates everyone. But yeah, I want it to be like a European style.
Yeah,
they could do a figure of Sphere Dragon, but make it like Chinese dragon style, like the
Shenron style.
That would be cool. The articulation, like the snake-like body articulation, would be fun. I think for a Mythic Legions dragon, I'd want just like, because looking at the trolls, the way they do the ratchet joints and stuff, I think you can make a really stable, like European style dragon, you know, where it would stand and actually hold its shape.
Well, with what they did with the bear, they could easily do that with a dragon.
Yeah.
Well, that brings up another point too, and I think we discussed that when we discussed, you know, the dragon last time on here. I could see them doing the dragon the way they've done the trolls, with limited articulation,
rotocast,
rotocast, not doing it like a you know, injected figure.
Yeah,
because otherwise that thing is not gonna be. No one's gonna be able to afford it. Like it would be outrageously expensive. And I think
the shipping on those, if it was solid,
that too is that you have to make it so that you can kind of snap it together in the same way that
the metallic big dinosaurs are, right? They all snap.
Exactly. They all have the tail off, and it's just it's like a ball joint with a peg, mushroom peg that pops in, but it's designed to pop in but not pop out, kind of thing.
Right.
I think they could totally do it that way and sort of keep the shipping. You could do the wings that way too. So you're thinking, okay, how long's the body? You know, can you kind of stack everything else on top of that, or kind of in and around that? And you know, the tail goes between the legs, the wings kind of overlap and sort of sit like, okay, you know, you could get that box down to 2 feet.
Yep.
You're doing pretty good.
Those dinosaurs are what, at least 2 feet long. I mean, Giganotosaurus is definitely 2 feet at least.
Well, that's those guys, but I mean, you've got like Brachiosaur.
Oh yeah, that one's even bigger.
And like the long necks are all
huge.
Those are like 5 feet long when they're put together, though, right?
It's the horsemen too, so you know that they're going to design it where 2 years from now we get the same dragon but with different wings and a different head. You know, and it's a different.
Definitely
dragon.
Get reuse out of that for sure.
Yeah.
The infinite nothingness is back. Everybody behave. The boss is back.
No.
Everybody act like you're working.
And Brick's comment about the talk about what the G-Con wave is going to be. That's what's made this one so fascinating, because they've hit all the factions now. So we actually have no real idea of what's coming. Like they touched on everything that they said that they were going to touch on. So really, we have no idea what it could be. Anything this year.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Joe, because they have literally like done a wave for each faction.
Now. Yep. So, you know, me personally, and I'm not big on speculating because I've literally never been right about any guess of what they're going to produce, like ever.
I was right about a bear, and I'm excited that I was right about the bear, but that's about the extent.
that was one of those things when people talked about the bear. It was the same thing with the skeleton horse. I was like, that's a really cool idea, but they're never going to do that.
Mhm.
Like, how would it even work? You can't have a skeleton horse. You know, you
And
can't
then
have
they did it.
and then they bring,
yeah.
How are they going to even do that? And then they bring it out, and you're like, oh. I was like, oh, that's how. Okay, they know they know a little bit more about this than I do. You know?
All right. So
I want
of
pirates.
I would love to have some pirates, right?
And
Like they need
overlap it into cosmic and then do space pirates.
There we go.
I think they mentioned pirates.
And then skeletal pirates. You gotta have skeleton pirates.
No,
And for cosmic, you could do robot space pirates.
Jeremy said that they would not do European or Pirates of the Caribbean style pirates. He did say that there would be pirates in mythos, but they would be their own thing. Which
right.
That could be anything.
Could be anything.
Well, I could see them doing like more Persian style pirates, especially with some of the pieces we've already had from, you know.
Eric definitely likes that style. That scorpion assassin from the Rising Sun's Wave,
right?
Oh,
Yeah, they have a lot of Persian inspiration in that.
So, speaking of skeletal horses, Random Treasures, that toy store that's by me, they've got an Equidron for like $100. And I've kind of been here and there about it, because especially with Legion's Con coming up. But I keep looking at prices of that figure, and I don't think I'm going to find a better price even at Legion's Con.
That's
that's the standard Equidron, not the Shadow Equidron.
Yeah, just standard.
Right. No. The standard is actually the more rare one. The Shadow Equidron was produced in higher quantities.
At least it doesn't say Shadow Equidron on the box.
Is it brown or black?
Memory checking it. I don't have my D20 on me to roll for this one. I believe it was brown. Because the dark one's the black one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, maybe I'll try to make it out there tomorrow and find out.
Send me a picture, Oz. If it's a Shadow Equidron that you're wanting, I think I can help you out with that.
Oh.
Pretty sure I have a spare Shadow Equidron in a box somewhere.
Joe's got a spare for every one of these.
Somewhere. Pictures of everything laying around somewhere. He doesn't even know where they're at.
Not everything, but funny enough. So when I got into this, I didn't actually pre-order anything because I didn't trust the internet back then. You know, things like Kickstarter and stuff. I was like, you look on the page, it's like, hey, they just might not fulfill this and you don't get your money back. So I was like, forget that. So I went on eBay and people were just selling these big lots of Mythic Legions figures. I had no idea that they were going to be like rare or hard to find.
How
figures.
valuable.
Just buying a bunch of cool figures. So at some point, I had a spare of almost every Mythic Legion of like the first few waves, just because I was having fun collecting them. And I've given almost all of them away at this point to people that are trying to like, complete their collections and stuff, just because, you know, it's cool to help people out. Feels good. So,
you know what's funny about that, Joe? I had a similar opportunity right around the time I'd gotten laid off from PayPal, because we got this nice severance package. And I honestly thought I was going to be finding a job again real quick. Boy, that turned out to be not true at all. But like, I was buying lots of like NECA alien stuff just so I could build up. Like, that's how I got my queen and all that other stuff. And then I was buying even like the Kenner aliens, because Connor was looking at all these really cool toys that I was buying. He was like, "Ooh, I want to play with those." And I was like, "Not on your life." You know, so I bought him the old Kenner stuff, bought a couple lots of that. And I'd seen some lots of Mythic Legions figures, and they weren't too bad. Like, honestly, I was paying about the same amount for the NECA stuff. And I was just like, yeah, but, you know, I'd seen like the stuff for the Kickstarter, and I kind of knew about it way back then. But as cool as it was with fantasy, I wanted to build that Hive Dio, so that like took priority.
Right.
Ah, man, now it's like I really kick myself because I've completely fallen in love with the damn freaking lines, and it's like some of them earlier figures. Again, like specific orc characters and stuff like that, and how much they go for now. It's like shit.
The new figures are better.
Yes.
I don't think that anyone should feel bad about coming into the line, even right now. Like the stuff that they're kicking out right now is leaps and bounds better than the old stuff. That said, I'm super glad that I have it all. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But for me, if I wasn't such a big D&D fan, because when Mythic Legions came out, you just weren't finding cool medieval style action figures.
Nope.
I have a massive collection of like D&D minis, that I use for role playing and stuff like that. But because I had some of the Seventh Kingdom figures that I'd gotten from a toy shop, a hobby shop that I went to for my game. And then when I was getting divorced, just for something to do, I was like, oh, I'll, finish that collection because those figures were cool. And then I was like, Gothotropolis, what is this? These are really cool. I'll buy all of those. And then all of a sudden I saw that gold knight and I was just like, my heart started fluttering, And
well, the other cool part is
these look like D&D figures that I would actually want, that weren't just like.
I feel the same way about Aether. That figure's so cool. The figure Aether.
Yes,
the big team. That's what first caught my eye.
Aside from like Arethyr, and I mean, it's still possible to get, Alithia as well. Like, I mean, you could still get Alithia for a really decent, close to retail price at this point. You can get her horse right now from Store Horseman. But aside from Arethyr, like, you could go out now, you can get Poxus, you can get Poxus's horse, you could buy anything you want from the Poxus wave if you're into mages. With Necronominus and All-Star 6 coming up, you get several different kinds of knights, even with, you can get different colored knights in just a couple of weeks, in a month's time.
Well, that just going off of what Bud said. So, like I said, I have them all. I love them all. But if you take Arethyr, the Arethyr figure, and then go back to Wave 1, there's not a single figure in Wave 1 that is as cool as that freaking Arethyr figure. Like,
exactly.
It blows away everything in the original Wave.
Exactly.
Visually.
So, were the ones I backtracked for when I started. So it was like, I need all 4 horsemen and their horses.
Completely understandable.
It wasn't bad when I picked them up.
But yeah, I mean, and you could still get from retailers, like right now, you can still get a lot of Alithia's Brood. You can get a lot of, again, you can get like anything from Poxus right now. It's still pretty easily obtainable. And
I don't know if Poxus as a figure itself gets enough credit for how freaking cool it is too.
He is so cool, especially if you like kind of like a
be
zombie.
My favorite horseman at this point. Like,
he's super cool.
He's just got so many small detailed parts. It's like some parts that a little
insect leg crown that's like the insect legs are coming out of his head to form the crown.
The
and
bow. The freaking bow. It's ridiculous. And again, with the upcoming waves of what we got coming out, you've got knights, you've got Vikings and barbarians, you've got Persian style again, if you're into Hun barbarians, you've got that coming on the way. With all the waves that are currently out and what's coming over the next year and a half, just about anything you would want fantasy-wise, you can get for a good price. There's no real reason to backtrack unless there's something that came out that's like really diehard that you want. Even with orcs, like I managed to put together a very small horde that I could still expand on. But like you can get several orcs right now at again a really decent price, like basically retail price. So there's
those game figure orcs.
Mhm.
Chef's kiss. It's
Oh my
like
God,
the
yeah.
original barbarian builder, but with orcs. Like those are so fun to play with.
I'm not gonna lie, I was
Queen Urxa. That's what I really want.
yeah, I would like that. But
How
you can still
rare
get the
is-
female. You can still get the female Legion builder right now too. You can still get that. DBTS has them.
Yeah.
I think
So
the only catalog character, actually there's two now that I think of it, because there's one goblin that I think I'm missing. But the only catalog character that I still want, I have Vorgus version 2, but that blood armor on version 1,
the original one,
they kind of did that wash.
Yeah.
That's the only one that I'm like, version 2 is phenomenal. The detail work is phenomenal. The paint work is phenomenal. The translucent red head is amazing and like makes that feel But that blood armor paint is,
you know what the original one reminds me of, like with the wash on that, like what you're saying, Adam, is that it reminds me more of the Bram Stoker Dracula's armor from the movie. Like the way it's that real dull red kind of wash.
yeah,
that brings out the smaller
something
details.
kind of more unique about it than when you have painted detail. Like it looks dirty too, right? And that's,
Yeah. It looks like this is an ancient armor that somebody found to put on. Whereas the new one just looks like, man, somebody just smithed the shit out of this and fucking brought it out. I agree with you on that completely.
I do got to say, and I agree with what you're saying, except for the cape. The cape on the new one, how it's got like the fingers that come up.
Like version 2 is objectively a better figure. Just way more thought out, way more detail that makes it specific for Vorgus. Vorgus version 1 is just the evil armor, the evil sort of knight build that was
with great
apart
paint.
from the paint job, it's a stock figure. It's not there's nothing to it.
Nothing extra.
The cape is, those their early attempts at capes. Bless them for trying, but it's like it's just a weird piece of fabric that doesn't really fit on the figures properly. Yeah, how many posts in the Cabal have there been about like, how do I put this cape on? And like 37 different people have a different way to do it.
Yeah, and it's funny because I don't think that they know, because
there's no good way.
We've gotten like detailed instructions on how to do everything except for those freaking capes. So they're just like, I don't know, put stuff through holes.
Yeah,
I'm sure they like looked at the figure and they were looking at the shoulder and they're like, see how this part's a little spiky? Let's just loop part of the cape around that, and that's how it'll stay
that's
in
how
place.
you do version 2 of Vorgus, but with the
So, when I was asking you, Adam, I was like, I know you did on your video.
Yeah, no, there's a hook. It's designed to hook on the little piece of it over there.
Yeah, but if you go back to like Tibius, he's just got 4 holes in his cape, and it's like, you basically just lied those up and then pop the shoulder pauldrons through. Hey, look, it's on.
And some
Noglin has 2 layers of cape, and you got to figure out which one it goes on the inside and which goes on the outside, and how you're going to fold them and where.
I've even seen people pop the arms off and put the arm through the hole. I was doing it where the pauldrons that had like the coin looking part on the front. I bring it over the shoulder and loop it over that, like it was pinned onto the armor.
With 2 figures, I was wrapping it around the shoulders and actually putting it under the neck joint.
Yeah, there you go.
So that it draped like over the chest.
Yeah,
it looks really good, like and things like that. But it doesn't
I was
work
trying
on
to figure out a way with Tibius. Because of the way his greaves are on those skeletal legs, like if you don't have the cape covering it from the back, it looks pretty gnarly. Like just, oh man, they could have done something back here. So I was trying to find a way to put it around his legs, kind of like a comma, like just like a little skirt. But it's too big. There's too much cape there and nothing to really wrap it around the waist joint.
I would love to see more third-party soft good makers make that swig skirt.
Oh man, yeah. Well, Strupp Family Crafts like killing it with some soft goods. Not to mention,
there's a lot of
Jepson's
really
kits
good
that
soft
he does on
goods,
his own.
but I like those little skirts, and I'd love to see them done in a lot more colors. Maybe some that are like ripped up that you could put on the skeletons. That look like they belong with the skeleton. I'd like, that's one piece that I haven't seen too much of that I'd like to get some more of.
Well, All-Star 6, we're getting those tattered soft goods on what's his name coming out?
Therasis,
yes.
I don't buy skeletons, but I bought that one. That figure looks phenomenal.
He's just so good looking. He's such a good looking skeleton.
We were talking about that earlier. Yeah, Ed had brought that up, and it's what a simple idea though. Like, we'll put the skeleton torso on him, and then we'll just like put a few rips in his shirt, so that it's a soft good shirt, but you can see the bones underneath. Saying it like that doesn't convey the visual image of how cool that looks to see his bones through that ripped shirt like that.
Yeah, and you go look at it on freaking Source Horseman on that wave, and it's like, wow, yeah, this guy is great. Same thing with like the Viking Raiders and the ones that they released part of the All-Star or the retailer wave. It's like, man, like for just a skeleton, they've really made them so versatile with how they do them up. For somebody like me who loves skeletons, it's like this was the perfect time for me. I say that, but my wallet's been screaming at me for the last year and a half too. Like, yeah, asshole, slow down.
There's never an ideal time to be broke, but after a while, I will say you get used to it. The sting goes away a little bit. So it's like, all right, kids, we're having ramen noodles for dinner this week. So Daddy's got a pre-order he needs.
A simple slice of cracked cheese and a cracked egg and ramen,
right?
And that instantly turns it bougie.
Yeah,
there you go, man.
Seen this great new product called Spam. Well, you're going to be eating a lot of it.
Spam is fantastic. Spam is so good.
It is.
Spam's great with eggs,
But I don't know. It's a good time. It's a good time. I like everything. I can't even say like. I start digging through old boxes or, things that I have packed away. I found like 3 more Fury skeletons that Fury orcs that I don't remember buying. And I was just like there's 3 more of these. I don't know when I bought them, but thank you, Past Joe. We're gonna add to our shelf a little bit. So
take one of those Fury orc bodies and take another swig head, paint it up red. So you can have your green Hulk swig and your red Hulk swig.
Right.
There you go.
Somebody had to have done that already. I can't imagine that there's not a red swig floating around out there somewhere.
I haven't seen one yet.
People love the Fury Orc concept of just like take anything and paint it red, and it's in the Fury clan. Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, like for me, that kind of goes back to the whole Warcraft thing, right? Like, when we first started playing the Warcraft games, they were all green, right? But then you find out, well, no, originally they weren't green. They were this reddish, kind of orangish color. And then it was the taint that turned them green, right? The evil magic that turned them green. Well, I kind of like thinking of it in the reverse, where they started out green and then, they got tainted by red. So the Fury Clan portion of that works into it. The fact that they're also a little bit more intelligent, just that makes me giggle because I think of intelligence.
So how about this? Because they've intentionally never revealed what it actually means to be Fury Clan. right? They've said that any race can be Fury Clan.
Yeah, they just got to be
never
red.
talked about it. What if G-Con is a Fury Clan wave?
You know?
I mean, I said it, so it's not going to happen now, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Well,
not going to blow me away.
Now you've crushed everybody's dreams, Joe.
I'd
Thank
be disappointed, Joe. I'd be disappointed.
Going back to Warcraft, though, like the red orcs, that's like the double dose in the demon blood.
Yeah.
The Hellfire orcs and stuff.
Yeah, like the Crimson Redwoods, because again, they were like more like a lightish red to like an orange color, initially, and then tainted green. But yeah, then they've got the ones that are like deep red. Get some more purple orcs, like purple.
For my Warcraft guys, he's my little warlock.
Nice. Dude, he works really well for that too.
Yeah. I did not customize him though.
I had a thought and then I lost it. What was it? Hold on.
Speaking of red orcs, did you guys see the recolor of the Blade Master from Memory Toys?
Yes. Oh man. They're killing me.
Huh?
The tiger?
No.
No.
The Blade Master.
The orc.
Yeah.
Blade Master. Right. No.
They're just killing me right now.
Yeah, I'm not doing the recolors of stuff. Although that warrior in the High Warlord armor, they're recoloring like purple, which was the tier below. But they're giving him the axe off Cthulhu with like the eyeball and the veins. Oh man, it looks so good.
Oh, what was the one that
I custom of those or that axe a while back, but like it just never shipped, and I canceled the order because it was like 3 months later and hadn't heard anything from the guys.
What was the not property that I posted in the chat today that I saw?
I don't know. I was media blacked out all day.
That's right. You were. I think it was. What anime property was it? I have to go look. I'll be right back.
Posted it? Hold on. I'm looking at us.
Yeah. I said, hey, look, now they're doing this not property. I was like, oh shit.
Will, sorry, unrelated, but and Joe's gone. I was gonna say,
I'm back. I drove really far and I drank a lot of coffee to stay awake, and I waited as long as I could, but I had to go.
I was sucking down some water while I wasn't on camera.
Will there be any waves that have just released for Legion's Con?
Necronominus is the closest.
But they won't have it in time.
Yeah, they already said it's not going to make it in time.
Yeah, it's going to be hitting first thing next year.
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking like last year
it was a cosmic, wasn't it? One of the cosmic
there was
Legion
a cosmic wave. There was All Stars 5 had kind of just landed. Reinforcements 2 had just landed.
Yeah, Reinforcements 2 I remember because that was everybody getting the Valiant
the
Knight.
table was full of stuff that people
they
might
snuck in the Valiant Knight too.
And then the Valiant Knight banged everybody over the head when they were everybody was like shocked by that one too.
And man, I'm still like, how did I end up getting 2? I'm so proud.
I am not. Well, we won't talk about how many Valiant Knights I have, but I don't usually pay scalper prices for figures. I'm patient. I can wait.
Yeah.
But when they showed that new articulation, I was like, I immediately went on eBay and overpaid for one just because I was like, I have to try this right away.
And then a week later, they had them in stock on the store so we could all try.
So that was a fine example of me being a jerk on accident. So when they did the in-stock sale of the Valiant Knights, I wanted one because the backstory was that they were like freelance knights that worked with all the good factions.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'll just get on there and buy 6. So they went live. I bought 6, checked out, boom, got my 6 knights. I was like on 3 different shows. Like, yeah, I got my 6 Valiant Knights. I had no idea that they had sold out like super fast, and a bunch of people didn't get them at all.
I didn't.
And yeah, and I was totally a jerk without even knowing. I just logged on, got mine, and just moved on with my day.
You're not a jerk, though.
Like,
I mean, they didn't. They put them up, and they like you order what you want. I mean, you bought them to keep them. Like you didn't even buy them to flip them. So it's not like
Right.
Oh, yeah,
There's a bunch of people that knew the
people that
price
bought at
and
least
bought
that
them.
many just to flip them. So
right. But I felt bad afterwards, because if I had had any awareness that people were disappointed that they didn't get them, I wouldn't have been like, I got 6. You know,
nah, you didn't buy all of them though. It's not the
No.
equivalent of like going to Target and clearing the shelf. You know,
Right. Exactly.
I just
I
needed
had
it.
They
people.
sold hundreds of them that day, probably thousands of them that day. Like it's not as though.
Yeah, I guess
had
that's
people who we would have recognized in the chat at the time reach out to me, and they were like, "Hey man, I know these are going for a really good penny," and they were like, you know, bam, they were all like, how much do you think I can get for them? And I'm like, you're a fucking dick.
Yeah.
And then I stopped, like, we're no longer talking. And some of those people don't show up anymore.
Yeah, I'm fine with people doing whatever they want to do. That's their business. I don't hold it against anyone for doing what they want to do with their toys.
Yeah, me too.
I have never gotten rid of a figure for money. That's just not me.
I was gonna say, Joe, you are like the complete opposite of that.
But
I know from experience.
I guess at my age right now, I feel like the good feelings that I get from helping someone is more important to me than the cash that I get.
Right.
For selling a figure. I would rather just help somebody out and be like, have that person be like, hey, Joe is awesome, and they helped me out, and he helped me out. That gives me more than any amount of money that I would have gotten for an action figure. So.
I go back and forth because like if I can help, if somebody says, hey, I need something, and I'm like, hey, I have one of those, like I'll usually my thing is if I can recoup my cost, I'm good, because then it's a wash,
or
whatever.
Or trading several Origins figures for about the equivalent, even though the Origins figures was a gift from the start. But helping out with a regular Hagnon, I appreciate you.
But it's just that's one where like that's a good example too, right? Where it depends who it's going to, and it's sort of like if you're a stranger and you're like, hey, give me a good deal, I'm like, why? Like, so if I post a figure that happens to be worth a lot of money, and I'm like, well, I'll post it for a lot of money. If somebody goes, hey, I want that, and they're a friend, I'm like, okay, don't worry about that price. Here's what I'll sell it to you for, kind of thing. Like,
right.
Because it's so weird to like nickel and dime your way to the next figure. To me, it's sort of like if you've got an Otho, I understand, selling it for market value, right? Because
absolutely.
you go, I can sell this one figure and fund a wave of figures. It's kind of a no-brainer. I feel bad when like I said, like when somebody that I know reaches out and they're like, I'll take that. And I'm like, I feel bad selling it to you. So then you got to like backtrack and be like, okay, well now I can't fund that wave of figures, but you get what you need, and I'm part of the way there. So I don't know. It's weird. It's mucky though. Like it gets dirty.
Well,
that was part of it for me too. Like the Gothmetropolis birds, I gave a lot of those figures to people, even when the prices were high, because I bought them when I was getting them for like 15 to 25 bucks a piece. People didn't want them for a long time. They were super cheap, and I bought a bunch because I love them. Then I'm like, I don't know. I would have felt bad charging somebody $100 or more for a figure that I paid $15 for.
And see, there's a thing though. Like market value is one thing, but again, like people, when the Valiant Knight hit and it was real hot, right? Like right after they announced it, and it was like,
oh yeah,
people were quadrupling that. And then because people saw that, they were buying mass amounts from Store Horseman when it went live with the intention of reselling. That's that scalper attitude.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't tolerate.
And
but if
Adam
you're
is
selling
right.
for something at a market value, because that's what it's worth, again, like an Otho or something, there is nothing wrong with that because that is a valuable figure. Sell it at that cost. Never had any issues with anybody selling something at that market value. You know, we all say Evil Bay, but let's face it, Evil Bay is where it sets that market value. I look at sold items. I never look what people are asking for. I always look at what they've sold for. Yeah. And I base what I'm willing to pay for it for that. And there's a lot of that stuff that sometimes, that's out of my price range at that point. And, if it is, well, then I just write it off. But the people who are intentionally doing that kind of scalping behavior, let's face it, well, when we see a lot of that stuff sell out in minutes at Hasbro, it's one of those things how many of those, are we going to turn around in the next hour and see posted on eBay, even though it's not coming for months for
always
triple the value?
Those weird people too. Every once in a great while, this isn't a normal thing, but I'll get a message from somebody that I've never seen their name before, and they're just like, "Hey, give me that figure," or the head or part, and I'm like, "Dude, I don't even know who you are."
So the audacity,
I'm a nice guy, but there's limits,
balls.
I know I have some stuff on Marketplace, and some guy it's Master Universe Classics, and they're from San Diego.
Oh yeah.
And I just put the price that they paid, they were to begin with, because I'm a little cheaper. But I put the original price, and they're Comic-Con exclusive, and some guy's trying to freaking talk me down on there. He's like, "Oh, how about this? How about that?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm already giving a good ass price for t-shirt."
Right.
Gotta love the low ballers.
Mm-hmm. I think there's a weird thing where, I think this is the situation for you, Joe, where people are kind of just reaching out and just asking for things. I think there's a weird thing in social media where if people hear about you enough and hear that you've done that, they just assume, oh, I replied to a comment that Joe made on a Cabal post. So we're pretty tight. I can just reach out to him. It's the most absurd thing. You're all laughing, but I genuinely think that's the mindset.
We're laughing because that's true.
Yeah.
Where they're like,
there's
we're all in the Cabal, we're all buddies, and I'm like, there's 6,000 people in the Cabal. That's not how it works. It's way beyond that now.
Since you've been known for being part of Spiro, how many times have you been approached about stupid stuff like that?
Yeah,
even if it's just information, right?
I'm in Adam's inbox all the time, telling him to just send me stuff from AWOC.
Yeah,
because that's the kind of guy I am.
Yeah, it's just weird. Even if it was somebody that I saw in there a lot, and had that familiarity, oh, I see that guy posting in the Cabal all the time, then I would be more receptive to that. It's those weird ones where
you've never even seen the name.
Yeah, I've never even seen that name before.
So that literally happened to me. So I'm selling off a bunch of vintage G.I. Joe stuff in a Canadian vintage G.I. Joe group right now, but I'm selling it in kind of chunks. Because again, nickel and diming your way to whatever. I'm like, okay, I got to clear this shit out. Legion's Con's coming up, so I'm selling $100, $200, $300 lots of things, and but they're really good pricing. It's priced to clear. And a name that I've never seen. The guy messaged me and he's like, "Are you selling anything else?" And I was like, "What?" I might. What's it to you? I'll post it if you want to buy it. But
sometimes that can be a blessing when they see that you're clearing out a lot of stuff, and they're like, "Well, hey, are you selling more?" Because there might be an individual figure in there that they're looking for that you may still have. where it might be worth it to take a picture or two and be like, well, how much did you want for it, kind of thing.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. Like I said, that's where it gets
Sure.
gets messy. It's like that's where there's I'd rather give things away to people that I know need them, or
Right.
sell them for like a loss or whatever. If I want to sell things to like clear out, I'm gonna post them publicly. And then it's not then there's no like buddy thing or any sort of like,
Well, you
hey,
also
this
get
is
the
the
guys,
price.
right? Like you're selling in lots now, and it's like, oh, I just need that one figure from that lot.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
I'm not.
it's
That's the
like,
thing.
no, come on,
I've
dude.
done claim sales. I've done the whole live, thing where you put them in the comments in the post and all. Like I've done all of it, and I don't have the time or the patience for it this time around. So basically every Sunday I put 2 or 3 things up, and then if they get claimed, great, and I ship them out, Monday or Tuesday, and then. And the way that I'm doing it is for my own sanity, so they don't have people kind of like it's 2 items, it's like 2 transactions, it's potentially like 2 conversations that I have to have. I don't have to have 37 conversations about 50 different figures, and it's just like I can't keep track of all that stuff anymore. I don't have the time for it. It's just like I want to sell that stuff at a good price to collectors that I know will appreciate it. But I don't want to like haggle, and I don't want to like, it's just, just buy it or don't. I don't want to.
Right.
Well, that's the other problem with eBay now. It's become almost like people think they're at a garage sale, right? It's like you get messages all the time as soon as there's something about eBay. It's like, would you take $5 less? Can you throw in this, or if I buy this, will you send all of this other stuff free? I'm like, why would I do that?
Would you do that if you owned the figure? That's what I'd like to ask the people, right?
I saw one recently. Again, it was a GI Joe thing, and it was like a guy posted a figure, and like in the thing it says like it's as pictured. If you have questions or whatever, ask your questions before you claim it or whatever. And somebody claims one of the things, and then he sort of comments. He goes, "Do you have this specific accessory?" And he's like, "No, it's not in the picture. Like it explicitly says, like if it's not in the picture, it's not
part of it."
He goes, "Oh, I don't
you
want
can't
it anymore,
read,
then."
don't claim.
Yeah, and it's like he was like, "Well, you claimed it," and like they had a conversation about it, and then he's like, "Okay, I'll claim it." And he's like, "Does it have this?" And he's like, "No." He's like, "Okay, I don't want it anymore." He's like, "What the?"
Yeah, like why did we just have this conversation? And that's the other thing too. I could understand reaching out to somebody on eBay who's selling something, and it's been posted for like a week and a half or whatever at a price, and nobody's going for it, and then being like, well, what if you came down this much? Because it's not like a standard bidding kind of like auction or whatever. It's up there for whatever it is, and you reach out and you're like, yeah, this thing's been up here for like 2 weeks. If you came down to this price, would that be okay, kind of thing? And you still pay your taxes and your shipping or whatever for it. That's one thing. But people reach out like the moment you post it, and they're like, yeah, what about if I got it for this price? Well, if I wanted it for that price, fucker, I would have posted it for that price.
Well, that's just it too, right? But if you offer a reasonable offer, can you take $5-10 off it, right? Most people, after it's been up for 2 weeks, are going to take the $5 or $10 discount, right? They're going to give it.
Yeah.
But these other
because
people,
at that point, they're looking to get rid of it.
Right. I had an item that had like 40 watchers, and this guy's like, "This has been up here for 5 days. Can you take $10?" I'm like, "I have 40 watchers. One of these people will buy it at the price I have offered. Why are you being stupid?"
Yeah, they're waiting till the last minute. It doesn't mean it's not going to get sold.
And then you got these guys.
Oh yeah,
the non-paying buyers. They buy it, they want it. They're down your throats about getting it shipped and everything like that. They haven't even paid for it yet. Like they haven't posted payment on it.
Yeah. Back in the day, eBay used to be harsher on the non-paying buyers and stuff.
They used to.
Yeah, now it's like a slap on the wrist. It's like, you should really pay for your thing. I'm sorry, they're not buying it. Okay. We'll let you relist it for free. Thanks, eBay.
That's how I do it. Like, I was excited for it. I wanted it. I had the money. Goes through, pay immediately.
Yep.
Unless I'm asleep when it.
Why are you buying it on an auction if you're not going to pay right away? Unless it's some weird thing that ends at like midnight, then you get up in the morning and pay for it in the morning, right? I get that, but
that's a little bit different. Yeah. Well, that's also why I like looking at just the buy it now stuff. Like, look, I want you to know I'm doing buy it now. You've got your money. Please at least send me notice when you ship it.
Yep.
When I was doing street sales for a while because there was a toy place down the street. It went out of business already, but it would have every one weekend a month they would have you could just set up a table and sell stuff, and that was awesome. I didn't mind haggling with people there because if they're here, they're gonna be oh, take it. It's I'll throw a couple bucks off, take it, get rid of it,
and then it's
I was selling
right?
the stuff just to get rid of it. Yeah. It was nice. I kind of wish we still had that. I have to go a town over if I want to do that now. It's a lot to pack up all that stuff.
You got to be a little closer to Skelly for that, huh?
You got somebody in person too, and you're sitting there chatting with them. You're like, "Oh, this person's cool."
Yeah, that's it, right? You got the face.
That's also a different. Yeah.
You just came to get what I had on Marketplace here. And we got to talk in the gas station. I invited him over, and he was going through everything. I was like, "Oh yeah, I got extras of these." That I ended up selling him all kinds of shit.
Right on. Yeah. I don't know. People are weird.
I know people that run Marketplace like a business. When Connor was real little, and we were looking for a bunch of kids stuff, baby clothes and stuff like that. There's not a lot of consignment shops around here anymore, it seems. We got a couple of Goodwills, but it's not like how it used to be where there was thrift stores everywhere. So when Connor was, an infant and toddler, Rugrat, those ages, we were constantly just looking, trying to find cheap clothes online, stuff that people were just getting rid of kind of thing. And man, some of these people, they had bins on on their porch, multiple bins, set up, with schedules on them, 2:00 pickup or whatever like that, all out on their porch. And it's before COVID. So, it was years before COVID. And I'm like, man, they got this locked down like a business. I should start talking to these people and just do this.
That's always fun when you go do a yard sale and, most of the time you go to a yard sale and it's 50 cents for anything on this table or stuff like that. And then there's people that really think that their old junk is worth something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's you want $17 for this shirt that you've worn already? Stuff like that. I don't know.
It's a band t-shirt that was re-released at Walmart. It's not even the original tour shirt.
Yep. Yeah, eBay's ruined garage sales. You used to be able to go to garage sales and find all sorts of cool
shit. Man, you can get all kinds of good
sales,
stuff.
eBay prices.
Like I said, when growing up and I had the Kenner and Aliens toys, I had the entire first wave of Space Marines and the first wave of Aliens and the Queen Alien, the Flying Queen Alien. Anything that came out after that, well, I also had the Power Loader. But anything that came out after that, I didn't really get, except for one Predator that I managed to pick up with a gift card at Toys R Us one year. But then went to a garage sale, and this person was getting rid of they had all the Predators and everything else, and I was like, "How much you want for it?" And I had $25 with me, mind you, in the '90s, $25 that's a lot of money for yard selling. So I was like, I was thinking I was going to be good all day. He was like, "I want $20." I was like, "Sold, done."
Yeah.
You friggin' just snatched them all.
I think the most envious I've ever been in my entire life in the 90s, a buddy of mine went to a yard sale and got a first edition DMG in mint condition for $2. And
now explain to all the regular people the DMG.
So yeah, Dungeons and Dragons had different editions. So the popular one that I started with was Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition. First edition was from the 70s. It was the original edition, all black and white pages and everything. And I don't want to say the book is rare because it was produced a lot, but I don't know. He showed me the book, and I don't know if anyone had ever opened it before. Like when he opened the book, it still made that cracking sound that brand new book, make when you open them. It had one little bend on the corner, like somebody had dropped it maybe at some point, and it was just a super rare item. And being a huge D&D nerd like myself, having an amazing find like that for $2 was just incredible.
Did you offer him $5 for it, Joe?
Oh, he knew what it was worth. I couldn't fool him. Yeah, he was showing all the
somebody who's got
D&D
that.
Like, look what I got. And we were like, get
that
out of here,
firmly
man.
falls into that category of somebody just doesn't know what they've got. They're like, what do I? I've never even used this old book. Like, what am I going to do with it? Like, they have no clue. Right. They're just like, why would anybody want to buy it?
It was probably something in their son's room that moved out, and they don't.
Right. Kid went off to college. It hasn't been opened in 20 years, and boom.
Yep. So,
but yeah, man, yard selling used to be where it was at, especially if you were looking at vintage toys. Of course, your chances of getting complete vintage toys at the old school yard sales was also very hard.
Mm-hmm. That stuff can be fun too, though. Like those buckets of old toys.
I used to collect 12-inch GI Joes, the vintage ones from like the 60s and 70s. I mean, I still do, but not as active as I used to be. And there was a garage sale listing that said they had several of them for sale at this garage sale, right? Garage sale opened up at like Friday morning at like 8 a.m. So me and my ex knew I wanted to go there. So we drive out there. It was like half hour away, right? We got there an hour before the garage sale opened because I knew they would probably be popular since they actually put it in the ad. I got there at 7 o'clock, walked up and said, guy comes out. It's like, what's up? I'm like, I just wanted to look at your G.I. Joes. He's like, oh, they're already sold. We just had an auction for them right here in my driveway. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, there was like 12 guys here and they were all bidding on all these things. And I sold them for like hundreds of dollars more than I thought I was going to. I was like,
yeah,
that's cool, man.
Nice. Good for that
He was
guy.
cool about it. I was like, he's like, yeah, I couldn't believe it. I just had a live auction in my driveway. It was like,
right on, man.
So another one of those cool yard sale finds too for me was if I doubt Carol's still here watching this with what time it is, but it was I paid $1, but it was like years and years and years worth of National Geographics. Like somebody had a subscription to National Geographic, and it was all these collected volumes. They had it in a giant box. And they just had the price on it saying $1. I was like, is it $1 for all of them or $1 per issue? They're like, no, it's $1. You take the whole thing. I'm like 12. I could barely lift the fucking thing because of how many magazines there were. But I bought it in a heartbeat, man. Took it home because I was huge into reptiles. And I was like, even if half of these don't have anything to do with reptiles or dinosaurs, like it's worth it for the sheer amount of them that are going to have articles. And I learned so much reading all those things. Just about all kinds of, different things that I wasn't even into, like different cultures and civilizations. I was like, this is cool as shit. Love National Geographic.
Hell yeah, man. And Frostbite's comment, about finding a second edition D&D hardcover. I still have all my originals, and we would put tabs, those different colored tabs on each chapter so you could get to where you wanted to find in the book faster, back or search engines and things like that ruined all the fun.
It was also back before the Post-it notes had the little tab ones that you could put on shit like that. Now
there was those colored tabs, and they just had stick them on them, and you'd stick them on the page, and then you could write on them like what the chapter name was and stuff like that. Like we were all in on the nerdiest parts of D&D, that's for sure.
As a matter of fact on that, all the hang-ups they have on Legion's Quest is because Joe's got all those books and they're trying to do it on the computer.
There's a lot of hang-ups on Legion's Quest, and I wish they were all just book errors.
No, I think it's funny when, like trying to figure out how the dice work and everything like that. Like, is it automatically going to roll it?
Oh yeah, that was. I could swear that the very first game that we played, like when I would attack, it would pop up on the screen, and then all of a sudden it didn't anymore. I can't figure out.
Yeah, where the setting
why
is,
or how, or what changed, or there's a lot with D&D Beyond that I just maybe don't understand what's happening.
Well, apparently it's definitely a leap from the tactile,
It's a handy resource, especially for playing online. I'm glad that we have it. I'm old school. Like my friends and I still play with all the paperback books, or hardcovers or whatever. So
it's
been an experience switching, to the
There's nothing wrong with it, man. Sometimes that's still the best way to have it, right? I know I was talking with my friend Penny from over in the UK earlier this week, and I didn't realize how into D&D she was. And because I'd mentioned we were catching up. We hadn't talked in about a year. And I was talking about doing this show and the Mythic Legions and everything like that. And, she's always been kind of nerdy, but it was always I thought more Star Warsy. And then she was talking about how she's got all these dice, and she started showing me the different sets of dice and the little cases she had and her books. And again, with all the tabs and everything, I was like, damn, I didn't know you were into D&D like that. And then, it just so happened that you dropped the new episode of Legion's Quest. So I sent it to her. And then I found out it was only 26 minutes of it. And I said, normally their shows are a lot longer than this.
That shit kills me too, because we had that one episode that accidentally got deleted except for the last 5 minutes. And it was legit like a 2.5 hour episode, and we got the last 5 minutes and everything was gone. So we did this one. It was awesome. There was a big boss fight. Everybody was jazzed at the end. Yeah, we did it. And then Jesse posted it, and I opened it, and it's only the first 26 minutes. I wanted to cry. I was like, oh my God, not again. And it turned out to be just an error in the upload, and they were able to go back in and re-upload it. And I was like, oh, thank God.
I thought that's kind of what had happened, because I'm sitting here and I'm getting everything ready for work. I'm making the coffee. I'm coming outside having a cigarette, because I always wake up way earlier than I need to for work. And, I like to take my time getting ready, even though I don't have to go anywhere because I work from home. And I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm sitting there listening to you guys, and you're getting ready to do this battle. You've had a 20-minute conversation about, are we going to go out the cave in the water and come out the other side of the mountains? Or are we going to go out the front of the cave? You guys finally going out the front of the cave. And just as shit's about to heat up, Curtis is yelling at people already. And then it's it cut off. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I didn't even watch it. I just looked and it said 26 minutes, and I was like, oh my God. This is 2 hours and 20 minutes.
I immediately messaged you, and I was like, what's going on, man? So then when I got off of work and the full video was uploaded, I was able to go back and just jump 26 minutes in, and I was like, okay, this is cool. And again, I plugged it at the beginning of the show. If you guys have not been, following Legion's Quest on Let's Go Off-World, guys got to check it out. It's a lot of fun, and it's been a crazy ride. And poor Trevor, I swear, you guys do not get into a battle where he is stuck on the death saves.
Yeah, it probably at this point seems like a gag, but I swear it's not intentional. He just made up a wizard who has low hit points. That their class has low hit points anyways. But he also
they always
has
do.
A low enough constitution that he gets a negative to his hit points. So it's not my fault. He's just a super wuss. I mean, that's the character he made. So
and that's the character
he came in. So he came in clutch, though.
Yeah,
he came in clutch though, because Curtis was wiping everybody out, Of course, he's the orc. He's doing all the damage and stuff like that. He's wiping people out left and right. and like nobody else has managed to take anybody down at this point. And friggin', then finally Curtis is going down on the death saves, and it's like, well, Trevor's back up, and he starts magic missiling everybody and got a couple himself. He's probably got the highest kills for an early level wizard that I've ever seen in a campaign. So he may go down a lot, but he takes a lot with him on his way out. I just like to think of him as rolling into the battle and blowing himself up, taking out as much as he can on his way out, and then he's just death saving to get through.
Well, for Nate, Trevor, and Curtis, this is all their first D&D campaign,
Right.
So, right. Jesse's been playing for about 10 years, but so there's a lot of inexperience. I've actually recommended Allegiance Quest to people who are trying to learn how to play D&D because I spend so much time explaining things to them, like how different spells work or why you roll in these situations. This is what a skill check does. That sounds cooler than what it actually is. Frostbite. Sorry, man. Like it's a lot of Curtis, or Trevor like casting a spell, doing some cool stuff, and then eating shit. Like,
like it almost does what he wants it to do.
Like this guy could be
and then he suffers.
It's like the true definition of a glass cannon, right? Like, like he can do some damage with them spells, but if anything touches him, he folds like a piece of paper. So
every time. But it's great though. It's been a lot of fun to watch it as it goes.
Well, I appreciate
and see them gain the experience too.
You can definitely tell they're getting more comfortable with the game system and their characters and getting into it. I don't want anybody to think like you're going to be watching an episode of Critical Role or anything like that. That is not even near the level. We're not near that level, but we do have a lot of fun. And
it's going to be Trevor's new shirt at Legion's Con.
Casting spells and eating shit. Yeah, hopefully he takes a cool photograph for that one. So yeah. But it's been a good time. I've been role playing with the same guys in real life for forever, like 20 plus years. So to have some actually, a group of new players in like it's been a lot of fun for me, to give them the illusion of choice and things like that it's the classic parts of D&D. You brought that up, like they're just trying to decide what way they left the cave. Are we going to go through the river or out the cave? They don't know that the same thing is going to happen whatever way they go, but it gives them that illusion of choice that makes them feel better about their decision making.
There was one thing I was reading while I was prepping for this one that I have to do, and it was like, if this happens before they enter the room, the zombies are right at the door. If this happens before they enter the room, the zombies are at the back of the room. It's like there's still zombies in there. It doesn't matter how you enter or what happens before. You're still gonna have to fight some zombies.
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I've always kind of had that like what I want to happen is going to happen. Like I'm not going to write up a scenario just to throw it in the garbage. Forget that. It might take a little bit longer or zig and zag a little bit more, but what I want to happen is going to happen.
Right. Or like how they, what parts they're focusing on. Like you can't tell he's trying to get you to focus this, but they're so focused on this.
Yeah, or the fun things that can come up. I made that goblin rug tug, and then just
He's been funny as hell.
I was doing the voice, and just Jesse made a female forest goblin, Thistlethorn type character, and it was just an just comment, hello, puppet, like, and I saw Jesse's reaction, and I could tell that Jesse didn't like it. So then I'm like, I am going to use this to antagonize him consistently for a long period of time. Just by that look on his face, I was like, he doesn't like this. Everyone else is going to think that this is hilarious. So, Rug Tug is going to continue to make his
gotta improvise with the passive sexy or whatever it was.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's that kind of stuff. You kind of look for that, as the game master, just pick out those little nuances that can be just like a super fun thing that turn it into a running gag or, something to get everybody laughing every once in a while and things like that. Like when he said, "I can't swim, but I'll just hold on to your foot and you can drag me." And everybody laughed, that's like, I love those moments. Yeah.
It's good stuff, man. It's really good. And like I said, it's been fun watching them again grow. And it's funny as they're gaining experience as their characters to level up, watching them gain the experience themselves as they're playing.
Yeah.
And that's been a really cool thing to be able to see. Because again, most of these, when you're watching like online games of D&D and stuff like that, a lot of times it's experienced people playing and they kind of already all know what their characters are and what they do and everything like that. And it's just like people who are like, oh, well, you know what, those guys at Critical Role are doing this, let's jump in and let's do this. So like with this, you're getting a lot of the unexpecteds because they don't quite know how it all works. And,
right.
You're giving them the information, and sometimes like questions, you can see when they have questions that they've never thought of first, like, oh, wait a minute, well, what about this special action with this kind of thing? And it's like dawning on them as they go how that can play out or how they can utilize it.
I think that is something that's super fun, and it's kind of definitely differentiated because nobody's going to watch this and be like, wow, look at this group of experienced players. Like nobody's going to think that.
It's got you and it's got Jesse, and you're using an entirely new system. So there is an experience on your end as well.
With the technical aspects. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the tech stuff. But I mean, it works.
Off camera, they give me a lot of crap about reusing the same maps all the time. And it's just, I don't know. I don't feel like making maps, so I haven't done it, but I probably should. But they have all these stock maps on there, and it works good enough. That was the joke in the beginning. I drew because you can draw on the maps, but like I am not an artist. And they're like, "Is that the turtle van?" And then that ended up being the gag for a while. That wagon was like the turtle van. And, yeah. So
you start doing is you gotta start John like Maddening the battle scenes, like XX here, squiggle line here, and then by the end of it they don't realize, but you've just drawn a smiley face on the map.
Well, I think that some people would get irritated, if like if you drew a wagon and then everybody was like, ha ha, it's a turtle van, and you'd be like, that totally ruins the moment for me or something like that. But I take all that stuff. I love that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's almost like the inside jokes and things like that add to the experience, make it more fun. So
it keeps it fun. It's definitely kept me engaged, and I get excited each week seeing where the story's progressing.
That's the hardest part, I'll say, because like when I play with my friends in real life, we sit down, we play for like 6 to 8 hours. You can tell a story fairly easily in that time. They're like, we're going to play for 2 hours every 2 weeks, and it's like trying to, I was having a conversation with my son about it. Actually, it's like, I was telling him, like, if you ever want to establish villains really, really fast, this is the things you need to have them do, because I've been kind of forced to think outside of my own creative box. It's like, I need them to hate this guy. How am I going to have them do it in a really, really short amount of time that they feel good when they, defeat this villain? The orc that they just fought was the same way. He sent his daughter after him. They let her go without really fighting her. So I was like, okay, he beats the crap out of his daughter, like has her just like beat to near death as punishment for not bringing them back. They're like, ooh, we need to get that guy. I was like, phew, okay, that worked.
Right, right. It worked.
Now I've got a villain in a very short time frame.
Well, and again,
but we're also playing a tribute Mythic Legions game, so I don't want to go so overboard with any ideas that the studio's like, hey, we don't want to be associated with the BS that you're doing. So I'm kind of treading a fine line there with some of that stuff.
Well, just from what I can see, because again, I messaged Jeremy about like with doing Legions class and stuff like that. It's like, as long as we're citing source horsemen from where we're giving you the info from, where we're getting the info, that's cool. And, when Terrence, when he was trying to set up that storyline for the breaking news about Swig, through last weekend, he had asked people about it and he asked me about it, and we all pretty much gave the same answer. Like, we'll message them and let them know, like, hey, I want to do this kind of thing to help build some excitement behind 1,000 Swigs, kind of thing, and just add some more playfulness to it. But if I mention that it is, just a, it's a fanfic, it's not official canon at all. It's based off of the canon that you guys put out there, but it's a fanfic kind of thing. It's not legit. And he's like, well, yeah, as long as you let people know that it's not official, then, we're good with it, and that's kind of just how you have to play it, Fortunately, these guys are in the community enough that it's not that hard to reach out to any one of them and be like, hey, I was going to do this, but I'm going to be upfront and let people know it's not associated with you guys. It's just inspired by. And they've got that artist mentality where they like to drive creativeness. So I don't think they'll ever say no, as long as you make it clear that this is unofficial.
Yeah, I never actually had the only conversation I've ever had with with Jeremy is there were soft goods he used on a figure. And I was like, hey, can I ask where you got this from? Because I've been looking for that. I've never, because it's just how I feel about it. I don't like to bother people, and things like that.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
I've never missed. This was actually Jesse's idea. Jesse wanted to run the game. He had the conversations with Jeremy about it, and then he was just too busy to be planning it and setting everything up. So they asked me to do it, and I agreed. But I never had those conversations, and so I have been like very careful. If I'm referencing an actual character, it's subtle, never by name. I make up my own villains. I won't use anything that they've
established.
So I've tried to, it's in mythos, but I made up my own towns. Like I'm trying to make it as loose of a tribute as I can, just so that I don't accidentally overstep any bounds.
What's going to be fun is when Lady Belush or Cremone become an official character because of this game.
I would crap my pants if they took anything that I've done and made a figure from it. I would be totally blown away. So.
Well, I mean, up until we actually get like some mythic town folk, I don't think we'll ever see that officialness. And they pretty much stated they're not going to do that.
Yeah, right. Well, I want to say too, I don't think that anything that I've come up with for that game is, a high enough quality to have the horseman produce a figure from.
I don't know. Cremone's had some good moments there. Making 4-hour breakfasts, but fucking up the map.
He was another one of those characters where it was just supposed to be like a little bit irritating, like they were supposed to escort him from point A to point B. He's a jerk, so it was going to be a pain in the butt. They ended up disliking him so much that I kind of felt like I needed to keep feeding off of that, just I was having so much fun just having them them be annoyed by this NPC that he ended up. But then, slowly over time, I feel like they're slowly starting to like him a little bit,
Well, yeah, because they look forward to
everybody
breakfast.
has one of those friends, right? Where nobody likes them, and nobody's but they're always there, and it's like you don't want to get rid of them. They're just
they look forward to that breakfast,
Yeah, and that's fun because it's kind of organic how that comes about, So that's always a nice tradition.
You totally gave them every, like in the first episode, you give them every way to kind of like, you can basically write this guy off. Like, yeah, it'd be preferred if he made it back in one piece, but it's not required for the mission.
When he fell in the river in like episode 3, or I don't know, I can't remember.
It was like the third one.
I thought they were going to let him drown 100%. I thought they were just going to be like, forget that guy. I don't like him. Especially because he's carrying the ring that he's supposed to deliver. Jesse takes it out of his pocket. I'm like, okay, they're just going to let him drown. This
don't need him anymher.
Yeah, and then they saved him, and I was like, wow, okay.
And they keep saving him.
I was a little
keep
surprised.
saving him.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. D&D is fun. Anybody who hasn't tried it, I definitely recommend it. It's a good time. Also, watch Allegiance Quest because we could use some more views.
Yeah, I keep promoting it. I'm trying to get people to watch. Got a couple of projects in the works coming up that we need people to watch. Since I'm probably going to hop off of here again myself real soon because, I was feeling a bit better when we were talking about. I saw all the dragon talk and I was like, I could jump on for a bit. I've been guzzling some more. My throat's okay. But
yeah, we're pushing 4 o'clock. We're going to be ending soon.
I gotta duck out. I gotta do other things, including
sleep. Do adult stuff.
I mean,
yeah, pretty much.
Well, in that case, let's start the round table up here then. Cobb, what you got going on, brother?
Nothing at the moment.
There we go. Cobb's busy at work.
Just ordering toys for future videos.
And Thanos, thank you for dropping the link in the chat. This is for everybody. Go check out the playlist for Legion's Quest. It's been a lot of fun. It's a heck of a ride. You guys got to check it out. And if you're not already subscribed to Let's Go Off-World Podcast, do it because you'll see me like almost every other Friday on there now. So,
right on.
And of course, Joe's there every week.
Yeah, mostly. I missed this week. I think they canceled the show because I couldn't make it, but I had to travel unexpectedly. But
he's got that kind of cool, folks.
Yeah, usually every Friday I'm there on Let's Go Off-World. We just have a good time. You never know who you're going to see or what we're going to talk about. A lot of times we don't know what we're going to talk about. So that always makes it fun.
That's the way of it. That's kind of how these shows come about. I was like yesterday into today. Like anything you guys want me to put on the thumbnail? Let's just stick with Oztober. You got it. That's easy enough.
Yeah, we always figure out something, that's for sure. There's plenty of toys to talk about, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. Thanos, what you got in store for us?
Tomorrow I'm dropping a double episode. I'm actually just going to finish off October. And then November I already shot. So if you want to see Naughty November, it's on the channel. I'm going to take a little bit of break. I'm going to try to reformat my show a little bit. I'm going to start doing a month at a time instead of a week at a time. Just kind of switch it up. It'll give me a little bit more time to work on other stuff. So doing that. And then Thursday, I'm on A Punk with Toys, the Thursday with a Friend. So
nice.
Probably the most boring episode of Punk Show, and I apologize in advance.
I don't think anybody here believes that at all.
Nope, because I was on there already.
And then other than that,
just no more getting arrested stories. Then it should be fine.
Yeah.
I have a few of them.
There you go. There you go.
Other than that, just
the rebel without a cause.
And then I have some Dio ideas I'm working on. I actually cut up a bunch of foam yesterday to do like a modular kind of thing. I'm gonna work with magnets so I can put different pieces together in different configurations for photos and stuff.
Very cool. Very cool. Joe, what is coming from the world of Gonzalez?
Well, I'm on Off-World every Friday night that I can be. I'm on the Clubhouse every Saturday night that I can be. I'm hoping to have a few more Swig customs done this week, but I'm not sure. Real life stuff might get in the way of me finishing them, but I've got a few more planned. So, but other than that, just getting ready for Legion's Con. So
that's right, brother. I'm gonna be seeing you in person in another month.
Hell yeah! And you guys already plugged me enough on Allegiance Quest, but we are having a good time with that. A lot of scheduling issues with it because Trevor and Nate and Jesse and Curtis are all busy fellows, but I feel like that makes it more like real D&D because real D&D is very often ruined by scheduling conflicts. So that just adds a stroke of realism to it.
It's normally like the first 3 weeks go pretty well as planned. Like you're all like, we're going to do this, once a week or once every 2 weeks. But then by like the third one, it's like when it starts to seem to fall apart.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We've already had, episodes where it's like other show schedules change and then we end up having to play late and, or somebody's traveling. Curtis, man, I give him, he was sick and traveling and he logged on, from his phone in a hotel room this last episode.
Yeah.
Just so we could get another one out. So, but
good
anyways,
man.
Yeah, check out Allegiance Quest. It's cool. We're having fun.
All right. John, what's coming down the pipe from the Collecting Brothers?
Well, we got the Ant-Man coming up. Going to get that. We got to get that shipped in, and then I'm going to be doing Ant-Man. Josh is going to be doing the Firefly, or the Dragonfly. I'm not sure what it's called. The G.I. Joe helicopter thing. So, yeah, we're excited for those two things. Get those reviews out. I did a Frankenstein review, but I'm like so upset with it. I don't know why. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of changing my setup right now, but I didn't like it, so I'm gonna have to redo that.
Well, if anything, at least you have the audio already redone. Already done. You can just do the shot,
the actual footage and stuff. But yeah, catch us, the Collecting Brothers, every Saturday. We're just having fun.
There you go. There you go. Ed, what's happening in the world of Toy Elite?
Oh shit, I got tons of stuff. I'll be all over the YouTubes modding for everybody this week. This Tuesday, I don't remember what my topic is. I should remember this, but I don't. So. And starting November 1st, we're having the Toyvember. So we're going to have the prompts every day for toy photography. So if you guys need the link to sign up, you want to participate. There's going to be prizes at the end. It's going to be a lot of fun. So come on over and join up.
Cool.
Very cool. Very cool. And of course, hopefully, throughout the rest of this week, I will finally kick off whatever it is that's been bugging me. Today was a big step. I felt a lot better than I had for a while. So that's always a good thing. Yes, that is my evil army of crickets that I have out here with me because I'm outside.
They're extra loud tonight.
It's because there's one of them and he's really close.
Yeah.
He hadn't learned to stay away yet. It's because it got cold enough that all my frogs and toads around here are not eating them all. So, but Yep. So hopefully, by this upcoming Friday, I will be good to go back to a normal schedule. Is this going to be another Off-World 2.0 week, or are we going to? Or are they going to do Off-World? I don't know. I'll find out whenever the group chat goes live.
I was gonna say that's not sidekick information. You'll have to wait and see what the actual hosts have to say.
I'll just wait until the chat starts hopping off, and then I'm like, oh, okay, we got Off-World 2.0 this week. Gotcha.
It'll probably be. It really is. It'll probably be a 2.0 because I think Jesse will have D&D this Friday, so I'm guessing it'll be a 2.0. But
there's a member, link.
I put a funny picture in my head there, Joe. Like I just a picture of Robin just like hanging out in his apartment, and if he gets the call, he gets the call. If he does it, then
those guys get irritated with me. They say that I'm a co-host, but I say that I'm a sidekick. Like when the Justice League let Robin join, he doesn't actually help. They just let him join because they feel bad for him, right? So that's me. I'm the sidekick.
I mean, that's pretty much the whole 2.0 cast, right? They had open tryouts like the end of last year or the beginning of this year, and I came on, and then they didn't even give me the call back until like a month or two ago, where I came back on.
That's all Curtis. Yeah,
Curtis is great.
We've had some consistency problems though, with hosts showing up and stuff. So I guess he just decided to make it open to anybody who wants to be on the show. So you can attest that format works.
Yep. Nah, he hit me up the one week and he goes, hey, would you like to be on Let's Go Off-World this week? And I was like, yeah, I'll jump on again, man. I told you anytime you need me. And then it was like a couple hours later, he goes, you want me to drop you in the 2.0 group chat? And I'm like, sure. What's another group chat? So then I was like, all right, dropped it. I was like, oh, hey, I'm here. Okay, cool. Now I feel official 2.0. All right.
Yeah, I never worried about that. The way I look at it, I'll get on there by myself and just talk about bullshit for 2 hours if that's what we need to do for an episode. Like, I never.
Hey man, look,
but it is easier with more people. That's for sure.
Just gonna say, look, Punk's whole shtick is that he goes on for 3 hours by himself every Monday. Mm-hmm. You got this, Joe.
I don't know if I could be that entertaining. But I could talk for 2 hours, I'm sure. Something, probably Mythic Legions.
I was going to say about the Four Horsemen in general. I'd be right there with you. So I got that probably coming up this upcoming Friday. Of course, you'll catch us next weekend here at the clubhouse. Hopefully, I'll be back up to full strength so that I can actually do a whole show. And then the following weekend, that is going to be a very busy week. We've got coming up, that weekend starting the 20th, it's going to be the 1 year anniversary of the Decker Northcutt case files on Bobby Dangerously's channel. He's going to be doing a live stream, kind of Q&A. So if you've been listening along, come join us. He's going to be doing a live stream, answering questions about, plans for the future, what's coming up, decisions behind characters. Bring your questions. It's going to be great. He's going to bring on several of the people who have done voices already for the show. And you know what? He even asked me to come on and join him live. So I said, you know what? I'd be honored to be there. Then coincidentally, he found out not only is October 20th the 1 year anniversary of doing Decker Northcutt case files, but it is also his 2 year anniversary of being part of The Frenzy, which we will also be doing another The Frenzy episode. As we said, you would get 2 this month. Thought we were going to do 3, but we're only doing 2 this month, where we will have Alan, Vine Jungle Figure Factory, will be joining us, talking about Monster Camp and just talking about all kinds of cool Halloween stuff. And again, his YouTube channel is Stilt Beast Studios. You should go check that out and learn all about making haunted attractions because it's really awesome. Then after that, we've got a jammed-packed weekend where Punks, and this is 2 weeks from now, guys, not next week, but 2 weeks from now, is going to be the 36-hour Punk Streamathon, where all the proceeds, all super chats, super stickers, super thanks for the 36-hour period is all going to be donated directly to Toys for Tots. They're going to take all that money. They're going to go shopping at Sergeant Red's. Sergeant Red's has said that they will match all donations that are going to be given on Punk Stream. We're also going to have it set up so that if you want to donate a toy directly, because we all know Ollie's is getting in all the fun stuff. So if you want to go scoop up a bunch of brand new toys dirt cheap, we'll have the address for Sergeant Red's, so you can donate those toys directly to Sergeant Red's for Toys for Tots. Also, Punk will be setting up a PayPal just for the event, so that if you don't want YouTube to take a big cut of your donation that you're making to the stream, you will be able to donate directly to this PayPal so that it gets the least amount of cut out of it possible, outside of actually just going and buying the toys and mailing them yourself. And you'll be catching us all throughout that weekend, because throughout the different shows that are going to be set up, we'll be popping on in a very Clubhouse style chat throughout the 36-hour period, where he's going to let people come on and just talk for the downtimes in between. We're going to have Clubhouse Cafe that weekend starting at 6 a.m., which is going to be tons of fun getting up that early to do a Clubhouse Cafe, but we'll be here. And, well, we won't be here. This will be hosted on Punk's channel. It'll all be on Punk's channel. I will have all the links, for the stream in the community tab. Yeah. And then we'll be closing out the night for the Streamathon with the usual Clubhouse shenanigans. But again, it'll all be done from Punk's channel that weekend. So that's going to be a very busy weekend, and then I'll probably just expire on Sunday. So, guys, that's about it coming up. It's going to be a huge end of the Oztober month, which is kind of what we're all celebrating already. And yes, Punk already has the stream scheduled with the links up. So, again, I'll be posting all those on the community tab so that everybody can see. And yes, Frostbite is going to be first up on the Streamathon. You guys got to stop by and at least say, hey, kick it all off. All right, guys, we've had a blast. We'll catch you all probably in somebody's chat tomorrow because it's a busy ToyTube day. We'll see y'all then. Bye-bye.